Chapter 1. The Worst Birthday Ever. Harry Potter will be 12 years old today, but his birthdays are always terrible at his home at 4 Privet Drive. They are terrible because he lives with the Dursleys. He has had many terrible birthdays while he has been with the Dursleys, but he is sure that his 12th birthday will be the worst birthday he has ever had. Harry is an orphan. When Harry was a baby, his mother and father were killed in a terrible battle with the greatest dark sorcerer of all time, Lord Voldemort. Wizards still do not like to say his name. Harry survived the attack, and Voldemort's powers disappeared after the tragedy. But to protect Harry, the most intelligent wizards in the wizarding world sent Harry to live with his mother's sister, his Aunt Petunia, and her family, the Dursleys. His Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia, and Cousin Dudley are very cruel people. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia have always known that Harry is a wizard, and they hate him for being a wizard. They hate him because he is different and strange. They hate different and strange things, and they punish him for his strangeness. They made him sleep in a dark room under the stairs. They never gave him his own things. He always had to use his cruel cousin's things. And the Dursleys often made Harry go to sleep without eating. That's why Harry is small and thin for his age. Harry has black hair that is always messy. His eyes are bright green, and he wears round glasses. And on his forehead is a thin scar shaped like a lightning bolt. His life had been terrible until he received the letter. You see, Harry never knew he was a wizard until a year before, on his 11th birthday. He received a letter from the most famous wizard school, Hogwarts. He had received many, many letters, in fact, but Uncle Vernon hid them from Harry. Hogwarts wanted Harry to attend the school and to learn to be a wizard, like his mother and father. And that is what he did. Harry was, after all, the most famous wizard in the wizarding world. But he didn't know it yet. Harry is now back at his aunt and uncle's house. It is summer vacation from Hogwarts. The Dursleys are not happy about that. Harry is having breakfast in the kitchen that morning. He is thinking about his time at Hogwarts. Harry misses Hogwarts terribly. He misses playing Quidditch. He misses the secret passages and strange corridors. He misses his large bed in Gryffindor House. He misses his professors. Well, not Professor Snape. And he is thinking about his encounter with the Dark Lord Voldemort himself. Voldemort was not strong at the time, but he was still intelligent and dangerous. Harry was almost killed by Voldemort, But Professor Dumbledore, one of the greatest wizards of all time, saved him at the last moment. Harry still has nightmares. But good things happened while he was at Hogwarts. Harry had made many friends there, and he misses them most of all, especially Ron and Hermione. Harry does not understand why they have not sent him any letters that summer. They said they were going to write to Harry, but no owl has come with a letter for Harry all summer. Harry is desperate to talk to his friends. Suddenly, "Your owl woke me up again last night," yells Uncle Vernon, who comes into the kitchen with Aunt Petunia. That was the 3rd time this week. Harry stops thinking about Hogwarts and looks at his uncle. "Did you hear me, boy? If you can't control your owl, I will kick him out of the house." "He's a she," answers Harry. "Her name is Hedwig. And what do you expect? She's bored. You make her stay in her cage all day. She needs to fly around." "Do you think I'm stupid, boy?" asks Uncle Vernon. "Do you really think he's stupid?" his Aunt Petunia says again. "I know what that owl will do if it gets out of its cage. He knows what that owl will do if it gets out of its cage," she repeats in an irritated voice. Uncle Vernon knows that Hedwig will bring letters to Harry, and Uncle Vernon does not want that to happen. "I think I want more bacon," cries Dudley. Then he burps very loudly. "There's more in the frying pan, my lovely," says Aunt Petunia. She looks at her fat boy with love in her eyes. "We must feed you so you are never hungry." Dudley is already so fat that his bottom does not fit on his chair. "And don't you forget," Uncle Vernon continues, "tonight is the most important night of my career. It's important for you, but you forgot my birthday," Harry thinks sadly. I know, says Harry. Uncle Vernon is talking about a stupid dinner party with an important client that night at the house. "You will answer the door," continues Harry. "Aunt Petunia will be in the living room to offer drinks. Dudley will take them into the dining room at 7:45. "And where will you be?" Uncle Vernon asks suspiciously. "I'll be in my bedroom. I will make no noise, and I will pretend that I am not there," says Harry. He is feeling even sadder now. "Good, don't you forget it," cries Uncle Vernon. "No one knows about you and how strange you are, and I do not want my guests to know either. Now, go finish your chores. I believe the grass in the garden needs to be cut, yes? Well, what are you waiting for?" "Yes," thinks Harry as he leaves the kitchen and goes outside to the garden. "This is definitely the worst birthday ever." Harry cleans the windows, washes the car, cuts the grass, waters the flowers, and repaints the garden bench, all while Dudley does nothing. Harry is tired, hot, and his back is hurting very much. He is relaxing for a moment when Dudley suddenly appears. "I know what today is, you know." "What, you've just learned the days of the week?" says Harry. Dudley ignores him. "I know it's your birthday. No one sent you any cards. No one sent you any presents. They forgot about you, Harry." He laughs with a mean laugh. "Why aren't you working?" he asks with a cruel voice. "Because I'm trying to decide what spell to use to turn you into a frog," answers Harry with a mean look in his eyes. You know you're not allowed to use you know what at the house," Dudley says with some fear in his voice. Harry begins to say nonsense words that sound like magic spells. Hocus pocus, squiggly wiggly. Dudley runs towards the house screaming, "Mom, Harry is using you-know-what on me. He says he's going to turn me into a frog." Aunt Petunia punishes Harry for his trick. She knows that Harry did not really use his magic, but she still tries to hit him in the head with her frying pan. Harry jumps to the side and runs into the kitchen to escape. Aunt Petunia yells at Harry to eat something quickly and go to his room. It is late, and it is almost time for the guests to arrive. Harry grabs the food that Aunt Petunia has left for him, 2 slices of bread and a piece of cheese. Harry eats quickly and starts to go upstairs to his room. He passes the living room and he can see Dudley and Uncle Vernon in suits and ties. The doorbell suddenly rings, and Uncle Vernon appears next to the stairs. "Remember, boy," he growls at Harry, "one sound and—" Harry runs up the stairs to his bedroom as quickly and as quietly as he can. He goes into his room and shuts the door without making any noise. Chapter 2. Dobby's Warning. Harry tries not to scream in surprise. He covers his mouth just in time. The someone sitting on his bed is a strange little creature. It has huge ears like the wings of a bat, and large green eyes that are as big as tennis balls. Downstairs in the living room, Harry can hear Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia talking to their guests. The creature jumps off the bed and comes towards Harry. The creature looks like it is wearing an old pillowcase for clothes. There are holes in the pillowcase for its arms and legs. Hello? Says Harry nervously. Harry Potter, says the creature. It has a very high voice. It is talking very loudly. The Dursleys are sure to hear. Dobby has been waiting so long to meet you, sir. It is an honor, it is. the creature says. Thank you, I guess, says Harry. Harry wants to ask, what are you? But he thinks that is rude. So he asks, who are you? I'm Dobby, sir. Just Dobby. I'm a house elf, says the creature. I don't want to be rude, says Harry, but this is not the best time for you to be here. I'm very happy to meet you, but could you tell me why you're here? The creature looks around as if it is scared. Dobby is in terrible danger being here. He should not have come to see you. Dobby will punish himself for disobeying his master. Dobby will put his head in the oven and close the door on his head. Suddenly, the creature jumps up and begins hitting its head against the wall over and over again. He is making a terrible noise. Harry listens. The conversation downstairs is silent. Please, what are you doing? Stop that noise, Harry yells at the creature. Finally, the creature manages to control itself. It climbs back onto the bed and continues. The wizard family Dobby serves cannot know that I am here. They sound like pretty terrible people, says Harry. If they are so terrible, why don't you leave? A house elf cannot escape, says the creature. They must be set free by their masters. Dobby will serve the family until he dies, sir. Harry cannot believe what he is hearing. He thinks, and I thought life for me at the Dursleys was difficult. Then he asks, is there anything I can do for you, Dobby? Can I help you in some way? Harry wishes he hadn't said anything. The creature begins to cry loudly and say, Dobby has heard of your greatness, but he did not know you were so kind. Dobby knows about your battle with he who must not be named. You mean Voldemort? Asks Harry. The creature suddenly begins screeching in a high voice. Oh, do not say that name. You must not say his name. I'm sorry, Harry says quietly. Please stop screaming. Dobby continues to cry, but he is quieter now. Dobby has come to protect Harry Potter, to warn him. Even if Dobby must punish himself, he must tell Harry Potter, you must not go back to Hogwarts. What? Harry almost cannot speak. But I have to go back. I can't stay here anymore. Hogwarts is the only thing that makes me happy. You don't know how I suffer here. I don't belong here. I belong in the wizarding world. I belong at Hogwarts. No, 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 replies Dobby. Harry Potter must stay where he is safe. He is too important. He is too good to lose. If Harry Potter goes back to Hogwarts, he will be in mortal danger. But why? Asks Harry. There is a plot, a conspiracy to make terrible things happen to Harry Potter at Hogwarts this year. Dobby has known for a long time. Harry Potter must not put himself in danger. He is too important, sir." "What terrible things?" asks Harry. "Who wants to hurt me?" Dobby begins making a strange sound in his throat, and then jumps up and begins hitting his head against the wall again. Okay, says Harry desperately. "I understand you can't tell me, but why are you warning me? Does this have something to do with you know who? You don't have to answer. Just shake your head no or nod your head yes." Slowly, Dobby shakes his head from side to side. "No. I can't think of anyone who wants to hurt me at Hogwarts, especially because Professor Dumbledore is there," says Harry. "Yes, Dobby knows how powerful Albus Dumbledore is. But there are powers that are greater than Dumbledore's," cries Dobby. Dobby runs to the wall again and begins screaming and banging his head against the wall. Suddenly, Harry can hear the silence downstairs. They have heard the noise in Harry's room. Then, Harry can hear the footsteps of Uncle Vernon. He is coming up the stairs. Harry quickly pushes Dobby into the closet to hide him. Suddenly, the door opens quickly and Uncle Vernon comes into the room. His face is red with anger. "What the devil is going on in here?" he asks. "If you make one more noise, you will wish you had never been born." Uncle Vernon turns quickly and leaves the room. Dobby comes out of the closet. "Do you see what it's like for me to live here, Dobby?" asks Harry. "I must go to Hogwarts. It's the only place I've got. It's where my friends are." "Friends who do not write letters to you for the summer?" asks Dobby. "Wait a minute. How do you know they haven't been writing to me?" says Harry. Dobby looks embarrassed. "Have you been stopping my letters?" Harry asks angrily. "Dobby has them here, sir," says the elf. He pulls many envelopes out of his pillowcase clothes. Harry can see Hermione's writing on one of the letters, and also Ron's childish handwriting. He can even see a letter written by Hagrid, the gamekeeper at Hogwarts. "Why did you keep my letters, Dobby?" asks Harry. Dobby thought that if he kept the letters, Harry Potter would think his friends did not like him. Then he would not go back to Hogwarts, says Dobby. "Please, sir, do not go back. It is too dangerous for you." "No," cries Harry. "Give me my letters." "Then you do not leave Dobby any choice," says the elf. He quickly runs to the door, opens it, and runs loudly down the stairs and into the kitchen where Aunt Petunia's beautiful chocolate mousse dessert is. Harry runs quickly after Dobby and goes into the kitchen. He sees Aunt Petunia's dessert floating high in the air. "Please don't, Dobby. They will kill me if you do," says Harry desperately. "Harry must not go back to Hogwarts," says Dobby. Harry says nothing. Say you will not go back, sir, cries Dobby again. I can't, says Harry. Then I must do it, sir, to protect Harry Potter. The chocolate mousse falls to the floor. The glass bowl it is in shatters into many sugary pieces all over the kitchen. Uncle Vernon comes angrily into the kitchen. He sees Harry covered in Aunt Petunia's chocolate mousse. Standing behind Uncle Vernon are his dinner guests, with a shocked look on their faces. I think it's time for us to go now, Vernon, says Uncle Vernon's guest. Perhaps we will talk next week about your project. He turns around and walks out of the house with his wife. That was your last chance, Potter, yells Uncle Vernon. You've ruined my chances at a promotion. Uncle Vernon grabs Harry by the back of the neck and pushes him up the stairs and into his room. The next day, he puts a strong lock on the door, and he puts bars on Harry's windows so he cannot escape. Harry is only allowed to leave to go to the bathroom in the morning and in the evening. Besides that, he is trapped in his room all day. Many days pass. Aunt Petunia comes in from time to time to give him some cold soup and bread, but he is often hungry. The Dursleys are never going to let him go. Harry is sad and depressed. One night, Harry has a dream that he is in a cage in a zoo. Many people come to look at him. He sees Dobby in the crowd, and he calls out for help. But Dobby answers, Harry Potter is safe in there, sir. And then he disappears. In the dream, Dudley and the Dursleys appear. They shake and rattle the bars of his cage, and they laugh at him. Stop it! Leave me alone! Harry cries in his dream. He opens his eyes suddenly. He is awake. The moonlight is coming through the bars in his window. Harry sits up quickly in bed. There is someone outside his window, looking through the bars. It is a face with red hair and covered in freckles. It is Ron Weasley outside Harry's window. Chapter 3. The Burrow. Ron! Yells Harry. What are you? How did you? Harry looks out of the window and he opens his eyes wide. He cannot believe what he is seeing. Ron is in the back seat of an old blue car, but the car is flying. In the front seat and driver's seat are Ron's older twin brothers, Fred and George. Are you okay, Harry? Asks Ron. Why haven't you been answering my letters? I wrote to you about 12 times, but you never answered. I can't believe you're here, Ron, says Harry. I need your help. Can you explain to them at Hogwarts that I am a prisoner here at the Dursleys? They're keeping me locked in my room. I can't use magic outside of Hogwarts, so I can't escape. "Don't worry, Harry," answers Ron. "We're here to take you home with us." "But what about the bars?" asks Harry, shaking the bars with all his strength. "You can't use magic to free me either." "Don't worry, Harry," says Ron. "We came prepared. Here, take this rope and tie it to the bars." Ron throws a rope to Harry. "If the Dursleys wake up, they'll kill me for sure," says Harry as he ties the rope to the bars. "Okay, don't worry, Harry," says Ron. "We've got you. Now, stand back." Harry moves away from the window. The car begins to make a loud revving noise. Then, suddenly, with a violent crunching sound, the bars on the window are pulled away. The car flies straight up into the air. Ron quickly unties the rope and the bars fall to the ground. Harry looks through the window in amazement. The car reverses and moves towards the window. "Get in," Ron says. "I have to get all of my Hogwarts things first," yells Harry. "My wand, my books, my broomstick." "Where is all of it?" asks Ron. "It's downstairs, in the room under the stairs. But I can't get out of this room." "Don't worry, Harry. I'll help you," says Fred. Fred climbs out of the passenger seat and in through the window. He moves quickly to the door. He takes out something that looks like paper clips and toothpicks. A picklock. He acts quickly. "It's still a good thing to know how to do things without magic," he says. The door makes a loud and opens. "Hurry up, Harry," says Fred. Harry runs down the stairs quickly. He opens the room under the stairs and grabs all of his Hogwarts things. He runs back up the stairs and into his room. Harry and Fred start throwing all of Harry's things into the car. They are making a lot of noise. Harry throws his broomstick out of the window and into the back seat of the car. "That's everything," he yells. He begins to climb through the window and into the car. Then there is a loud screeching noise. It is Hedwig, Harry's owl. He has forgotten her. Then, from Uncle Dursley's room, "That blasted owl again, Harry. That's the last time, I swear it." Harry quickly runs to the back of his room. He grabs the owl's cage and throws it into the back seat of the car. I don't think I have to tell you that Hedwig the owl is not at all happy about this. Harry begins to climb through the window again. Then suddenly the door swings open with a loud bang. Uncle Vernon is standing in the doorway. He gives a loud cry like an angry bull and runs towards the window. He grabs Harry by the ankle. Ron, Fred, and George hold Harry's arms and pull as hard as they can. "Petunia!" screams Uncle Vernon. "Harry's escaping! He's getting away!" The Weasley brothers pull with all their force, and Harry's leg is free. They pull him into the car and slam the door. "Go, go, go!" yells Ron. The car shoots up into the night sky, straight towards the moon. Harry is free. He cannot believe it. He rolls down the window and feels the night air on his face. He looks back and laughs. Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia, and Dudley are all looking out through the window. They have confused and angry looks on their faces. "See you next summer," Harry yells. Harry opens Hedwig's cage and lets her out. She flies out of the cage and into the night sky. She is happy and free now. She flies next to the car. Finally safe, Ron turns to Harry and asks, "Why didn't you answer my letters, Harry? What's been going on?" Harry tells them about Dobby and his letters. He also tells them about the warning Dobby has given him. "But that house elf, what's his name again? Dobby? Didn't tell you who is planning to hurt you?" asks Ron. "I don't think he could tell me," says Harry. "Every time he said something about it, he banged his head against the wall." "That's so strange. I imagine Dobby was sent to stop you from coming to Hogwarts as a kind of a joke," says Ron. "Can you think of anyone at school who doesn't like you?" "Yes," says Harry. And Ron and Harry both say at the same time, "Malfoy." "Draco Malfoy hates me," says Harry. "Draco Malfoy?" asks George. "Isn't that Lucius Malfoy's son?" "I guess so," says Harry. "It's not a very common name." "Why?" "My father has talked about him," answers George. "He was a big supporter of you-know-who. And when you-know-who disappeared, Lucius Malfoy came back, saying he was sorry. My father thinks Malfoy still supports you-know-who." Harry thinks about it for a moment. Maybe it is Malfoy's house elf. He isn't sure. But using the house elf to scare him seems like something Malfoy might do. Should he believe Dobby about the dangers at Hogwarts? "Well, anyway, I'm glad we got you, Harry," says Ron. They drive on into the night. "Look," cries George. "There's the main road. We're almost home. I hope we get home before Dad finds out we took the car. He'll kill us if he finds out." The dark night sky begins to turn a lighter color. Morning is close. Fred, who is driving, begins to bring the car down towards the road. Harry can see fields and trees all around him. They are far into the countryside. "Our house is just outside that little village over there in the distance," says George. The car goes lower and lower until touchdown, says Fred. The car lands softly with only a little bump. Harry looks out of the window. They are in a small yard near an old garage. Harry is looking at Ron's house for the first time. The house looks more like a pigsty than a normal house. It is very tall and crooked, with many extra rooms added here and there in a disorganized way. There is an old, dirty sign in the grass. The words, "The Burrow," are written on it. There are many fat, brown chickens in the yard. They are clucking as they look for food. "It's not much," says Ron, "but we call it home." "It's amazing," says Harry happily. He is comparing Ron's house to Privet Drive. They all get out of the car. "Come on, everyone," says Fred. "Let's try not to wake up Mother. Upstairs, all of you. We'll think of a story that explains what Harry is doing here." Just as Ron is taking Harry towards the house, Ron's face becomes an ugly green color. Mrs. Weasley is coming out of the house. She is a short, round woman with a kind face, but she looks angry right now. "So, how do you explain yourselves?" she says. "Good morning, Mum," says George, pretending like nothing has happened. "Do you know how worried I have been?" says Mrs. Weasley angrily. "Sorry, Mum," says George, "but we had to. Your beds were empty," she continues. "There was no note. The car was gone. You could have been in a terrible accident. Or worse, you could have been seen by the Muggles. You wait until your father gets home," she screams. Mrs. Weasley continues to yell at them. Even though they are all taller than she is, her 3 children are terrified of her anger. Suddenly, she stops yelling and says, "Hello, Harry. I'm very pleased to see you, dear. Would you like to come in for some breakfast?" She walks back into the house and Harry follows her. The kitchen is small and there is a wooden table and chairs in the middle. Harry sits down. He looks around the house, amazed. He has never been in a wizard house before. Mrs. Weasley begins cooking their breakfast. As she is cooking, she looks angrily at her children, and she says things to herself like, "I don't know what you were thinking of," and "I can't believe you did that." Mrs. Weasley quickly finishes cooking and puts eggs and sausages on Harry's plate. "We've been worried about you this summer," she says. "You never answered Ron's letters. We were going to get you anyway, but the boys decided to steal our flying car and fly all over the country. Someone could have seen you." She points her wand at the dishes in the sink, and they begin to clean themselves. "No one saw us, Mum," says Ron. "It was a cloudy night. You keep your mouth closed while you're eating, boy," says Mrs. Weasley angrily. Suddenly, someone appears at the door to the kitchen. It is a small person with red hair, wearing a long nightdress. There is a small squeal of surprise, and the figure runs quickly out of the kitchen. "That's Jenny," says Ron to Harry. "My sister has been talking about you all summer. She probably wants your autograph." Harry smiles. Ron yawns and says, "My gosh, I'm tired. I think it's time we go to bed, Harry." "You will do no such thing," yells Mrs. Weasley. "Before you go anywhere, you are going to remove all the gnomes from the garden. They are getting out of control again." "Oh, Mum," complains Ron. "And you two are going to help," she says, looking at Fred and George. "Harry, dear, you go upstairs and go to bed." But Harry is feeling very awake. "That's okay, Mrs. Weasley," he says. "I'll help Ron. I've never seen gnomes before." "That's very sweet of you, Harry," says Mrs. Weasley. "Now, let's see what Lockhart says about removing gnomes from a garden." She takes a very heavy book from the bookshelf, and George makes a frustrated sound in his throat. "Mom, we know how to remove the gnomes from a garden," George says. Harry looks at the cover of the book. There are large gold letters. They say, "Gilderoy Lockhart's Guide to Removing Unwanted and Annoying Creatures from Your House." There is a large photograph on the front, too. It is a picture of a very handsome wizard with blonde hair and blue eyes. The image is moving, and it winks at Mrs. Weasley. "Oh, he is so handsome," she says. "He certainly knows how to remove all unwanted creatures from a house." She says this while she looks at her children. "Mum is in love with him," Fred says. He says this so his mother can hear him. "Do not be ridiculous, Fred," says Mrs. Weasley. Her face begins to turn red. "Okay, if you all know how to get rid of gnomes, go on, off with you. I don't want to see a single gnome in that garden when I come out to inspect it." The children go outside to begin their task of removing the gnomes from the garden. Harry is enchanted by the garden. It is full of old trees and plants Harry has never seen. There is also a big pond full of frogs. "I know muggles have garden gnomes," says Ron, "but they don't have anything like this." He reaches behind a large bush. There is a loud yell, and Ron holds up his hand. "This is a gnome," he says with a disgusted look on his face. "Get off me! Get off me! Let me go!" yells the gnome. The creature is small. It looks like it is made out of leather. Its head is large and bald. It looks very much like a potato. Ron takes the creature by its feet and holds it upside down. "This is how you de-gnome a garden, Harry," he says. He raises the gnome over his head. He begins to swing it in large circles like a lasso. "Don't worry," Ron says. "It doesn't hurt them. It just makes them dizzy. That way, they can't find their way back to the gnome holes in the garden." Ron lets go of the gnome and it flies high into the air. It lands in a field on the other side of the bushes. Harry learns quickly how to find the gnomes and spin them in the air. The boys compete to see who can throw them the farthest. Soon there is a large group of gnomes in the field. They are all angry and complaining, but they move away in a long line into the forest. "They'll be back," says Ron. "They love the garden here, and Dad seems to like them. He thinks they're cute." At that moment, George comes out of the house. "Dad's back," he says. They leave the garden and run into the house. Mr. Weasley is sitting in a chair in the kitchen. He looks tired. He is a thin man, and he is going bald. His hair is as red as fire. He is wearing long green robes that are dirty from traveling. "What a difficult night," he says tiredly. "What happened?" asks Ron. "Oh, just the usual. Wizards trying to trick muggles with magic. There were 9 incidents tonight." Mr. Weasley works at the Ministry of Magic in the Misuse of Magic department. Before he can continue, Mrs. Weasley comes into the kitchen. "Do you know what your children did last night?" she asks. Before he can even speak, she continues. "They took your silly, rusty old car for a joyride. They flew to Harry's house and rescued him. They could have been killed." "Harry?" he says. "Harry who?" Mr. Weasley looks around and sees Harry. He jumps up in surprise. "Good Lord, is it Harry Potter? I'm so very pleased to meet you. Ron has told us so much about your children stole your silly flying car and flew it to Harry's house last night," shouts Mrs. Weasley. "What are you going to say to your children?" "Did you really fly the car?" Mr. Weasley asks excitedly. "How was it? Did she fly well?" Mrs. Weasley looks at him with an angry look on her face. I mean, that was a terrible thing you boys did. Just terrible," says Mr. Weasley. "Now, go to your rooms." Mr. Weasley has a happy expression on his face. Ron and Harry run upstairs. They pass Ginny's room. Ginny is looking at Harry through the door. She shuts the door quickly. "Wow, Ginny's acting really weird," says Ron. "She's not usually this timid. She never stops talking normally." Ron and Harry go into Ron's room. Everything in his room is a bright orange color. The bed sheets, the walls, the decorations. There are posters of famous wizards on the walls. There are pictures of Ron's favorite Quidditch team. Ron's school books are in a disorganized pile on the floor. His wand is inside an aquarium full of frogs, and his fat rat, Scabbers, is sleeping on a pile of Ron's dirty clothes. Harry looks out of the window into the garden. To his surprise, he can see a group of garden gnomes coming back into the garden from the field. Ron says, "I know my room is a little small. It's not nearly as big as your muggle room. And my room is underneath the attic. A ghoul lives in the attic and makes all kinds of noise at all hours of the day and night." "Ron," Harry says, "your room is amazing. and this is the best house I have ever been in my life. Thanks for rescuing me." Ron's pink face becomes even pinker. Chapter 4. Floo Powder. Life for Harry at Ron's house is very different from his life with the Dursleys. The Dursleys like everything organized and neat. The Weasleys' house is filled with strange and unexpected things. There is one thing that Harry thinks is unusual about life with Ron's family. It is the fact that everyone there seems to like Harry. Mrs. Weasley makes Harry eat as much food as possible, 4 servings at each meal. Mr. Weasley wants Harry to sit next to him during dinner. He likes to ask Harry questions about life with the Muggles. Mr. Weasley thinks the most amazing thing is how Muggles use telephones. One day, about a week after Harry arrives at Ron's house, Harry and the whole Weasley family are having breakfast in the kitchen. "Here you go, children," says Mrs. Weasley happily. "Your Hogwarts letters have arrived." The children open the letters. They give instructions on how to get to Hogwarts. They must take the train, platform 9 3/4, of course. Also in the letter is this year's book list. "Wow," says Ron. "Look at all the books by Gilderoy Lockhart that we have to read. How many are there? 1, 2, 5 Gilderoy Lockhart books." Mrs. Weasley makes a small cry when she hears Gilderoy Lockhart's name. Then she tries to pretend that her cheeks are not turning bright red. "Lockhart's books are pretty expensive," says Fred. "Well, don't you worry. We'll find a way to buy all the books for you," says Mrs. Weasley. But she looks worried. The Weasleys are not a rich family. "Oh, and Ron," says Mrs. Weasley, "your owl Errol also delivered this letter." Ron takes the letter. It is from Hermione. Ron reads Hermione's letter out loud. "Dear Ron, I hope everything is okay with you. I hope you were able to rescue Harry, without doing anything illegal, of course, because that would be bad for Harry too. I've been really worried about him. Please let him know that I hope he is okay, and do not send your owl to tell him. I do not think he will survive another delivery. I'm very busy with schoolwork, of course." "How can she be busy with schoolwork?" cries Ron. "We're on summer vacation." He continues reading. "And my family and I are going to London next week to buy my new books. Would you like to meet in Diagon Alley? Let me know what's happening as soon as you can. Love from Hermione." After breakfast, Harry, Ron, and his brothers decide to go out into the field to practice Quidditch. On their way there, Ron says to Harry, "I don't know how my parents are going to be able to buy all my school materials this year. 5 sets of Lockhart books. And Jenny needs robes and a wand and everything else." Harry says nothing. He remembers that he has a lot of money in the Goblin Bank, Gringotts, on Diagon Alley. His parents left him the money before they died. He knows that he cannot use the money in the Muggle world, but he does not know if he should help Ron's family. The next day is an exciting day for Harry and the Weasleys. They are all going to Diagon Alley to buy their school materials. When Harry went for the first time, he went to Diagon Alley by subway with Hagrid. He's not sure how they will go there today, but Mrs. Weasley explains. Mrs. Weasley picks up a flower pot and takes a little bit of powder from inside. "This is Floo powder, Harry," she says. The powder is like glitter on her fingers. "We use it to travel quickly from one place to another." Fred takes a pinch of the powder. Then he stands in front of the fireplace. He throws the powder into the flames. The fire turns green and becomes brighter and hotter and taller than Fred. Fred then steps into the flames. He shouts, "Diagon Alley," and then he disappears. "You must say the destination very clearly, Harry," says Mrs. Weasley. "He'll be fine, Molly," says Mr. Weasley. "Don't worry about Harry." "But dear, if he gets lost, how do we explain that to his aunt and uncle?" "I'm sure they wouldn't mind," says Harry. "Dudley would probably be happy." "Well, okay then," says Mrs. Weasley. "You go after George. When you step into the fire, say your destination very clearly. And keep your eyes closed," says Ron. "And don't panic," says George, "or you might exit at the wrong fireplace." Harry is not sure he can remember all the instructions. He takes a pinch of Floo powder and walks to the fire. He takes a deep breath and steps forward. He opens his mouth to speak, and hot air from the fire goes into his mouth. He coughs and says, "Diagon Alley." The sensation he feels is very scary. It is like falling into a deep hole. It feels like he is spinning very fast. The noise in his ears is very loud. He tries to keep his eyes closed, but the spinning and flames make him dizzy. Then suddenly, he falls forward onto a cold stone floor. He is dizzy and his knees hurt. He is covered in black ash from the fire. He is completely alone. But he does not know where he is. He appears to be in a wizard's shop. It is dark and scary. It does not look like the bookstore on Diagon Alley that he wants to go to. The shop is filled with strange and dark things. There are evil masks on the walls. There are human bones on the table. He can see through the front window of the shop. There is a narrow, dark street. It is definitely not Diagon Alley. Harry is lost. Harry decides he must leave immediately. He moves towards the front door, but through the big front window he can see two people. One of them is the last person he wants to meet. It is Draco Malfoy. Draco is coming into the store. Harry acts fast. He jumps quickly into a large cabinet. He closes the doors, but leaves one door open, just a little bit. Suddenly, there is the sound of a bell, and the door to the shop opens. Malfoy comes into the shop. The man who is with him must be his father. He has the same pale skin and cold eyes. "Do not touch anything, Draco," says the man. Mr. Malfoy looks around impatiently. "Where is that shopkeeper, Mr. Borgin?" He rings a small bell on the counter. An old man with a mean face appears from the back of the shop. "Mr. Malfoy, it's a pleasure to see you again, sir," says Borgin. "And young Master Malfoy, too. How are you, young sir?" Draco does not answer. "How can I assist you today?" asks Borgin. "I'm not buying anything, Borgin. I am selling," answers Mr. Malfoy. "Selling, sir?" Borgin looks suspicious. "I'm sure you know that the Ministry of Magic is causing us problems," says Mr. Malfoy. "And if the Ministry comes to my house to check, I have some items that they would not like me to have. Here is a list of those items. Perhaps you may want to buy them?" He takes out a piece of paper and Mr. Borgin begins to read. Borgin looks up at Mr. Malfoy. He has a surprised look on his face. "Yes, I know, Mr. Borgin," says Mr. Malfoy. "Some of the poisons on that list are quite embarrassing for me. But the Ministry has not visited me yet. But they are beginning to put more pressure on me. There is a rumor that they will implement a new Muggle Protection Act. I'm sure it is a law created by that fool, Arthur Weasley." When Harry hears Mr. Malfoy talk about Mr. Weasley, he becomes very angry. "I understand, Mr. Malfoy," says Borgin. "It seems like wizard blood is not as important as it used to be. It seems like they are protecting those muggles more and more. And I cannot disagree more with their actions on this subject. Muggle blood will never be more important than pure wizard blood," says Mr. Malfoy angrily. "Now, let us focus on my list, shall we?" Of course, sir," answers Borgin. They begin to discuss prices for the items on the list. While they are haggling over the prices, Draco begins to investigate around the shop. He comes closer and closer to Harry. Then, at the last moment, Mr. Malfoy says, "Done. Come, Draco." Draco turns around and follows his father out of the shop. The moment the door closes, Mr. Borgin changes his manner. He stands up straight and seems to be less mean. "Good day to you, Mr. Malfoy," he says in a less mean voice. "If the rumors are true, you have much more hidden in your mansion than you have on that list." Mr. Borgin goes into a back room of the shop. Harry waits for a minute, then he quickly runs out of the store. Chapter 5. At Flourish and Blotts. Harry has escaped the shop, but he is still lost. All the shops on this dark street seem to be only for the dark arts. There are some shops with shrunken heads in the front window and big black spiders. There are shops selling poisons and potions. And there are strange wizards and witches walking the street. Harry begins to feel scared and desperate. Suddenly, from behind him, Harry hears, "Harry, what are you doing down here?" Harry is surprised and very happy. It is Hagrid. The gamekeeper of Hogwarts walks towards Harry. His eyes are bright and his beard is massive and bushy. "Hagrid," Harry yells, "I was lost. The Floo powder." "You can tell me your story later. Let's get out of here first." Hagrid picks Harry up and carries him along the dark street until they come out into the bright sunlight. Harry sees a familiar building in the distance, Gringotts Bank. It is very white in the sunlight. Hagrid has brought him to Diagon Alley. "Now, why don't you explain yourself, Harry?" says Hagrid. "What were you doing in that bad part of town?" "Like I said, Hagrid, I was lost," answers Harry. "I was with the Weasleys, but we got separated. I need to find them. Can you help me?" "Of course. Let's go," says Hagrid. They walk down the street for some time. Then Hagrid says, "Harry, I sent you many letters this summer. Why didn't you ever write back to me?" Harry explains Dobby and the letters and the warnings and the Dursleys to Hagrid. Hagrid begins to look very angry. "Muggles," growls Hagrid. Then suddenly, "Harry! Harry! Over here!" Harry looks up and sees Hermione Granger. She is standing on the steps of Gringotts Bank. She runs to meet them. "Oh, it's wonderful to see you, Harry. Hello, Hagrid," she says excitedly. Harry quickly explains to Hermione the situation he is in, about the Weasleys and how he is lost. Then she says, "You don't have to worry, Harry. Look." Harry looks behind him. There are the Weasleys. They are running up the street towards him. They all greet each other happily. They were very worried about Harry. "Well, now that you are safe and all together, I have to go," says Hagrid. "I will see you all soon at Hogwarts." They all say goodbye to Hagrid as he walks down the street. He is much taller than everyone around him. Harry tells Ron and the other Weasleys about his encounter with the Malfoys in the magic shop. "Did Lucius Malfoy buy anything?" asks Mr. Weasley. He looks very concerned. "No," answers Harry. "He was selling something." Says Mr. Weasley. "He's worried about something. I would like to know what was on that list." "Oh, please be careful, Arthur," says Mrs. Weasley. "The Malfoy family is very powerful and dangerous. They can cause trouble for you. Do you not think I can deal with Lucius Malfoy?" Mr. Weasley asks. He seems upset that his wife does not believe in him. Then suddenly he is distracted when he sees Hermione's parents. "Oh, but you're Muggles," he says excitedly. "How wonderful to meet you." Mr. Weasley really does like Muggles. They all walk into Gringotts Bank, talking and laughing together. While Hermione and her Muggle family exchange Muggle money for wizarding money, Ron and Harry go underground to their vaults to get their money. They follow a Gringotts goblin on a crazy train ride. Mrs. Weasley enters her vault and quickly gets the small amount of money that is there. Harry notices this. He feels very bad when they go to his vault. There is a lot of money in his vault. He does not want the Weasleys to see it. He fills a bag and leaves quickly. Later, back on the surface, they all go to Flourish and Blotts' bookstore to buy their school materials. On the way there, Harry buys lots of candy for everyone. Their fingers become very sticky with sugar. When they arrive at Flourish and Blotts' bookstore, they are surprised to see many people outside. The shop is full, and there is a large group of people trying to get inside. They see a large sign outside the bookstore. Gilderoy Lockhart will be signing copies of his autobiography, Magical Me, today, 12:30 to 4:30. "Oh, we will finally be able to meet him in person," yells Hermione. Mrs. Weasley looks very happy too. She notices that most of the people trying to get in are women her own age. Finally, when they are able to get inside the bookstore, Harry, Ron, and Hermione look for the books they need for the school year. Mrs. Weasley and the Grangers wait in the long line while the children look around. The kids return to the line with their books. Hopefully, Gilderoy Lockhart will sign them. Mrs. Weasley continues to arrange her hair and her clothes. At exactly 12:30, Gilderoy Lockhart appears and sits down at a large table. There are many pictures of Gilderoy's face on the table. All the pictures are moving, and each picture shows Gilderoy winking at all the people around the table. The real Lockhart is wearing dark blue robes. He has bright blue eyes. His wizard hat is pointed at a confident angle on his head. His hair is blonde and wavy. There is a photographer taking pictures of him. As he looks at the crowd and smiles, he notices Harry. His eyes open wide. He jumps up and yells, "It can't be! Harry Potter!" Lockhart moves forward and takes Harry by the arm. He pulls Harry to the front of the crowd. Everyone claps their hands and cheers. Harry is very embarrassed. Lockhart shakes Harry's hand for the photographer. "Ladies and gentlemen," says Lockhart, "please, everyone, quiet. What an extraordinary moment this is." He continues to shake Harry's hand. "I have an announcement to make. When young Harry Potter came into Flourish and Blotts today, he only wanted a copy of my new autobiography. In fact, Harry only wants to buy his school materials. He is not interested in Gilderoy Lockhart." Lockhart continues, "And of course, I will give him my autobiography for free." The crowd applauds his statement. But he and his school colleagues will be getting more than my autobiography, Magical Me. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I am very proud to tell you all that this September I will be teaching Defense Against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The crowd goes wild with joy. Harry finally escapes Lockhart and moves away into the crowd. He moves past the people and he finds a place in the corner of the bookstore. "I'm sure you loved all that attention, Potter," says a voice that Harry recognizes immediately. Harry turns around and sees Draco Malfoy there. He has a mean smile on his face. "Famous Harry Potter," he says, "you can't even go into a bookshop without appearing on the front page of the newspaper." "You leave him alone," says Ginny Weasley. She has come to Harry's defense. "Well, look at that," says Malfoy. "Harry has a little girlfriend." Ginny's face turns very red. Suddenly, Ron and Hermione appear next to Harry. Their hands are full of Lockhart books. "Oh, it's you, Malfoy," says Ron. He has a look on his face like he smells something terrible. "What are you doing in this bookshop, Ron?" asks Malfoy. "I didn't know you could read." Ron's face turns as red as his sister's face. Ron drops his books and moves towards Malfoy. He wants to fight. "Ron!" It is Mr. Weasley. He is coming towards Ron through the crowd. "What are you doing? It's too crowded in here. Let's go outside." Well, well, well. Arthur Weasley. It is Lucius Malfoy. He is standing behind his son with his hand on his shoulder. He has the same mean smile on his face. "Lucius," says Mr. Weasley seriously, "it appears that you are very busy at the ministry," says Malfoy. "You are searching many homes for illegal items. I hope the ministry is paying you extra money for your extra time." Malfoy looks at Mr. Weasley's old robes and says, "It looks like you might need the money. With your old clothes, you make other wizards look bad." Mr. Weasley turns even redder than his children. You and I have a different idea of what makes the wizard world look good or bad, Malfoy, says Mr. Weasley. That is obvious, says Malfoy. You know, Arthur, they say you can see a person's character by the people they are with. He says this while he looks at Mr. and Mrs. Granger. I thought you were of better character than that. That is too much for Mr. Weasley. He runs towards Lucius Malfoy and pushes him into a bookshelf. Many large books of magic fall on top of the two men. Dad? Yell Ron, Fred, and George at the same time. Mrs. Weasley yells, No, Arthur, no! The crowd in the bookshop begin to move away from the men, and they cause bookshelves to fall over. There is chaos inside Flourish and Blotts. Then there is a loud voice. Break it up there, gentlemen. Break it up. That's enough of that. It is Hagrid. He is coming through the crowd. He separates the two men with his big hands. Mr. Weasley has a cut on his lip, and Malfoy's eye is turning black. Malfoy pulls away from Hagrid and calls to his son, Come, Draco. This is no place for us wizards. They walk quickly out of the shop. You should have ignored him, Mr. Weasley, says Hagrid. Everyone knows the Malfoys are a bad family. They are not worth the trouble. Come on, all of you. Let's get out of here. Well, Arthur, says Mrs. Weasley, that was a fine example you set for your children, fighting in public like that. I can't imagine what Gilderoy Lockhart thinks of us now. Mr. and Mrs. Granger are very scared after the encounter. They all walk back together to the Leaky Cauldron, the bar where the Weasleys arrived through the fireplace. They will be returning to the Burrow using the Floo powder. They say goodbye to the Grangers. Harry takes off his glasses for the return trip. Traveling by Floo powder is definitely not his favorite way to travel. Chapter 6: The Willow Tree. Summer is almost over. Harry wants summer to last forever. He is having the happiest time of his life living with Ron and his family. But it's time to begin his next year at Hogwarts. On the last night, Harry and the whole Weasley family have a wonderful dinner together. They talk, they drink hot chocolate, and Fred and George light fireworks to celebrate. The next morning is an adventure. Everyone wakes up very early. It is difficult for Mr. and Mrs. Weasley to organize all the children. Finally, all 8 people, 6 large trunks, 2 owls, and an old fat rat fit into the tiny blue car. Mr. Weasley starts the car and drives down the street. Suddenly, George yells, "Oh no! I've forgotten my fireworks." Mr. Weasley drives the car back to the house. George gets his box of fireworks, and they drive down the road again towards London. 5 minutes later, "Wait!" cries Fred. "I forgot my broomstick." Mr. Weasley turns around and drives back to the house. Fred collects his broomstick, and the family drives back down the road towards London. 30 minutes later, Ginny screams, "My diary! My diary! I can't go to Hogwarts without my diary!" Mr. Weasley drives back to the house one more time. They finally arrive at the train station, but they are very late. The train is about to leave the station. The children put all their bags on carts. They push them towards the secret entrance between platforms 9 and 10. The difficult part is getting to platform 9 3/4 without being seen by the Muggles. There are only 5 minutes left before the train leaves. "Percy, you go first," says Mrs. Weasley. Percy walks quickly towards the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Then he disappears. Mr. Weasley follows him, then Fred, and then George. "I'll go with Jenny, then you two follow us," says Mrs. Weasley to Ron and Harry. She takes Jenny's hand, and in a blink of an eye, they disappear. "We only have 1 minute before the train leaves," says Ron. "Are you ready, Harry?" Harry makes sure Hedwig's cage is secured on the cart. "Ready," he says. They begin to push their carts towards the barrier. A short distance from the barrier, they begin to run and crash. Both carts hit the barrier. Harry falls to the ground. Hedwig's cage crashes to the ground too, and she shrieks in fear. People all around them begin to look at them, and a platform guard yells, "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" "Sorry, sir," says Harry. "We lost control of the carts." "Be more careful," says the guard. Then he continues walking down the corridor. "It's closed, Harry," says Ron in surprise. "The barrier is closed. We missed the train. What do we do, Harry?" Harry looks very worried. "I think we should wait for your mom and dad to come back for us," answers Harry. "Let's wait by the car. We're attracting too much attention." In fact, there are many people who are still looking at Harry and Ron curiously. "Ron!" cries Harry. He is very excited. "The car!" "What about the car?" asks Ron, confused. "Well," says Harry, "we missed the train, and we have to get to school, right? And young wizards are allowed to use magic if it's a real emergency." Ron begins to feel excitement. "Are you saying," says Ron, "that we should fly the car to Hogwarts?" "Do you know how to fly it, Ron?" asks Harry. "No problem, Harry," says Ron. "So come on. If we hurry, we can follow the train to Hogwarts." Ron and Harry run back to the car, pushing their carts full of bags and trunks, an owl and a rat. The crowd of Muggles watches them with curiosity. They get to the car, and Ron opens the trunk with his wand. They push all their baggage into the trunk and put Hedwig in the back seat. Ron sits in the driver's seat, and Harry sits in the passenger seat. "Make sure no one's watching," says Ron. He turns on the car and revs the engine. Harry puts his head out the window. There are many cars on the main street, but the street their car is on is empty. There are no people nearby. "All clear," says Harry. Ron presses a silver button on the panel, and the car rises quickly into the air. "Now what?" says Harry, as they pass through the clouds in the sky. "We need to find the train and follow it," says Ron. "See if you can see it." Harry sticks his head out of the window again. The wind is strong in his face. He looks down, and there, in the distance, he can see the train. It is like a long red snake moving along the ground. "There it is!" cries Harry. "I can see it. It's heading north. If we continue in this direction, we should be okay." The car appears and disappears through the clouds. "All we have to worry about now are airplanes," says Ron. They look at each other and begin to laugh and laugh and laugh. The car flies through the bright sky, in and out of the clouds. As they fly, Harry checks from time to time to make sure he can see the train. They talk and eat some candy they have in their backpacks. They fly over villages and towns and over green fields and blue lakes. They fly for many, many hours. Harry has to admit he is not having as much fun as he would have on the train. He is thirsty and they do not have anything to drink. It is hot and he is sweating a lot. There is nothing to do except sit in the front seat and watch the train far below. The sky begins to get dark. The sun is setting. It will be night soon. Harry can see lights in the houses far below. Some hours later, the night sky is full of bright stars. "Hogwarts can't be much farther, can it?" Harry asks, a little worried. Suddenly, the car begins to make a sputtering noise. It begins to cough and whine. "It's probably just tired," says Ron. "It has never flown so far before." They both tried to ignore the loud noises coming from the car. Some time later, Harry looks out the window and he can see a familiar sight. High on a hill over a dark lake, Harry can see the many towers of Hogwarts Castle. "There it is, Ron! We've made it!" The car suddenly begins to shake. It begins to lose speed. "Come on," says Ron to the car. "We're almost there. Just a little further." The engine makes a groaning noise, and white steam comes from the engine. The car begins to wobble from side to side. "Come on," says Ron quietly. "You can do this." They fly over the lake. The castle is right in front of them. Ron presses his foot on the accelerator and there was a loud clunk and splutter, and the engine dies completely. "Uh-oh," says Ron. The car begins to fall from the sky. They are falling straight towards the stone wall of the castle. Ron turns the steering wheel in a panic. The car makes a large arc and just passes the wall. It flies over the greenhouse and then over the fields and continues to fall. Ron desperately takes out his wand and yells, "Stop! Stop! Stop!" He hits the steering wheel and the dashboard and the window with his wand. But they continue to fall. "Look out for that tree!" yells Harry, but it is too late. There is a loud sound of metal hitting wood, and they crash into a large tree near the castle. The car stops. There is steam coming from under the hood of the car. Hedwig is screaming in fear. There is a large lump on Harry's head where he bumped it against the window. "Are you okay, Ron?" asks Harry urgently. "My wand," says Ron. "Look at my wand." His wand is almost broken in 2 pieces. Harry is about to say something when there is a powerful crash against the car. Something very big has hit it. Harry is pushed hard into Ron. Then, suddenly, there is another loud crash on the top of the car. Harry looks through the front window. He can see a large branch of the tree crash into the car. The tree that Ron and Harry have hit with the car is attacking them. All of the tree's branches are bending and hitting the car. "Ah!" screams Ron as another branch smashes into the window. "Run! Run! Run!" shouts Ron. He tries to open his door to get out of the car, but another branch comes from below the car. Harry and Ron fly up and hit the ceiling of the car. "We're going to die!" screams Ron. Suddenly, the car's engine comes on again. Harry reacts quickly. "Ron, put it in reverse," he says. Ron changes gears and presses hard on the accelerator. The car quickly moves backwards and away from the tree. Harry and Ron are safe. "Good job, car," says Ron in a tired voice. Suddenly, the car doors fly open by themselves. The car has had enough. It has decided to eject its passengers. The seats turn sideways and push Harry and Ron out of the car and onto the ground. The trunk flies open and all their luggage is thrown high into the air. Hedwig's cage flies through the air and opens. She escapes with a scream and flies into the night sky. The car, scratched, dented, and steaming, drives away into the night. Its lights shine brightly, then disappear. "Come back!" yells Ron. "Oh no! My father is going to kill me. Can you believe it, Harry?" Ron picks up his rat, Scabbers. "Can you believe that the one tree we hit, it hits us back?" Ron looks at the tree angrily. The tree shivers its leaves back at Ron. "We should probably get to school," says Harry. They pick up their things and walk towards the large front doors of the castle. As they get near, they look through a window that is bright with light. It is the great hall. "Look," cries Harry, "the feast has already begun. The new kids are being sorted into their houses." Harry and Ron can see many young children standing next to the staff table. Ginny is with them. They all look very scared. Harry looks past the frightened children. He looks at the teachers sitting at the staff table. He can see Professor McGonagall. She is wearing her glasses, and her hair is in a bun on top of her head. Harry can also see the headmaster of Hogwarts, Professor Dumbledore. He has a long silver beard and a pointy nose. He can also see Gilderoy Lockhart, dressed very handsomely. And at the end of the table is Hagrid. Hagrid is drinking from a very large cup. Then Harry sees an empty chair at the table. "Wait a minute," he says. "Where's Snape?" Professor Severus Snape is the professor that Harry does not like at all. Harry is also Snape's least favorite student. "Maybe he's sick," says Ron hopefully. "Maybe he has left Hogwarts," says Harry. "Or maybe Dumbledore has fired him," says Ron enthusiastically. "Or maybe," says a very cold voice behind them, "he's trying to discover why you two did not arrive on the school train." Harry turns around quickly. There in dark black robes is Severus Snape. He is a thin man with very pale skin. His nose is hooked and his long black hair is greasy. "Follow me," says Snape. The children are terrified. But they follow Snape into the castle. He takes them past the great hall, down a dark staircase, and into the dungeons under the castle. "In," he says. He opens a door at the end of a dark corridor. They are in Snape's office. They are very scared. "So," he says softly, "you are too famous to take the train with all the other students, Harry? And you, Weasley, his loyal sidekick. You wanted to make an impressive entrance, eh, boys?" "No, sir. We missed the train. Silence, Mr. Weasley. Where is the car?" Ron and Harry do not understand. Then Snape shows them the cover of the wizard newspaper, the Evening Prophet. "You were seen by Muggles," Snape hisses like a snake. "Muggles in London saw you. Muggles in the country saw you. 6 or 7 Muggles in total saw you in that car. I would like to remind you, Mr. Weasley," continues Snape, "that your father works in the misuse of magic department." Snape begins to smile with an evil smile. What will the wizarding world think? Arthur Weasley's own son misusing magic. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Harry feels terrible. He did not think about that when he suggested that they take the car to Hogwarts. Ron is about to say something when Snape yells, "Silence, Weasley. Unfortunately, neither of you is in my house. I cannot make the decision to expel you, but I will go get the people who do have that power. You two, stay here. Do not move a muscle." Snape leaves his office quickly and slams the door closed. Harry and Ron look at each other. They are terrified. 10 minutes later, Snape returns with Professor McGonagall and Professor Dumbledore. Harry has seen Professor McGonagall angry before, but he has never seen her this angry. As she enters the room, she raises her wand. Harry thinks she will turn them into frogs, but she only points her wand at the fireplace, and a bright fire begins burning there. "Explain yourselves," she shouts at them. Harry and Ron try to explain their situation, how they missed the train, and how Harry suggested they fly to Hogwarts in the car. "Why didn't you send us an owl, you silly boy?" asks Professor McGonagall. Harry feels very stupid. He did not even think about sending an owl. Professor McGonagall's anger scares the boys, but Professor Dumbledore's sad face makes them feel even more terrible. They have disappointed him. Ron begins to speak. "Well, we'll go and get our things and leave." "What are you talking about, Weasley?" says Professor McGonagall. "You're expelling us, aren't you?" says Ron, who looks up at Professor Dumbledore too. "Not today, Mr. Weasley," says Dumbledore. Ron and Harry look at each other again in surprise. They begin to smile. "Do not get too excited. What you have done is very serious. I will write to your families tonight to tell them. I must also say that if you ever do something like this again, I will have no choice. I will expel you. Do you understand?" The boys nod their heads up and down, yes. "Wait a moment," yells Snape. "These boys have committed a terrible act. They have used magic outside of Hogwarts. The rules are clear. Professor McGonagall will determine their punishment, Severus," responds Dumbledore. "I must return to the feast in the Great Hall. Come, Severus. There is a delicious cake I would like you to taste." Snape looks at Harry and Ron with a look of evil and malice. He leaves his office, following Professor Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall looks at them with a different look on her face, anger, rage, and disappointment. "Well, the sorting ceremony is over. Go now, both of you. Weasley, go to the hospital wing. You are bleeding. Harry, go to Gryffindor House." "Professor," asks Harry as he is leaving, "when we took the car, The new year at Hogwarts had not started yet. Please don't take away points from Gryffindor because of us. McGonagall looks into Harry's eyes. I will not take away any points from Gryffindor, she says. Harry's heart feels much better. But, she continues, I will give both of you detention. Then Professor McGonagall leaves the room and leaves Harry and Ron alone. I can't believe how lucky we are, says Harry. We only got detention. I thought we were going to be expelled for sure, says Ron. We have to be very careful from now on, Harry. They leave the office and walk towards Gryffindor Tower. They pass the many strange paintings and corridors. They take the moving stairs up to the 3rd floor. There is a large painting of the fat woman in a pink dress. She asks them in a loud voice, "Password?" But Harry and Ron do not know the new password to the Gryffindor common room. But before they have time to think, help arrives. There you are! Where have you been? They turn around. It is Hermione. I heard the strangest rumor. They said you were expelled because you flew a flying car and crashed into a tree. Harry and Ron look at each other. They smile. Well, says Ron, we weren't expelled. So you did fly here. I can't believe it. You two are lucky you were not killed. Yes, we know, says Ron impatiently. Tell us what the password is. It's Wattlebird, says Hermione. Suddenly, the painting of the fat lady swings open, and there is the loud sound of clapping. Ron, Harry, and Hermione step into the Gryffindor common area. All the children are there to greet Harry and Ron. They are all cheering and clapping. Harry and Ron push through the crowd. They move towards the stairs that go up to their room. The children pat them on the back as they move through them. I'm beginning to like this, says Ron with a big smile on his face. Finally, at the top of the stairs, Harry reads a sign on the door. 2nd year Gryffindor students. Harry opens the door to the room. There, inside, is his bed. It is large with red curtains. His trunk is already there next to his bed. Harry is happy to be back at Hogwarts. Harry is happy to be home. Chapter 7. Gilderoy Lockhart. Harry is very happy to be back at Hogwarts. But his first day does not begin very well, and it only gets worse after that. At breakfast, Harry is sitting with Ron and Hermione. Across the table is Neville Longbottom. Neville is a clumsy boy who has a very bad memory. The mail is about to arrive, says Neville. My grandmother is sending me some things I forgot at home. Before Harry can finish his breakfast, there is a loud noise above them. 100 owls are flying around inside the Great Hall. They are all carrying letters. One owl drops a large package on top of Neville's head. Then something large and gray falls into Ron's cereal. It is Errol, Ron's old owl. Errol is unconscious on the table. There is a large red envelope in his beak. "Oh no!" cries Ron. "It's okay, Ron," says Hermione. "Errol is still alive." Ron is not worried about his owl Errol. "That's not the problem," he says. "It's that." He points to the red envelope in Errol's mouth. Harry does not understand. It looks like a normal envelope to him, but Ron and Neville both look very worried. They are looking at the envelope like it is going to explode. "What's the matter?" asks Harry. "My mother sent me a howler, Harry," answers Ron. "You should open it now, Ron," says Neville. "It will be worse if you open it later. I ignored one from my gran. It was terrible." Harry looks at both of their faces. They are as white as paper. "What's a howler?" he asks. "Open it," Neville insists. "It will all be over in a few moments." Ron takes the letter from Errol's beak. He opens it with a butter knife he finds on the table. Instantly, Harry understands why everyone is so nervous. For a moment, Harry thinks there is an explosion. A terrible roar comes from the envelope. The sound fills the great hall and shakes the walls. The children cover their ears. "I can't believe you stole the car. I will not be surprised if you are expelled from Hogwarts. My own son, a car thief. Did you think for one moment how your actions might affect your father and me?" It is Mrs. Weasley's voice coming from the envelope. It is louder than Harry can imagine. Mrs. Weasley's voice is howling at Ron. People in the Great Hall turn around to see what is happening. Ron tries to hide under the table. He is very embarrassed. "We received a letter from Dumbledore last night. I thought your father was going to die from shame. You and Harry both could have died." Harry is waiting for Mrs. Weasley to talk about him, too. He pretends to ignore the loud voice, but he feels terrible. "We are absolutely disgusted. Your father's office is going to talk to him tomorrow. If you step 1 foot out of line and break the rules again, we will come get you and bring you home." Then there is silence. The red envelope falls to the ground and bursts into flames. Ron and Harry are very embarrassed. A few people in the Great Hall laugh at them. Hermione closes the book she is reading, Voyages with Vampires by Gilderoy Lockhart, and she looks at the boys. "Well, what did you expect, Ron?" she asks. "You don't have to tell me, Hermione. I know I made a mistake," Ron answers. Harry feels very guilty. He is responsible for Mr. Weasley getting into trouble at work, and the Weasleys were so nice to Harry during the summer. But Harry and the other children do not have time to worry. A loud bell rings. Classes are about to begin. Their first class of the new year is Herbology with Professor Sprout. Professor Sprout is a short, round witch who is always covered in dirt. The children walk to the greenhouse together. The magical plants are kept in the greenhouse. Professor Sprout arrives at the greenhouse with Gilderoy Lockhart. There is not a single piece of dirt or dust on Lockhart's clothes. He is perfectly clean. His blonde hair shines in the sunlight. "Oh, hello there, children," he says to all the students waiting outside the greenhouse. "Today's class is Greenhouse 3, children," yells Professor Sprout. "Things will get very interesting and dangerous now. Let's go inside, all of you." She begins to push the children into the greenhouse. The children look excited. Harry is about to enter, but Lockhart grabs his arm. "Harry, I would like to talk to you for a moment. Professor Sprout, you don't mind if he is a few minutes late, do you?" Professor Sprout does mind, but she nods yes, and takes the other children into the greenhouse. "Harry," begins Lockhart. "Harry. Harry is very confused. "I did not believe it when I heard you arrived here in a flying car," he continues. "I see you like to attract a lot of attention to yourself. Harry. Harry is about to ask Lockhart what on earth he is talking about when "I knew immediately why you came to school in such a spectacular way. I gave you the desire for attention. You were on the cover of the newspaper with me at the bookshop, and now you want all the attention. You want to be on the front pages again, don't you?" "Oh, no, Professor," says Harry. "You see, Harry, says Lockhart, interrupting him. "I understand. It's only natural to want attention, especially after I gave you your first taste of it. It's all my fault, really. I should have known that you were going to look for more fame." "I knew what you're thinking, Harry," continues Lockhart. "It's okay for him to look for fame. He's an internationally famous wizard already. But when I was 12, I was a nobody, like you are now. In fact, I was probably even more of a nobody. Some people know who you are, don't they? All that silliness with he who must not be named." He says this as he looks at Harry's scar. "I know what you're thinking, Harry. Your scar is not as good as winning the award for Most Charming Smile in Witch Weekly magazine 5 times in a row. But you must start somewhere, don't you agree?" Before Harry can answer, Lockhart winks at him and walks away quickly. Harry stands there for a moment, confused. Then he goes into the greenhouse. Harry enters the greenhouse and sees Professor Sprout talking to the children about mandrakes. There are many different colored earmuffs in a box next to her. "We will be replanting mandrakes today," says Sprout. "Now, who can tell me about mandrakes?" No one is surprised when Hermione raises her hand first. Mandrake, or mandragora, is a plant that has powerful healing properties. They make sick people well, says Hermione confidently. Mandrakes are used to turn people back into their original state if they are cursed or transfigured, she continues. Excellent, says Sprout. 10 points to Gryffindor. However, continues Sprout, the mandrake can also be very dangerous. The cry of a mandrake can be fatal if anyone hears it. But the mandrakes we will be replanting are still very young. You will be safe from death. Harry looks down at the plants in front of him. There are about 100 tiny little plants. Their leaves are a purple-green color. They look like normal plants. He does not understand what the cry of a mandrake means. Everyone, take a pair of earmuffs, says Professor Sprout. Make sure they cover your ears completely. Earmuffs on. Harry puts his earmuffs over his ears. They block the sound completely. Professor Sprout picks up one of the pots and pulls hard on the leaves. Harry gasps in surprise, a gasp that no one can hear. Instead of roots under the leaves of the plant, there is a small, dirty, extremely ugly baby. The leaves are growing out of its head. Its skin is a green-brown color. He cannot hear it, but the creature is crying very loudly. Professor Sprout takes a large pot from under the table and pushes the mandrake into the new soil. Only the leaves from the top of its head are visible. She gives a thumbs-up sign with her fingers and removes her earmuffs. The children take off their earmuffs. Because our mandrakes are still very young, their cries will not kill you yet, she says calmly, but they will make you unconscious for many hours. The work is much harder than they expected. The mandrakes do not like to come out of their pots, and they do not want to go into their new pots. By the end of the class, all the children are tired and dirty. After class, they all go back to their houses and get clean. Their next class is Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall. McGonagall's classes are always difficult. But today's class is especially hard for Ron. He is having a great deal of difficulty. His wand is still broken. He has used some special magic tape to repair it, but it is not responding like it should. Every time he tries to transmogrify a beetle into a button, his wand begins to smoke like a cigar. The lunch bell finally rings, and the children go to eat. After lunch, Harry, Ron, and Hermione go into the courtyard to wait for the next class, Defense Against the Dark Arts with Professor Lockhart. While they wait, Hermione continues to read her Lockhart book, Voyages with Vampires, and Ron and Harry talk about Quidditch. Suddenly, Harry sees a small, skinny, first-year boy staring at him. The boy is holding a Muggle camera. The boy turns red with embarrassment when Harry looks at him. "Hello, Harry," the boy says when he comes towards Harry. I'm Colin Creevy." He is very nervous. "I'm in Gryffindor too. Can I take a picture of you?" He shows Harry his camera. "Why do you want to take a picture of me, Colin?" Harry asks. "I know all about you. About how you survived when you-know-who tried to kill you, and how he disappeared, and how you still have the scar on your forehead." Colin is talking very excitedly. "I come from a Muggle family, and I am taking a lot of pictures to show my mom and dad back home. It would be amazing if I could take a picture of you. Maybe I could stand next to you and your friend could take the picture. And maybe you could sign it too." "So, now you're giving signed photos, eh, Potter?" It is Draco Malfoy. He is speaking loud enough for everyone in the courtyard to hear him. On his right side and left side, as always, are his mean friends, Crabbe and Goyle. "Everyone get in line," Malfoy yells. "Harry Potter is giving everyone signed photos." "No, I'm not," says Harry angrily. "You shut up, Malfoy." "You're just jealous," says Colin in a high, scared voice. He looks very small next to Crabbe and Goyle. "Jealous," says Malfoy. "Jealous of what? I don't want an ugly scar on my face. That doesn't make you special." Crabbe and Goyle laugh stupidly. "Eat slugs, Malfoy," says Ron angrily. Crabbe and Goyle stop laughing. They both look at Ron with mean looks on their faces. "Be careful, Weasley," says Malfoy. "You don't want to start trouble you can't finish. Do you need your mother to come and get you?" He begins to mimic his mother's howler letter. "If you step 1 foot out of line..." Ron pulls out his wand and prepares for battle. Hermione closes her book quickly and says, "Ron, look out!" Gilderoy Lockhart suddenly appears. "What's all this here? Who is giving out signed photos?" Harry is about to speak, but Lockhart grabs him by the shoulders. Lockhart yells, "I should have known that it was you, Potter. Come on, Creevy, take a picture. You will get 2 for the price of 1, eh? Then we can both sign your photo." Colin holds his camera up and takes a picture. The class bell rings. It is time for afternoon classes to begin. "Off you go to class, everyone. Move along, let's go," says Lockhart. Harry tries to leave but cannot move. Lockhart is still holding him tightly next to him. "Harry, you really must be careful," says Lockhart seriously. Your schoolmates will think you are trying to attract too much attention to yourself, signing photographs. Don't you think it is a little too soon in your career to begin signing photos? Lockhart begins leading Harry towards his class. One day, like me, you may need a pile of signed photos with you to give to admirers. But right now, honestly, it seems a little arrogant to give out signed photos of yourself. Don't you agree? He laughs sarcastically. I really don't think you're that famous yet. They enter Lockhart's classroom. Harry runs to the last row and finds a seat as far from Lockhart as possible. I hope Colin Creevey doesn't meet Jenny, says Ron to Harry. They will start a Harry Potter fan club. Harry does not think that is funny at all. Shut up, he yells. Lockhart clears his throat and begins to talk to the class. I'm sure you all know who I am. Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, and 5 times winner of the Most Charming Smile Award for Witch Weekly's magazine. But I don't like to talk about all that. I didn't defeat the Frankfurt Phantasm by smiling at him. Well, I'm sure you have all read my books, he continues. So, we are going to begin class with a little test. He hands out papers to all the students. You have 30 minutes to complete all the answers. Harry looks at the paper. He reads, 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? 2. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? 3. What do you think Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest accomplishment is? The questions go on and on and on until the last question, number 54. 54. When is Gilderoy Lockhart's birthday, and what would his ideal gift be? After 30 minutes, Lockhart collects the papers. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Not many of you remembered that my favorite color is lilac. It is in my book, Year with a Yeti. And if you had read Walking with Werewolves, you would have known my ideal birthday gift is harmony and peace between all magic and non-magic peoples. But Miss Hermione Granger knew my secret ambition is to remove all evil from the world and to create my own line of hair care products. Well done, Miss Granger. 10 points for Gryffindor. Now, let's begin class. Lockhart goes behind his desk and picks up a large cage covered with a cloth. Remember, children, it is my job to teach you how to protect yourselves from the evil creatures in the wizarding world. You may see the scariest creatures you can imagine in this room, but you will all be safe as long as I am here with you. Now, I ask you to remain calm. I must ask you not to scream, says Lockhart. Your screams may provoke them. Harry and the other children are very curious now. Lockhart takes the cloth and pulls it away quickly. "See here," he says dramatically. "Wild Cornish pixies." Many children begin to laugh. The pixies do not look scary or dangerous at all. The pixies are bright blue and about 20 centimeters tall. Their faces are pointed. They have very high voices, like chirping birds arguing. The moment Lockhart removes the cover, they begin making a frantic noise, chirping and rattling the bars of the cage. "Professor Lockhart," says Seamus Finnegan, "they're not very dangerous, are they?" Lockhart looks a little annoyed and irritated with the question. "I would not be so sure if I were you. Let's find out how dangerous they really are, shall we?" And he opens the cage. Many pixies fly out of the cage and fly out of the classroom window and into freedom. The rest of the pixies begin to cause chaos in the room. They throw books against the wall. They spray ink all over the children. They pull pictures off the wall. They throw the trash on top of the children. The children begin to scream. Several pixies grab Neville by the ears and hair and carry him high into the air. They place him on the chandelier on the ceiling. Many of the children hide under their desks to escape the little creatures. "Come, children," yells Lockhart. "You must collect them and put them back into their cage. They are only pixies." He takes out his wand and cries, "Pesca pixie, pestinome." His spell has absolutely no effect on the pixies. Lockhart has a terrified look on his face now. Suddenly, he jumps under his desk. 1 second later, Neville falls from the ceiling and lands on Lockhart's desk. Then, the class bell rings. All the students run from the room except Harry, Hermione, and Ron. Lockhart stands up from under his desk and looks around cautiously. It is safe for a moment. He says, "Well, if you three don't mind, you can put the pixies back in their cage. 10 points to Gryffindor if you do." Then he runs out of the room and closes the door. Harry, Ron, and Hermione look at each other in confusion and frustration. Chapter 8. Mudbloods and Rumors. During the next few days, Harry tries to avoid Gilderoy Lockhart as much as possible. But he cannot avoid little Colin Creevey. Colin seems to know exactly where Harry will be all the time. And Ron's wand is still broken and causing all kinds of chaos. So, Harry is happy that the week is almost over. He and his friends are going to visit Hagrid on Saturday. But, in the middle of the night, someone wakes Harry up. It is Oliver Wood, captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. "Wake up, sleepyhead," whispers Oliver. "It's time for Quidditch practice. Up you go." Harry looks out the window. It is still dark outside. "But, Oliver, it's not even dawn yet," says Harry sleepily. "That's right," Oliver says excitedly. "The earlier you wake up for practice, the faster you catch the snitch. Come on, get your broom. Let's go. None of the other teams are training yet. We're going to be the first this year." Harry yawns and gets out of bed. He looks for his Quidditch robes in the dark room. "Off we go," says Wood. Harry thinks Wood is too excited so early in the morning. As he is leaving the dormitory, little Colin Creevy says, "I thought I heard you wake up, Harry. Look what I have." Colin shows him a black and white photograph of Gilderoy Lockhart. Harry recognizes his own arm in the picture. "Will you sign it?" asks Colin. "No," answers Harry simply. "I don't have time. I'm going to Quidditch practice." "Oh, fantastic," cries Colin. "I'll come with you. I've never seen Quidditch before. You were the youngest house player in 100 years, weren't you? You must be amazing." Harry does not know how to escape Colin. He is like a shadow that does not stop talking. When Harry arrives at the practice field, the team is waiting in the changing room. But everyone looks like sleeping zombies, except Oliver Wood. He looks like he will explode with energy. "Look, all of you," Wood says. "We were the best team last year, but we lost." Harry feels very guilty. He was not at the last game last year. He was in the Hogwarts infirmary after the attack he suffered from Voldemort. So, this year, we're going to train harder than any other house. Let's get out there and get to work. As Harry practices with his team, he can see Ron and Hermione in the stands. He can see Colin, too. Colin is taking many pictures of the practice. Oliver thinks Colin is a spy for Slytherin, but Harry explains that Colin is just a big fan from Gryffindor House. Oliver looks down and says, "Well, we don't need spies from Slytherin. Look, they're already here." Harry looks down at the field. There are several children in green robes on the field. They have broomsticks in their hands. "I don't believe it," Wood yells. "I reserved the field for us today. I'm going to see what's going on here." He flies quickly down to the grass. Harry, Fred, and George follow him. "What's going on here, Flint?" says Oliver Wood to the Slytherin captain, Marcus Flint. Flint is bigger than Oliver and looks very much like a troll. The entire Slytherin team forms a wall next to Flint. "I have special permission from Professor Snape. He says we have to train our new Seeker," says Flint. "You have a new Seeker?" says Oliver. "Who?" A small boy behind Flint walks forward. He has a mean smile on his pale face. It is Draco Malfoy. "You're Lucius Malfoy's son," says Oliver. "That's right," says Flint. "And he gave us these." All the Slytherin players hold up their broomsticks. They are brand new, shiny, racing broomsticks with gold letters that say Nimbus 2001. "This is the newest model," says Flint. "They're the fastest broomsticks on the market." The Gryffindor team is silent. They have nothing to say. Ron and Hermione appear suddenly from the stands. They have come to see what the problem is. "What are you doing here?" Ron says to Malfoy. "I'm the new Seeker, Weasley," says Malfoy. "You Gryffindors are just jealous of the new broomsticks my father bought for the team." Ron is impressed with the broomsticks. Hermione is not. "At least no one on Gryffindor had to pay to be on the team," she says angrily. "They are on the team because of their talent. No one asked your opinion, you dirty little mudblood," Malfoy says angrily. Harry does not know what a mudblood is, but he understands immediately that it means something very bad. There is chaos on the field. The Gryffindor players want to attack the Slytherin players. Flint has to jump in front of Malfoy to protect him from Fred and George. Then Ron takes out his broken wand and points it at Malfoy. There is a terrible crash, and a bright green flash of light comes from the wrong end of Ron's wand. The flash pushes Ron hard to the ground. "Ron, are you all right?" cries Hermione. Ron opens his mouth to speak, but instead of words, Ron lets out a giant and many disgusting slugs fall out of his mouth. The Slytherin team laughs and laughs. The Gryffindors protect Ron. Ron keeps burping out large, sticky slugs. Nobody wants to touch him. "We should take him to Hagrid's," says Harry to Hermione. "It's the closest place." Hermione nods yes. They lift him up and carry him towards Hagrid's hut. As they carry him across the field, little Colin Creevey arrives. He is jumping up and down in excitement. "What happened? Is he sick? Will he be like this forever? Can you cure him?" Ron burps again, and more green slugs spill out of his mouth. "Ew, that's disgusting. Wait, hold him still, Harry. I want to take a picture of him." Harry is not happy. "Get out of the way, Colin," he yells. They are close to Hagrid's house when the front door opens. It is not Hagrid. It is Gilderoy Lockhart. "Quick, hide behind these bushes," whispers Harry. They move behind the bushes and wait for Lockhart to go away. Then they come out and Hagrid sees them. He is very happy to see them. "Hello, you all. I was hoping to see you." Inside Hagrid's house, Hermione and Harry explain what has happened to Ron. "I don't think we can do much to help him," says Hermione. "I think we just need to wait. You never know what will happen with a broken wand." Harry is curious. "Hagrid," he says, "why was Lockhart here?" He was trying to give me advice. I know how to do my job. I don't need him to tell me." Harry is surprised. Hagrid does not usually criticize the professors at Hogwarts. Hermione is offended. "I think you're being unfair, Hagrid," she says. "I'm sure Professor Dumbledore chose the right person for the position." "He was the only person for the position," says Hagrid. "No one else wants to work with the dark arts anymore. I think they're scared." "Anyway," Hagrid continues, "who did Weasley try to curse with his wand?" "Well," says Harry, "Malfoy called Hermione a mudblood." Hagrid looks very angry. "He called you a mudblood, did he?" Hagrid growls. "Yes, he did," says Hermione. "But I don't know what it means." "It's about the worst thing you can call someone," says Ron. "A mudblood is a terrible name for someone who was born to a Muggle family, someone whose parents are non-magic. There are some families, like the Malfoys," Ron continues, "who think that they are better than everyone else because they are pure blood. But who cares? Look at Neville Longbottom. He's a pure blood, but he can barely put on his own shoes. Or look at Hermione. She has Muggle parents, but she knows every spell in the book. Mudblood is a terrible thing to call someone, and most wizards are half-blood anyway. There would be no wizards without Muggles." He burps loudly, and several slugs slime out of his mouth. The children leave soon after. The moment they enter Hogwarts, they hear a voice. "There you are, Potter, Weasley." It is Professor McGonagall. "You will both have your detentions tonight. Weasley will polish the trophies in the trophy room, and no magic, only hard work. Mr. Filch will make sure you do a good job. Potter, you will help Professor Lockhart with his fan mail." "Oh no," says Harry. "Can I help Ron in the trophy room instead?" "Certainly not. Professor Lockhart asked for you specifically. 8 o'clock tonight, both of you." At 8 o'clock that night, Harry knocks on Lockhart's door only once, and the door flies open. "There you are, Potter. Just the chap I wanted to see." Come in, come in." There are pictures of Lockhart all over the office. Some are signed already. "You can put the addresses on the envelopes, Potter. Make it legible, make it legible." Harry sits down and begins to write the addresses on the fan mail envelopes. As Harry writes, Lockhart talks and talks about himself. Harry tries to ignore him. A long time passes. Harry is miserable. It must be time to leave soon, he thinks. Then, suddenly, while Lockhart talks about his favorite fans, Harry hears something. It is a voice, not Lockhart's. It is a cold voice, a terrifying voice, full of venom. Come to me. Let me rip you. Let me tear you. Let me kill you." Harry jumps in surprise. "What?" he says loudly. "I know," says Lockhart. "Can you believe it? 6 months on the bestseller list. I broke all the records." "No," says Harry in fear. "That voice! Did you hear that voice?" "What voice?" That voice that said..." "You didn't hear it?" Lockhart is looking at Harry as if he were a little crazy. "What on earth are you talking about, Potter? You must be getting tired. Good gracious, look at the time. We've been here for almost 4 hours. Time really does fly when you are having fun, doesn't it, Potter?" Harry does not answer. He is trying to hear the voice again, but there is no sound except for Lockhart talking. Harry finally leaves Lockhart's office. When he gets back to Gryffindor, it is very late. Ron is not back yet. Harry gets into his pajamas and climbs into bed. Ron finally walks into the room. He is groaning. "Oh, my arm! I can't lift it anymore." He burps suddenly, but only one slug comes out of his mouth. Talking very softly, Harry tells Ron all about the voice. "You say Lockhart couldn't hear the voice," says Ron. "Maybe someone was in the room with you, and you didn't see him? It doesn't make much sense to me." Harry looks confused. "I know," he says. He puts his head on his pillow. "I don't understand anything about this either." Harry closes his eyes and tries to fall asleep. Chapter 9. The Deathday Party. The seasons are changing. Autumn has arrived. Halloween is soon. The weather is cold and rainy. Many of the children are catching the flu. But Oliver Wood, captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, continues practices. To make matters worse, Fred Weasley has seen the new Slytherin broomsticks. They are faster than all of the Gryffindor broomsticks. One day, after a cold and depressing practice, Harry is walking down an empty corridor. He is wet, dirty, and tired from practice. He sees a figure looking out the window. It is nearly Headless Nick. He is talking to himself. Harry hears him say, "I can't be in the club because my head is not completely off." "Hello, Nick," says Harry. Hello, says nearly Headless Nick. He is as pale as smoke, and he is transparent. Harry can see right through him. "Is there something wrong, young Potter? You look sad," he asks. "So do you," says Harry. "Oh, it's nothing. I only wanted to join the Headless Hunt this year, but they did not accept my application. I am not completely headless, you see." He pulls down his collar. Harry can see the cut on his neck. It goes almost all the way through, but not completely. "Really? There is only a thin piece of skin holding my head on my neck, Nick complains. I'm really sorry to hear that, Nick, says Harry. So, what is bothering you, young Potter? Is there anything I can do? Harry shakes his head. No, he says sadly. Not if you can't find 7 broomsticks that are faster than Slytherin's broomsticks. We have a match. Suddenly, there is the loud sound of a cat meowing. It is Mrs. Norris. She is standing right between Harry's feet. She is very skinny and has yellow eyes. Mrs. Norris is Argus Filch's cat. Filch is the caretaker of Hogwarts. Filch hates the children at the school. The children do not like him either. He is always trying to catch the children behaving badly. When he catches them misbehaving, he punishes them. His cat acts as a kind of corridor monitor for Filch. You should leave now, Harry, says Nick. If Mrs. Norris is here, Filch is close by. And he is in a terrible mood. He has the flu, and he is extra mean today. He has been cleaning the castle all day because of the rain. And look at you. You are wet and covered in mud. I think you're right, Nick, says Harry. He turns to leave, but he is too late. Stop right there, you filthy boy, yells Filch. Look at you, all covered in mud, and you're dripping water everywhere. All the work I will have to do now to clean up your mess. That's it. I have had enough today. You deserve a punishment for this. Follow me, Potter. Harry has no choice. He waves goodbye to Nick and follows Filch. He leaves a trail of wet, muddy footprints behind him. Filch's office is a dark room with no windows. It is as ugly as Filch's. There is a rumor that he tortures the children down here in his office, but Harry does not believe it. Filch takes a feather pen from his desk drawer. He begins to write on a piece of paper. He talks to himself as he writes. Dirty children, just make a mess of things. Hours to clean. Name, Harry Potter. Crime. Harry cries out, but it was just some mud and water. Filch looks at him angrily. Mud and water to you, boy. I have to clean it up, don't I? I clean up all your messes. He continues to write and talk to himself. Crime, destruction of castle property, punishment. Filch is about to write Harry's punishment when, suddenly, there is a loud bang from the floor above. The ceiling in Filch's office trembles from the impact. Peeves! Screams Filch. He drops the pen. That's it, Peeves, you foolish phantasm. That's it. I'm coming to get you. Filch leaves the room quickly to find and punish Peeves. He does not even look at Harry. Peeves is the school poltergeist. He is a ghost that causes chaos at the school. Harry does not like Peeves, but he appreciates the distraction. Harry must wait for Filch to return. He begins to look around the office. He notices something on the desk. It is a large purple envelope. Harry reads what is on the envelope. Quick spell. A long-distance course in magic for beginners. Harry is very curious. He opens the envelope and begins reading the paper inside. Do you feel like your magic is not very strong? Is it difficult for you to cast simple spells? We have the answer for you. Quick Spell is a new and safe course to help you learn magic. Hundreds of wizards and witches have used the Quick Spell method. Harry puts down the letter. He is fascinated. Why is Filch using the Quick Spell course? Does this mean Filch is not a real wizard? Suddenly, Harry hears footsteps outside. Filch is returning. Harry drops the envelope with the letter onto the desk. Then the door opens. Filch enters. He looks happy. Filch walks over towards Harry and is about to say something. He sees that the envelope with the Quick Spell course is not where he left it. Filch's white face turns very red. He is embarrassed. He walks quickly towards the desk and quickly picks up the envelope. He throws it into a desk drawer. Did you read my letter, Potter? He asks suspiciously. Harry lies quickly. No. Filch looks angrier and meaner than ever. His eyes are open very wide. Harry is scared. If you read my letter... Well, it's not mine. It's for a friend, you know. Filch turns even redder. Very well. Go on. Off with you. And don't say a word about the letter that you didn't read. Harry cannot believe his luck. He runs out of the room quickly to escape Filch. In the corridor, he hears a voice. Harry! Did it work? It is nearly Headless Nick. I convinced Peeves to create a distraction for you. That was you? Says Harry. He is very grateful. Yes, it worked. No punishment at all. Thank you, Nick. I really appreciate your help. I wish there was something I could do to help you, Nick. You know, about your application to the Headless Hunt. Nick stops suddenly. Harry continues walking and walks right through Nick. It feels like he is walking through a cloud of ice. There is something you can do for me, Harry. Harry looks very happy. What is it? Anything? Well, this Halloween, I'm celebrating my 500th Death Day, says nearly Headless Nick. Oh, says Harry. He is not sure if he should be happy or sorry about this. Death Day, right? I am having a big party in one of the castle dungeons. My friends from all over the country will come. It would be an honor if you could come. Of course, you can invite Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger, but I'm sure you would prefer to go to the school Halloween party." "Of course I'll come, Nick," says Harry. "Oh, I'm so happy, my dear boy," says Nick. "Harry Potter will be at my Deathday party. I must go immediately and prepare." Nearly headless Nick turns and flies straight through the wall of the castle and disappears. Harry walks back to Gryffindor House. He is not sure if he should tell Ron and Hermione about Filch and the Quickspell course. When Halloween finally arrives, Harry begins to regret his decision to go to Nick's Deathday party. All the children are excited about the school Halloween party and feast. There will be music and dancing skeletons and Hagrid's giant jack-o'-lanterns. But Hermione helps Harry decide. "You made a promise, Harry, and you have to keep it," says Hermione. "But don't worry, we will come with you." This makes Harry much happier. So, at 7 o'clock on Halloween night, Harry, Ron, and Hermione walk past the Great Hall. The hall is filled with happy children. They continue and go down many stairs to the dungeon under the castle. There are tall blue candles lighting the corridor to the party. The children are a little scared. It is very cold down in the dungeons. The closer they get to the party, the colder it gets. They can see their breath when they breathe out. Then they hear something very strange. "Is that music?" asks Ron quietly. They turn the corner and they see nearly headless Nick. He is standing at the door to the dungeon room. "Hello, my dear friends," Nick says in a very sad and somber voice. "I am so pleased you could come to my Deathday celebration." The children cannot believe what they see. The dungeon is full of hundreds of transparent white ghosts floating all over the room. There are many ghosts moving on the dance floor. They are dancing to the terrible music. The lights in the room are a deep blue, like the color of midnight. It is like a freezer in the room. They walk around the room. They look at the ghosts and they talk to some of them. As they walk through the crowd of ghosts, Hermione says quickly, "Oh no, we have to leave. I see Moaning Myrtle. I don't want to talk to her." "Who's Moaning Myrtle?" asks Harry. "She's a very irritating ghost who haunts the girls' bathroom on the first floor," says Hermione. "She haunts a bathroom?" Ron asks in surprise. "Yes, the bathroom is out of service because she always scares the children who use it. It's very difficult to use the bathroom when she is crying and moaning with you there. Really, Harry, can we leave?" "I think it's okay for us to leave, Hermione," says Harry. "Maybe we can go to the hall and see the end of the Halloween party." They turn and walk towards the exit of the dungeon. Before they leave, there is a quick movement in front of the children. there is a little man in front of them. He is wearing a bright orange hat. He is also wearing a bow tie that spins. "Hello, Peeves," says Harry. It is Peeves, the poltergeist. "You are leaving already?" asks Peeves suspiciously. "I heard you talking about poor Myrtle," he says. "What you said about Myrtle was very rude." He turns around quickly and yells loudly, "Oi, Myrtle!" "Oh no," yells Hermione. "Please, Peeves, don't tell her what I said. She will be very upset. I like her, really. She's really very nice. Oh, hello, Myrtle." "How are you, Myrtle?" asks Hermione in a very false voice. "Miss Granger was just talking about you," whispers Peeves in Myrtle's ear. "I was just saying how nice you look tonight," says Hermione, a little embarrassed. Myrtle looks at Hermione with suspicion. "You're making fun of me," says Myrtle. She begins to cry. "No, honestly," says Hermione, desperate now. "Right, Ron? Right, Harry? Wasn't I talking about how nice she looks?" "Oh, yeah. Yes, she was." "Don't lie to me," Myrtle says, crying harder now. Peeves is laughing. He has created a difficult situation for Hermione. "I know what people say behind my back," continues Myrtle. "Fat Myrtle, ugly Myrtle, miserable moaning Myrtle." Myrtle begins crying even harder. Suddenly, the orchestra stops playing. There is the sound of a loud horn, a hunting horn. Then, dramatically, a group of 12 ghosts comes floating through the wall of the dungeon. They are all riding ghost horses. The hunters on the horses are all headless. It is the Headless Hunters. The leader of the Headless Hunters stops in front of nearly headless Nick. Nick is not happy. He wants to be in the group, but he is not completely headless. The leader yells loudly with a big voice, "Nick, how are you? I see your head is still on your neck." He laughs loudly. He is enjoying making fun of Nick. "Welcome, Patrick," says Nick unhappily. Nick turns away from Patrick and says, "My lords and ladies, your attention please. I would like to make my Deathday speech now." But no one is really paying attention to Nick. The crowd is more interested in Patrick and the Headless Huntsman. Nick looks very sad and depressed. Harry is very cold now, and very hungry. "Ron, Hermione," he says, "let's get out of here." They walk towards the exit of the dungeon. "Maybe there is still some cake in the Great Hall," says Ron as they leave the dungeon. Then Harry hears it. Terra Killer. It is that voice, that cold, evil, murderous voice that Harry heard before in Lockhart's office. Harry stops and listens carefully. "Harry, what's wrong?" asks Hermione. "It's that voice again. Be quiet for a moment." "So hungry for so long. Time to kill." The voice becomes lower and lower. "Can you hear it?" asks Harry desperately. The voice is moving upwards, moving through the ceiling like a ghost. "Follow me!" shouts Harry. He begins to run up the stairs and into the large entrance hall. But there is too much noise here from the Great Hall. The party is still going on. Harry continues up the marble stairs to the first floor. "Harry, please!" "Shh!" Harry listens carefully. "I smell blood. I smell blood." Harry feels sick in his stomach. "It's going to kill someone," yells Harry. Ron and Hermione are very confused. Harry ignores his friends. He runs quickly up to the next floor. Harry runs along the corridor on the second floor. He disappears around a corner. Ron and Hermione are behind him. They turn the corner and Ron yells, "Harry, what is going on? We can't hear anything." But Hermione gives a cry of fear. She is pointing at the wall of the corridor. "Look!" There is something written on the wall. There are large words written with a shiny red substance. It looks like wet blood. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the Heir, beware." "What's that hanging underneath?" yells Ron. They move closer. All three of them realize what it is at the same time. They jump backwards in fear and surprise. It is Mrs. Norris, Caretaker Filch's cat. She is hanging by her tail from a torch in the wall. She is rigid like a piece of wood. Her eyes are open, but they see nothing. For a few moments, the children do not move. "Should we try to help?" asks Harry, unsure. "Trust me," says Ron. "We need to leave now before someone finds us." But it is too late. The Halloween party has already ended. All the children are coming up the stairs to their rooms. Hundreds of children are coming down the corridor towards Harry, Ron, and Hermione. All the noise stops suddenly as the children see the words on the wall. They also see the cat hanging from the torch. Harry, Ron, and Hermione are standing there alone. Then someone shouts loudly, "Enemies of the Heir, beware! Mudbloods, You are next. It is Draco Malfoy. He is in front of the crowd of children. He looks excited. He is smiling with an evil smile as he looks at the hanging cat. Chapter 10. The Writing on the Wall. Poor Mrs. Norris is hanging from the torch. All the children are talking loudly. Suddenly, there is a loud voice. "What's going on here? What's going on?" It is Argus Filch. He pushes his way through the crowd of children. Then he sees Mrs. Norris hanging from the wall. "My cat! My cat!" he yells with desperation. Then he sees Harry. "You!" he screeches. "You murdered my cat! You killed her! I'll kill you! Argus!" It is Dumbledore. With him are Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Lockhart. He moves quickly past Harry and takes Mrs. Norris from the torch. "Come with me, Argus," says Dumbledore. "You too, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger." They all walk to Lockhart's office, which is very close. Dumbledore places Mrs. Norris on the table. He begins to examine her closely. Mr. Filch sits in a chair and cries. Harry does not like Filch, but he feels sorry for him right now. Finally, Dumbledore says softly, "She is not dead, Argus." Filch looks up. "No, dead? But why is she rigid and frozen like that?" "She has been petrified," says Dumbledore, "but I do not know the spell used." Filch looks angrily at Harry. "Why don't you ask him?" he yells and points at Harry. "The spell is too powerful for a second-year student, Argus. This is dark magic, very powerful dark magic," says Dumbledore. "He did it! He did it!" yells Filch. "He knows I'm a squib. That's why he killed her. He saw my quick spell letter." "I never touched Mrs. Norris, I swear," says Harry loudly. "I believe Harry was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time," says Snape suspiciously. "But I think we should know something. What were they doing in the corridor at that time? Why were they not at the Halloween party?" Harry's heart begins to beat very fast. "Really, Severus," says Professor McGonagall angrily, "there is no reason to prevent Harry from playing Quidditch. This cat was not hit with a broomstick. There is no evidence that Harry has done anything wrong." Dumbledore looks closely at Harry. Harry feels very uncomfortable. "Harry is innocent until proven guilty, Severus. They may leave," says Dumbledore. The children leave as fast as they can, without running. When they are far away from Lockhart's office, Harry asks, "Do you think I should have said something about the voice?" Ron answers quickly, "No. When you hear voices that no one else hears, people begin to think strange things about you." Harry looks at Ron. "But you believe me about the voices, don't you?" he asks. "Of course I do," says Ron quickly. "But you have to agree, it's strange." "I know it's strange," says Harry. "This whole thing is strange. Whose voice is that? What does the writing on the wall mean? The chamber has been opened. What does that mean?" Ron makes a strange face. He is thinking hard. "You know, I think I have heard of the story before, about a secret room at Hogwarts, but I don't remember anything about it." Then Harry asks, "And what is a squib?" Filch said he was a squib. Ron laughs. "Well," says Ron, "it's not really funny. A squib is someone who was born into a wizarding family, but they don't have magic powers." "But squibs are not very common. If Filch is trying to learn magic from the quick spell course, maybe he is a squib. That explains a lot about him, especially why he hates wizard students so much. He's very bitter about not being a wizard." A clock chimes somewhere. "It's midnight," says Harry. "We should go to bed before Snape finds us and punishes us." The attack on Mrs. Norris has many effects at the school. First, that is all the students talk about for many days. Second, because people think Harry is involved, the students begin to avoid him. They do not talk to him. And third, Hermione begins to spend a lot of time in the library. She is looking for information about the history of Hogwarts and the secret chamber, but she does not find any information about it. Some days later, Hermione and the children are in their History of Magic class. It is the most boring class they have. The teacher is Professor Binns. He is a small, round, boring ghost. He is boring, and he does not answer questions from the students. But on this day, Hermione finds courage. She raises her hand. Yes, Miss Granger?" says her teacher, confused that a student asks him a question. "Professor," says Hermione, "could you tell us anything about the Chamber of Secrets?" Says Professor Binns. "Poppycock, hogwash, balderdash, rubbish, silliness, blather and blether. The story is not true at all. It is all nonsense and silliness, Miss Granger. The Chamber of Secrets is only a legend. I am a professor of the history of magic. I only teach facts, not foolishness. Yes, sir, continues Hermione, but aren't all legends based in fact? The professor does not respond. Well, he finally says, yes, you could say that. Now all the students are interested in what the professor has to say. They are very curious. However, the legend you are talking about is very sensational. It is difficult to believe. The professor looks at all the children in the class. For the first time, he sees that they are really interested in what he has to say. Oh, very well, he says. The Chamber of Secrets. Where do I begin? The children are very excited now. They are finally paying attention to Professor Binns. Professor Binns begins his story. He tells the children that Hogwarts was founded over 1,000 years ago. It is ancient. There were 4 founders, all of them very powerful witches and wizards. There was Godric Gryffindor, Rowena Ravenclaw, Helga Hufflepuff, and Salazar Slytherin. They built Hogwarts far away from Muggles. They wanted to teach magic to wizarding people in safety. At that time, common people were afraid of magic. They persecuted wizards and witches. It was dangerous for them to practice magic. In the beginning, Professor Binns explains, the founders worked together. They cooperated with each other. They looked for children with magic powers and brought them to Hogwarts to teach them and protect them. But soon after, the founders began to disagree about important things. Slytherin wanted to prevent some students from coming to the school. He thought that only children of magical families should be taught magic. He did not want the children of Muggle families to enter Hogwarts. He did not trust these children. Soon the founders began to dislike each other and argue. Slytherin and Gryffindor had a terrible disagreement, and Slytherin left Hogwarts. But, explains Professor Binns, according to the legend, before Slytherin left, he built the Chamber of Secrets. He built the chamber and filled it with terrible and horrible things. And only his heir, his direct descendant, could open the chamber. The legend says that when the heir opens the chamber, all the horrible, terrible things inside will come out. They will escape and clean the school of all the children who do not deserve to be at the school. The Muggle children. Of course, continues Binns, the school has been searched and there is no sign of any chamber." The children are silent. Then Hermione raises her hand again. "Professor, what's all the terrible and horrible things inside the chamber?" "They believe that there is some kind of monster in the chamber, and only the heir to Slytherin can control it. But I can tell you that the Chamber of Secrets does not exist. It is a myth. Now, let us continue with real history." Professor Binns continues his boring lessons. After class, the children are in the corridor talking about Hogwarts and the founders. "I always knew Salazar Slytherin was a crazy wizard," says Ron, "but I didn't know he started all that stuff about purebloods. I'm glad I'm in Gryffindor. Really, if the Sorting Hat had put me in Slytherin, I would have left on the first train back to London." Harry doesn't say anything. He remembers when he was wearing the Sorting Hat. Harry remembers thinking, "Not Slytherin, not Slytherin." But the hat had considered putting Harry in Slytherin. He remembers the hat's voice. "Not Slytherin? Are you sure? You would be great, and Slytherin can help you find greatness." As they are talking, other children pass by them in the corridor. Some of them look at Harry in a strange way. "Harry," asks Hermione, "why are those kids looking at you like that? They are looking at you like they don't trust you." Harry feels sick. They think that I might be the heir to Slytherin. There is a rumor that is going around. "People here will believe anything," says Ron, disgusted. "But," he continues, "do you really think there's a Chamber of Secrets, Hermione?" "I don't know," she answers. "Dumbledore couldn't cure Mrs. Norris. That means the magic is very powerful. Almost like whoever attacked her might not be human." As they turn a corner in the corridor, they see the place where the writing was on the wall. The writing is still there. They look at each other. The corridor is deserted. "Maybe we should investigate," says Harry. They look for clues. "Look," Harry says after a few moments. "There are burn marks here, and here." "Come look at this," yells Hermione. "This is strange." Hermione is pointing to something next to a window. There is a long line of spiders. They are walking quickly through a small hole in the wall. It is like they are running away from something. "Have you ever seen spiders act like that?" says Hermione. "No, never," says Harry in wonder. "Have you, Ron?" asks Harry. There is no answer. Harry looks behind him. Ron is standing very far away. He looks terrified. "What's wrong, Ron?" asks Harry. I don't like spiders very much," says Ron. He is trying not to look at the spiders. The other children laugh at him. "It's not funny," cries Ron. "Keep looking for clues and stop laughing at me." Harry and Hermione continue looking for clues. they notice a door across from the writing on the wall. Harry is about to open the door when Ron says, "You can't go in there. It's the girls' bathroom." "Don't worry, Ron," says Hermione. "No one goes into this bathroom. That's where Moaning Myrtle stays. Let's take a look inside." They carefully open the door and go inside the empty bathroom. It is a very dark and depressing bathroom. The mirrors are cracked, the sinks are cracked, there is no toilet paper or paper towels. The doors to the individual toilets are broken, or there are no doors. Hermione puts her finger to her lips to tell the boys to be quiet. Then she goes to the last toilet stall. "Hello, Myrtle," says Hermione. "How are you?" Harry and Ron look inside the toilet stall. Moaning Myrtle is floating there above the toilet. "What are you doing here?" she says to the boys. "This is the girls' bathroom. You're not girls." "I'm sorry, Myrtle," says Hermione. "I just wanted to show them. Ask her if she saw anything," says Harry to Hermione. "Why are you whispering like that?" says Myrtle in a sad voice. "I hate it when people talk behind my back." "Myrtle," begins Hermione, "we wanted to ask you if you have seen anything strange lately. There was an attack on a cat last night in front of your bathroom door. Did you notice anything?" "I didn't see anything," she says in a desperate voice. "I hope you don't think I was involved in the attack," she cries very loudly. Suddenly, she rises quickly into the air and splashes into the toilet and disappears. Water splashes everywhere. All the children are wet. "We should probably leave and change clothes," says Harry. There is water dripping from his hair. The children go back to Gryffindor, dry off, and change clothes. In the Commons room, Hermione asks, "Who can it possibly be? Who would want all the squibs and muggleborns to be expelled from Hogwarts?" "Really, Hermione?" asks Ron, a little frustrated. "Who do we know who hates muggleborns?" Hermione looks at him and says, "Are you talking about Malfoy?" "Of course I am," says Ron. "You heard what he said in the corridor. You'll be next, Mudbloods. Who else could it be?" "I can't believe it," she says, shaking her head. "Malfoy, the heir of Slytherin?" "Just look at their family," says Harry. "They have been in Slytherin house for years and years. They could be the descendants of Slytherin. Malfoy's father is mean enough." "It sounds like it could be possible," says Harry, "but how can we prove it?" "Maybe there is a way," says Hermione, "but it would be illegal." Harry and Ron are very curious. "We would need to get into the common room of Slytherin," she continues. "We would need to ask Malfoy some questions. But we must be in disguise, so he does not know it is us asking questions." "But that's impossible," laughs Ron. "No, it's not," says Hermione. We just need some Polyjuice potion." "What's that?" Ron and Harry say together. "Snape talked about it last week," says Hermione. "It's a potion that transforms you into somebody else. We could change into 3 Slytherins. No one would know it was us. Malfoy might tell us everything." "I don't know about this Polyjuice," says Ron. "What if we are stuck forever as a Slytherin?" "Don't worry," says Hermione. "The effects don't last very long. But it might be difficult to get the recipe. There's a book, but it's in the restricted part of the library. We need a signed note from a teacher to enter the restricted area. Maybe we can convince one of the teachers." "Good luck with that," Ron says.
Chapter 11. The Mad Bludger.
The children have a plan. They will change their appearance and enter the Slytherin house. They will ask Malfoy questions. They want to discover if he is the heir of Slytherin. But to change their appearance, they need a special potion. The Polyjuice potion. They know where the recipe for the potion is. It is in a special book in the library. But there is a problem. The book that they need is in the restricted area of the library. And to get the book out of the restricted area, they need a signed note from a teacher. Harry, Ron, and Hermione know only one teacher who might be able to help them. Professor Lockhart. The clever part of the plan is that Lockhart does not need to know that he is helping them. The next day, Lockhart's class is about to end. "Before you all go," yells Lockhart, "you have homework for tomorrow. Write a paper about how I defeated the Waggle Waggle werewolf. 10 points for the best paper." The bell rings and the children begin to leave. Harry, Ron, and Hermione wait until all the children leave. Hermione walks to Lockhart's desk. She is holding a piece of paper. She seems nervous. Professor Lockhart?" she asks. "I'm doing a book report on your book, Grooving with Goblins." "Oh, really?" interrupts Lockhart. "Please, Miss Granger, tell me more." "Well," continues Hermione, "I wanted to take a book out of the library for research." She shows Lockhart the piece of paper she is holding. "But the book I want is in the restricted section of the library. I need a teacher's signature for permission. The book is about powerful potions, you see." "Please, Miss Granger, say no more. Of course I will help my best student understand one of my books better. Where do I sign?" Lockhart picks up a giant feather pen from his desk. Hermione puts the paper in front of him. He does not even look at the paper. He begins to make an enormous, loopy signature on the paper. "So, Harry," says Lockhart as he is signing the paper, "tomorrow is your first Quidditch game? Gryffindor versus Slytherin? I hear you're a very good player. I was a seeker too when I was a student here. They asked me to join the national team, but I wanted to dedicate my life to fighting the dark forces. Come see me if you want some private lessons. Lockhart gives Hermione the paper. She folds it and puts it in her backpack. Thank you, Professor Lockhart, she says. The children leave the room quickly. When they are far away, Ron says with excitement, I can't believe it. He didn't even look at the paper. Now we have what we need, says Harry happily. They run to the library. The librarian, Madame Pince, is an old, thin, impatient woman. She looks a little like a vulture. What book would you like to take out, young lady? She asks Hermione when they arrive at the library. Most Pente potions, answers Hermione. That is a restricted book, says Madame Pince in a suspicious voice. We have permission, says Hermione too loudly. She gives Madame Pince the signed paper. Madame Pince holds the paper to the light. She thinks it might be fake, but the signed note passes the test. She walks away towards the restricted section and returns after a few moments. She gives Hermione a large, ancient book. Hermione puts the book in her bag. They thank Madame Pince, and then they leave quickly and quietly. They run to the girls' bathroom where Moaning Myrtle lives. It's the best place to read the book, explains Hermione. No one goes in there because of Moaning Myrtle. As they open the book, they can hear Myrtle moaning in her toilet stall. She ignores them, and they try to ignore her. Hermione turns the pages carefully. Here it is, she shouts, the Polyjuice potion. There are illustrations of people transforming into other people. The people in the illustrations look like they are in pain. Harry and Ron are very nervous about this idea. This is the most complicated potion I have ever seen, says Hermione. We need many ingredients that are difficult to find. Leeches, powdered horn of a bicorn, pieces of skin from a boomslang, and of course, some little pieces of the people we want to change into. Excuse me? What did you say? Asks Ron. We have to drink pieces of the people we want to turn into. I am not drinking anything with crabs or Goyle's fingernails in it. Oh, stop whining, Ron, says Hermione impatiently. We don't have to worry about that yet. Those are the last ingredients we need. You know, says Harry, we're going to have to steal a lot of these things. We might have to break into Snape's office. That sounds dangerous to me. Hermione closes the book with a snap. Well, if you two are going to be chickens and run away from this, then fine. She is getting very frustrated with the boys. I don't want to break the rules, you know, she continues, but I think it is more important to protect Muggle-born students. Either you discover if Malfoy is the heir, or I will return this book right now to Madam Pince. Ron and Harry look embarrassed. Well, I never thought Hermione would convince me to break the rules, says Ron. Okay, we'll do it, but no fingernails, okay? When will the potion be ready, Hermione? Asks Harry. Well, some of the ingredients will be difficult to find, and some of the plants in the potion must be picked when the moon is full. So, the potion should be ready in about a month. A month? Shouts Ron. Malfoy can attack many of the Muggle-borns in the school by then. The children leave the bathroom and walk towards Gryffindor House. You know, Harry, Ron says, things will be easier if you just knock Malfoy off his broomstick during the game tomorrow. Harry and Ron laugh together as they walk down the corridor. That Saturday, the whole school is at the Quidditch Stadium. All the fans are excited to watch the game between Gryffindor and Slytherin. The weather is cold and rainy. Slytherin has better broomsticks, but Gryffindor has been practicing harder and more regularly than Slytherin. Gryffindor feels confident that they will win. The two teams walk onto the field. The crowd cheers loudly. The two team captains, Wood and Flint, shake hands, a little too strongly. Madam Hooch, the Quidditch teacher, says, "Okay, children, wait for my whistle." The crowd is silent. Madam Hooch blows her whistle. The crowd roars, and the 14 players fly quickly up into the sky on their broomsticks. Harry flies higher than all of the other players. He is looking for the snitch. Suddenly, Malfoy flies just below Harry on his very new and very fast Nimbus 2001 broomstick. "Good luck, Potter!" Malfoy screams sarcastically at Harry. But before Harry can say anything to Malfoy, he sees something coming towards him very quickly. It is a heavy black bludger. Harry must avoid the bludger. He dives quickly towards the ground. The bludger almost hits Harry. Harry's teammate, George, arrives to help. George manages to hit the bludger away from Harry, but the bludger changes directions quickly and begins chasing Harry again. Harry speeds towards the other side of the stadium. He can hear the whistle of the bludger close behind him. What is going on? Bludgers do not follow only one player like this. They are designed to try to attack as many players as possible. It begins raining. Harry can feel the heavy raindrops on his face. He has difficulty seeing because there is rain on his glasses. He has no idea what is going on with the other players. He is only trying to escape the Mad Bludger. He has no time to look for the snitch. Then he hears the commentator say, "Slytherin scores! Slytherin has 60 points. Gryffindor 0. The Slytherin broomsticks are obviously superior. Fred and George try to help Harry escape the bludger. Fred manages to hit the bludger away, but it turns back and comes quickly straight at Harry. "Something is wrong with this bludger," yells Fred. "I think someone has put a magic spell on it," yells his brother George. "We need a timeout." Team Captain Wood understands the situation. He calls a timeout to organize his team. "What's going on?" Wood asks his teammates as they stand on the field. "Someone has put a spell on the bludger. It's trying to kill Harry," says Fred. "That's impossible," says Wood. "They were with Madam Hooch before the game started. No one touched them but her." "Look," says Harry, "time out is almost over. You all worry about the game, and I'll worry about the Mad Bludger. We're losing right now." Oliver Wood looks at Harry for a moment. "Okay, Fred, George," he says, "you heard what Harry said. Let him take care of the bludger alone. You two continue the game. Now let's go." Madam Hooch blows her whistle to end timeout. All the Gryffindor players fly into the air to continue the game. Almost immediately, the bludger starts chasing Harry. Harry flies high into the air, then drops quickly in a crazy spiral. He pulls up just before he hits the ground. He is dizzy and feels a little sick. Suddenly, Malfoy passes quickly by Harry. "Are you training for the circus, Potter?" he yells. Harry speeds down the field. The bludger is right behind him again. Harry looks back at Malfoy. He wants to say something mean to him, but he does not say anything. There, right above Malfoy, is the snitch. Harry stops flying. He must decide what to do. He does not want Malfoy to see the snitch. Harry stays still a second too long. The bludger hits him hard in the elbow. His arm is broken. The pain is terrible. Now he is holding his broomstick with only one hand. His broken arm is useless now. He looks up and sees the bludger coming back at him. He has only one idea: get close to Malfoy. Harry flies straight at Malfoy. Malfoy thinks Harry is going to crash into him. He makes a high scream of fear and closes his eyes. Malfoy rolls over to escape Harry. Harry flies quickly over Malfoy. He takes his good hand off the broomstick and reaches for the snitch. His fingers close around the snitch, but he is only holding his broomstick with his legs. Harry begins to fall. With a loud thud, Harry hits the wet ground. His broken arm is bent at an unnatural angle. He is in terrible pain, but he can hear the cheering and shouting from the crowd. The snitch is in his good hand. In terrible pain, he says, "Oh, we won." Then he loses consciousness. Everything goes black. Harry finally opens his eyes a moment later. The rain falls onto his face. Someone is standing over him. "Oh, no, not you," Harry says. "Do not worry, Harry," yells Professor Lockhart. "I will fix your arm." "No," yells Harry. Harry tries to sit up, but the pain is too much. Then he hears a clicking noise. It is Colin Creevey taking pictures of him. "No, Colin," says Harry. "No pictures of this." "I would perform a simple spell," says Lockhart to the crowd of people around Harry. "I have done this many times." "Just take me to the hospital," says Harry, a little desperate. "Stand back, everyone," yells Lockhart. Lockhart raises his wand and points it at Harry's arm. Harry feels a very strange and uncomfortable sensation. It feels like his whole arm is being deflated. He does not want to look at his arm. He closes his eyes and turns his head away. But Harry's worst fear comes true. He hears the people around him gasp. "Oh no!" And Colin begins taking many pictures of Harry. His arm does not hurt anymore, but it also does not feel like an arm anymore. "Ah," says Lockhart. "Yes, well, that can happen sometimes. But look, his arm is no longer broken." Maybe someone should take him to the hospital," says Lockhart. Harry takes a deep breath, then looks at his arm. What he sees almost makes him pass out again. There, coming out of the sleeve of his robe, is what looks like a large, pink rubber glove. Lockhart has not fixed Harry's bones, he has removed them. His teammates carry Harry to the hospital building. Madame Pomfrey is not happy at all. "I can fix bones in a moment, but it is much more difficult to grow them back." "You will be able to grow back my bones, won't you?" asks Harry. "Yes, of course I will," says Madame Pomfrey. "But you will have to stay here tonight, and it will be very painful." Madame Pomfrey is holding a large bottle. The label of the bottle says, "Skelegrow." "This will be very painful, Mr. Potter," says Madame Pomfrey. Harry has no choice. He drinks the Skelegrow potion. It burns his throat. He coughs. Madame Pomfrey looks at him. She is a little angry and frustrated. Soon, Ron and Hermione come into the room. "That was an amazing catch, Harry," says Ron. "Gryffindor won, thanks to you." Harry is happy, but he says, "I want to know who put a spell on that bludger." Hermione responds, "That's another question we can ask Malfoy when we take the Polyjuice potion." "I hope it tastes better than the stuff I just drank," says Harry. "I just hope it doesn't have pieces of Slytherin students in it," says Ron. Many hours later, Harry wakes up suddenly. It is very dark. He feels a terrible pain in his arm. It feels like Hundreds of ants are biting him. Then he realizes that someone is touching his face. "Get off me!" yells Harry. He is scared. There is a dark shape next to his bed. It is Dobby, the house elf. His large tennis ball eyes are very bright in the dark room. "Dobby, what are you doing here?" Dobby looks like he is crying. "Harry Potter did not listen to me," he says very quietly. "Harry Potter came back to school. Why didn't you listen to Dobby, sir? Why didn't Harry go back home after he missed the train to Hogwarts?" Harry sits up quickly. He is surprised. "How do you know I missed the train?" asks Harry in surprise and suspicion. Dobby looks even sadder now. Then Harry realizes, "It was you," he says slowly. "You closed the barrier to the train." "Yes, sir, Dobby did, sir," says Dobby. "Dobby could not let Harry Potter go back to school. It is too dangerous for him there." Dobby begins to cry. Then suddenly he blows his nose loudly into his pillowcase clothes. "Why do you wear that dirty thing, Dobby?" asks Harry. Harry is curious about it. "This dirty bag that I wear is the uniform of a house elf. Dobby is a slave, and slaves wear dirty rags like this. Dobby can only be free if his master gives him real clothes to wear. My cruel family does not even give me a sock to wear. If they did, Dobby would be free to leave their house. Dobby would be free forever." Dobby continues, "Harry Potter must go home. Dobby thought the bludger would scare you, and then you would leave Hogwarts." Harry looks shocked. "You made that bludger attack me? It almost killed me." Dobby shakes his head. "No, never kill Harry," he says. "Dobby wanted the bludger to hurt Harry Potter very much, so Harry Potter would go home." "Why did you want to hurt me, Dobby?" Harry asks. He is very angry now. Oh, if Harry only knew how important Harry Potter is to us slaves. Dobby remembers how terrible life was when he, who must not be named, was powerful. We house elves were treated like insects, sir. We are still treated like rats, but life is better now for us, because you defeated the Dark Lord. His power was broken. Harry Potter gave us hope for a better future. And now at Hogwarts, terrible things are happening. Dobby cannot let Harry Potter stay here. Harry Potter must leave. The Chamber of Secrets is open again. Dobby stops talking. He realizes he has said too much. He jumps off the bed suddenly. He picks up a glass of water on the table next to the bed. He crashes the glass over his head. He climbs slowly back onto the bed. His eyes are crossed now from the concussion. "So the Chamber of Secrets is real," yells Harry. "But you said it was open again. Tell me, Dobby." Harry stops suddenly. "But wait, I'm not Muggle-born. I am not in danger from what is in the chamber, am I?" "Oh, sir, please do not ask Dobby anything more," cries the elf. "There are many terrible things, dark things that are planned for Hogwarts. But Harry Potter must not be here when they happen. It is too dangerous, it is, sir." "Who is it, Dobby?" Harry asks. "Who opened the chamber? Who opened it the last time?" "Dobby can't answer, sir. Dobby cannot tell Harry Potter. Go home, Harry Potter. Go home." "I'm not going anywhere," says Harry with conviction. "One of my best friends is Muggle-born. She will be the first to suffer if the chamber really is open." "Harry Potter is a noble boy, he is," says Dobby, "but she must leave Hogwarts before it is too late." Suddenly, Dobby stops talking. He lifts his head. He listens carefully. There is the sound of footsteps coming to the hospital dormitory. "Dobby must go," says the elf, terrified. There is a loud sound, and Dobby disappears suddenly. The next moment, Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall come into the dormitory. It looks like they are carrying a statue. Dumbledore at the head and McGonagall at the feet. They place the statue onto a bed. "Get Madame Pomfrey," whispers Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall leaves the dormitory and returns quickly with Madame Pomfrey. "What happened?" asks Madame Pomfrey quietly. She is looking at the statue on the bed. "There was another attack," answers Dumbledore. "Professor McGonagall found the boy on the stairs." "We think he was coming here to visit Potter," says Professor McGonagall. "We think he was carrying his camera to take a picture of him." Very carefully, Harry turns over and looks at the boy on the bed. The light from the moon enters through a window, and Harry can see who the boy is. It is little Colin Creevey. His eyes are wide open. His hands are out in front of him. They are holding his camera. "Is he petrified?" asks Madame Pomfrey. "Yes," answers Dumbledore. The three of them look sadly at Colin. Then Dumbledore takes the camera and pulls it out of Colin's rigid hands. "Do you think he took a picture of the attacker?" asks Professor McGonagall, hopefully. Dumbledore does not answer. He pulls the back of the camera open. Suddenly, there is a puff of dirty black smoke. The smell is terrible. "Oh no!" cries Professor McGonagall. "Melted! The film has all melted! Oh, Albus, what does this mean?" she says urgently. "It means," says Dumbledore, "that the Chamber of Secrets is open again." Madame Pomfrey and Professor McGonagall both cover their mouths with their hands in surprise. "But who did this, Albus?" asks McGonagall. The question is not who, answers Dumbledore. The question is how. Chapter 12. The Dueling Club. Harry wakes up the next morning. His arm does not hurt anymore. His bones have regrown. He looks over at Colin's bed, but there is a curtain blocking him. Harry gets out of bed. He wants to find Ron and Hermione and tell them about Colin and Dobby. Harry decides to go to Myrtle's bathroom. That's where they will be. He enters the bathroom and finds Ron and Hermione. They are already working on the Polyjuice potion. There is a small cauldron on the floor. The liquid inside is steaming and bubbling. Harry tells Ron and Hermione about the night before, about Colin and Dobby. They cannot believe what Harry tells them. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened before? Asks Hermione. Well, that's it, says Ron angrily. It must have been Malfoy's father who opened it the first time, and now he has told Draco how to do it. I wish Dobby had told you what kind of monster was in the chamber, he continues. No one has seen it, but it keeps attacking people. Maybe it is invisible, says Hermione. She continues to stir the Polyjuice mixture in the cauldron. We still need to add some ingredients to the potion, she says, but there is only one place to get them. Snape's private office. The children all look at each other. The days pass. All the children at Hogwarts are scared of the monster. December begins. Professor McGonagall asks all the children who will stay for the holidays. Harry, Ron, and Hermione all sign the list. The holiday is the perfect time to use the Polyjuice potion. They must discover if Malfoy is the heir. They still need the bicorn horn and the boomslang skin. They make a plan to take the ingredients from Snape's office. We need to create a diversion during his potions class, says Hermione. Then one of us can go into his office and take the ingredients. Harry and Ron look at her nervously. She understands. I think I should steal the ingredients, she says. If you two are caught again, you will be expelled. So you will create the diversion in class, and I will find the ingredients in his office. I will only need a few minutes. The time for the diversion has come. They are in potions class. All the children are cooking swelling potions in cauldrons on their desks. Harry looks at Ron and Hermione. They are ready. Harry takes one of Fred's firecrackers and touches his wand to it. The firecracker begins to fizz. He throws the firecracker into the air. It goes right where he wants it to go, into Goyle's cauldron. Goyle's potion explodes. The whole class is covered in swelling potion. The swelling potion falls on Malfoy's face. His face begins to swell like a balloon. Goyle's eyes are popping out of his face. They are like basketballs. Snape runs around trying to calm all the children. With all the chaos in the class, Hermione quietly leaves the room. A few moments later, Snape begins to give the children the antidote to the potion. Harry laughs at Malfoy. His face is the size of a pumpkin. Harry sees Hermione enter the room a few moments later. She has something under her robes. Snape finds the pieces of the firecracker in Goyle's cauldron. "If I discover who did this, I will expel them," says Snape. He looks right at Harry when he says this. Suddenly, the bell rings. Class is over. Harry, Ron, and Hermione leave together. "I'm sure Snape knows I caused the explosion," Harry says. They are rushing to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Hermione takes the stolen ingredients and throws them into the cauldron. "Okay," she says happily. "The potion will be ready in 2 weeks." "Snape can't prove it was you, Harry," Ron says. "And what can he do to you anyway? If I know Snape, he can do something terrible to me." The potion bubbles and plops. A week later, Harry, Ron, and Hermione are walking across the entrance hall. There is a group of children standing in front of the message board. They are reading a piece of paper that is pinned to the wall. "They're starting a dueling club," says one of the kids. "The first meeting is tonight," says another excitedly. "Wizard dueling might be useful," says a third kid. Harry, Ron, and Hermione love the idea of the dueling club. That night, they run to the Great Hall, where the dueling classes will take place. All the dining tables in the Great Hall are gone. In their place is a large, golden stage. Thousands of candles float in the air above the children's heads. "I wonder who our teacher will be," says Hermione. "As long as it is not—" "Oh, no," Harry says. Gilderoy Lockhart walks onto the stage. He is wearing magnificent robes. And with him as his dueling opponent is Professor Snape. Snape is wearing black robes as usual. Lockhart waves his arms for silence. "Come, children, come closer. Can you all see me well? Can you all hear me clearly? Excellent. Professor Dumbledore has given me permission to start this dueling club. I will teach you how to defend yourselves against charms and spells. You will find more information about my skills in my books. They are in the library, of course. I would like to introduce my assistant, Professor Snape. He has agreed to help me with a demonstration before we begin. Do not worry, children. You will still have your potions master after this demonstration." Snape is not happy with what Lockhart has said. "Wouldn't it be great if they turned each other into frogs?" says Ron quietly to Harry. "Let us begin the demonstration," says Lockhart. Lockhart and Snape take positions on opposite sides of the long stage. As you can see, we are holding our wands in the correct combat position. continues Lockhart, on the count of 3, we will cast our first spells. Neither of us will try to kill the other, of course. I hope Snape knows that, says Harry quietly to Ron. They both laugh. 1, 2, 3. Both professors swing their wands up and over their heads. Snape cries, Expelliarmus! There is a bright flash of red light, and Lockhart is knocked off his feet. He flies backwards off the stage and onto the stone floor. Malfoy and the other Slytherins laugh. Hermione is angry. She still likes Lockhart very much. Lockhart stands up. He looks a little dizzy. Well, children, he says, that was a disarming spell. As you can see, I have lost my wand. Oh, thank you, Miss Brown. Yes, Professor Snape, that was a good choice to show the students. Of course, it was very obvious what you were going to do. If I wanted to stop you, it would be very easy. Snape has a face of pure evil. Enough demonstrating, says Lockhart with a worried look on his face. Professor Snape and I will now put you into pairs, so you can practice what I teach you, Lockhart continues. Snape approaches Harry. Mr. Malfoy, he says with an evil look on his face, come here. I want you to practice with the famous Potter. And you, Miss Granger, your partner is Miss Bulstrode. The Slytherin girl is very large, very tall, and very strong. Hermione looks worried. The children pair up and find space in the Great Hall. Moments later, Lockhart cries, place your wands in the correct combat position. The children raise their wands over their heads. They are prepared to duel. Then suddenly, Professor Snape speaks. Professor Lockhart, why don't we let Malfoy and Potter demonstrate their skills for all the children to see? Snape has an evil smile on his face. What an excellent idea, says Lockhart. Harry and Malfoy climb onto the stage in front of all the children. Now, Harry, says Lockhart, when Malfoy points his wand at you, you do this. Lockhart raises his wand, moves it in a complicated zigzag action, then drops it. Oops, he cries. I think my wand is a little overexcited. Snape moves closer to Malfoy. He whispers something into his ear. Malfoy smiles an evil smile. Harry looks nervous. Don't be worried, Potter, says Lockhart, encouraging Harry. Remember, just do what I showed you. Harry looks even more nervous. What? You want me to drop my wand? Harry asks in fear. Lockhart is not listening to him. 3, 2, 1, go! Shouts Lockhart. Malfoy waves his wand and yells, Serpensortia! The point of Malfoy's wand explodes. A long black snake shoots out from the tip of Malfoy's wand. Harry is terrified. The snake falls onto the floor of the stage. It raises its head. It looks like it will attack. The children scream and run away from the stage. "Don't move, Potter," says Snape. He does not seem worried. In fact, Snape seems happy that the snake is moving closer and closer to Harry. "I'll get rid of the snake," says Snape, but he does not do anything. "Let me get rid of the snake," shouts Lockhart. He raises his wand and there is a loud bang. The snake does not disappear. It flies high into the air and falls back down onto the stage. The snake is very angry. It hisses loudly and slithers straight towards Justin Finch-Fletchley. It raises its head again. It opens its mouth slowly. Everyone can see its long, white fangs. The snake looks like it is going to attack. Harry does not know why he reacts. He does not notice when he moves towards the snake. Without even realizing it, he shouts at the snake, "Leave him alone!" The snake stops. It turns its head and looks at Harry right in the eyes. Suddenly, the snake falls to the floor and does not move. It looks more like a black garden hose than a dangerous snake. Harry believes the snake will not attack now. He cannot explain why he thinks this. He just knows that his friend Justin is safe. He looks up at Justin and smiles, but Justin looks angry and scared. "What are you trying to do?" yells Justin at Harry. Before Harry can say anything, Justin turns and runs out of the hall. Snape moves forward. He waves his wand over the snake, and it disappears in a puff of black smoke. Snape looks at Harry in an unexpected way. Harry does not like the look. "Come on," says Ron in Harry's ear. "We have to go." As they leave the hall, all the children look at Harry in a strange way. They look at Harry like he will infect them with something terrible. Ron, Hermione, and Harry run back to Gryffindor House. "Why didn't you tell us you're a Parselmouth?" asks Ron the moment they are safe inside the common room. "Tell you I'm a what?" Harry says. "A Parselmouth," says Ron. "You can talk to snakes." Harry tells them the story about the time he was at the zoo. He met a boa constrictor from Brazil and helped it escape. "You talked to a boa constrictor from Brazil?" asks Ron. "So?" says Harry. "I'm sure many people here can talk to snakes." Ron shakes his head. "Oh no, they can't," he says. "It's not a very common skill. Harry, this is bad." "What's bad?" says Harry. He is beginning to feel angry now. "What's wrong with everyone? I just told the snake not to attack Justin." "Oh, that's what you said?" says Ron. "What do you mean?" says Harry. "You were there, Ron. You heard me." "I heard you speaking parcel tongue, Harry. Snake language," says Ron. I didn't know what you were saying. Neither did Justin. That's why he was angry with you." "What?" says Harry. "I spoke a different language, but I didn't realize. How can I speak a different language if I don't know that I can speak it?" Ron and Hermione say nothing. They both look very sad and worried. "Can you please tell me what is so terrible about speaking in a snake language? I saved Justin, didn't I?" "It matters, Harry," says Hermione quietly. "It matters because Salazar Slytherin was famous for speaking to snakes. That's why the symbol of Slytherin House is a serpent." Harry can't believe what he is hearing. "And now the whole school thinks you are his great-great-great-great-grandson or something," says Ron. "But I'm not," yells Harry with panic in his voice. "I think that would be hard to prove, Harry," says Hermione. "Salazar Slytherin was alive 1,000 years ago. We have no way to know for sure. You could be his heir, Harry." Harry cannot sleep that night. Can he really be a descendant of Salazar Slytherin? He does not know anything about his parents. He never knew them. They were killed when he was only a baby, and the Dursleys never let him ask about his relatives. Quietly, Harry tries to say something in Parseltongue, but no words come out of his mouth. Harry is confused and frustrated. But before he falls asleep, he decides he will talk to Justin the next day in herbology class. He wants to explain what happened at dueling camp. He'll explain to Justin how he was only trying to stop the snake, not make it attack Justin. But of course, thinks Harry, no one thinks I tried to hurt Justin. Then he finally falls asleep. The next morning, herbology class is cancelled. Because of all the attacks, Professor Sprout focuses on taking care of the mandrakes. They must grow quickly so they can save the petrified children. Harry decides to go look for Justin. Maybe he is in the library studying. Harry walks to the library. In the back of the library, Harry sees a group of Hufflepuffs. They are all talking close together and quietly. He cannot see Justin with them, but he hears the Hufflepuffs talking about him. Harry hides behind a bookshelf. What is it? Well, I told Justin to hide in the dormitory, especially since Potter is trying to petrify him. Potter knows Justin is Muggle-born. A Hufflepuff girl asks a question, "But Ernie, do you really think Harry is the heir to Slytherin?" Harry listens closely. "Hannah, he's a Parselmouth. Everyone knows that a wizard who speaks to snakes is a dark wizard. Remember, they called Slytherin Serpent Tongue. And don't forget what was written on the wall. Enemies of the heir, beware. Potter has an argument with Filch, then Mrs. Norris is attacked. That little boy, Colin Creevy, he was irritating Harry at the Quidditch match, taking pictures of him. Now Colin's a statue." "But didn't Harry defeat you-know-who?" asks Hannah. Ernie makes his voice very quiet. "No one knows how Harry survived the attack by you-know-who. He should have died for sure. Only a very powerful dark wizard could survive that attack. That's probably why you know who wanted to kill him. He didn't want competition from another powerful dark wizard. Harry decides he has heard enough. He steps out from behind the bookshelf. "Hello, everyone. I'm looking for Justin," says Harry. Harry almost laughs. All the Hufflepuffs look terrified. Then Ernie says, "Why do you want to see him?" "I just want to explain what happened at the Dueling Club," says Harry. "We were all there, Harry," says Ernie. "We saw what happened." Harry is angry. "Then you saw that the snake stopped after I talked to it, didn't you?" he asks. "All I saw was you speaking Parseltongue and chasing the snake towards Justin." "I didn't make the snake attack Justin," yells Harry. He is furious now. "The snake didn't even touch him." "And before you have any more ideas," says Ernie, "I'm from a wizarding family. My family goes back 9 generations, all wizards, witches, and warlocks. My blood is as pure as wizard blood can be. So don't try, I don't care what kind of blood you have," yells Harry. "Why would I want to attack Muggleborns?" Harry turns around and walks away quickly. He runs down the corridor. He wants to go to the Hufflepuff dormitory to talk to Justin. In the corridor, he meets Hagrid. "Hello, Harry," he says, happy to see Harry. He is carrying a dead rooster in his hand. "Hello, Hagrid," says Harry. "What do you have there?" "It's the second rooster killed this semester," Hagrid explains. "I need permission from Dumbledore to put a spell on the chicken house." Harry is too angry to talk to Hagrid. "I'm sorry, Hagrid. I can't talk right now. I have to get to class," he lies. Harry walks off towards Hufflepuff. Hagrid looks at him, a little worried. Then he continues to Dumbledore's office. Harry is very angry because the children from Hufflepuff think he will hurt Justin because he is a Muggle-born. He is so angry that he is not paying attention to where he is walking. Suddenly, he trips over something that is on the floor. The corridor is dark, and he cannot see immediately what it is. He stands up and walks closer to the object. His stomach feels sick. It is Justin Finch Fletchley. He is lying on the floor. He is rigid and cold. He has a look of shock and fear on his face. His eyes are wide open, but they don't see anything. Next to him is another figure. It is the strangest thing Harry has ever seen. It is nearly headless Nick. He is not white and transparent. He is like black smoke. He has the same expression on his face as Justin. Harry wants to run, but he cannot leave them here. He must do something. But before he can decide, Peeves the poltergeist appears suddenly. "Well, it's Potty Potter. Oh ho ho!" He laughs at his own joke. "What are you doing here, Potty Pot?" Then Peeves notices Justin and Nick. Harry tries to stop him, but Peeves yells, "Attack! Another attack! No mortal or ghost is safe. Run for your lives!" There is the sound of many doors opening in the corridor. Classroom doors open and the children come out to see what is going on. Many children come running into the corridor. They see Justin and they see Nick. And they see Harry there too. Professor McGonagall arrives. She flashes her wand to get the children's attention. Ernie is there too. "Caught in the act, Potter!" Ernie yells. Professor McGonagall organizes a group to carry Justin to the hospital building. Other children use a fan to push Nick down the corridor. "Come with me, Potter," says Professor McGonagall. "But, Professor," begins Harry, "I swear I didn't. This is out of my control now, Potter," she interrupts. They walk down the corridor. They turn a corner and stop in front of a statue. It is an ugly stone gargoyle. "Sherbet lemon," she says the password loudly. The gargoyle suddenly begins to move, and the wall behind moves apart. Harry is terrified and amazed at the same time. Behind the wall is a staircase, a spiral staircase. It moves upwards like an escalator. Professor McGonagall and Harry step on to the staircase. Harry knows where they are going. This is where Dumbledore lives. Chapter 13. The Polyjuice Potion. Professor McGonagall and Harry step off the spiral staircase. There is a door there. McGonagall knocks on the door softly. The door opens silently. They enter the room. Professor McGonagall tells Harry to wait. Then she leaves Harry alone. Harry looks around. This is Dumbledore's office and living quarters. Harry thinks it is the most interesting office he has seen. It is a large, circular room, and very beautiful. It is full of many interesting things. The walls are covered with portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses of Hogwarts. They all look like they are sleeping. There is also a very large wooden desk. On a shelf behind the desk is an old, pointed hat, the Sorting Hat. Harry wants to put the hat on. He wants to make sure he is in the correct house. He walks over to the hat and picks it up. He puts it on his head. It is much too big for him. It falls over his eyes, just like the first time he put it on. Harry waits. Then he hears a quiet voice in his ear. "Welcome back, Harry Potter," says the hat. "Ha ha ha! I know why you are here. You want to know if I placed you in the correct house, don't you?" "I'm so sorry to bother you," says Harry. "But yes, am I in the right house?" continues the hat, "you were difficult to place. But what I said was true." Harry feels very happy and satisfied. The hat placed him in Gryffindor. The hat continues, "You would have been very successful at Slytherin." Harry feels very sad now and depressed. He takes the hat off quickly. "You're wrong," says Harry. He throws the hat back onto the shelf. The hat is silent now. Then suddenly, Harry hears a strange coughing and gagging noise behind him. He turns around quickly. There, standing on a pole made of gold, is an ugly old bird that looks like a turkey without feathers. Harry thinks the bird looks very sick. The bird makes the strange noise again. A couple of feathers fall off the bird as Harry looks at it. Suddenly, the bird bursts into flames. Harry yells in shock and surprise. He looks around for some water to throw on the poor creature. The bird is now a bright ball of fire. It gives a loud screech, and then it explodes in a bright light of fire and smoke. The bird is gone. There is only a pile of ash on the floor. Then Dumbledore enters the room. "Professor," yells Harry, "your bird! I couldn't do anything. He just burst into flames." Dumbledore smiles at Harry. "It's about time," he says. "I was expecting him to do that." Harry cannot believe what he is hearing. "You see, Harry, Fox is a phoenix. Phoenixes burst into flames when it is time for them to die. Then they are reborn from the ashes. Just look." Harry looks at the small pile of ashes on the floor. There, in the middle, is a small, pink, newborn bird. It is as ugly as the old one, thinks Harry. "It's too bad you only saw him on his burning day," continues Dumbledore. "He really is a beautiful bird. His feathers are bright red and orange. Phoenixes are fascinating creatures, in fact. They can carry very heavy things. Their tears have strong healing powers, and they are very loyal pets." While Harry watches the burning of Fawkes the Phoenix, he completely forgets why he is in Dumbledore's office. But he suddenly remembers everything that has happened with Justin and nearly headless Nick. "Professor Dumbledore," says Harry, desperate. "Do not worry, Mr. Potter," says Dumbledore softly. "I know you did not commit any of these attacks." "So, you don't think it was me?" says Harry. "No, I do not," says Dumbledore. "But I still want to talk to you. I must ask you, Harry, is there anything you would like to tell me? Anything at all?" Harry does not know what to say. He thinks of what Malfoy said, "Mudbloods, you are next," and of the Polyjuice potion? Then he thinks about the strange voices he hears, and being able to speak Parseltongue. He wonders if he is connected to Slytherin. He feels very scared now. "No," says Harry, "there isn't anything I have to say." The days pass. The children are terrified of the attacks, especially because of nearly headless Nick. If something could do that to a ghost, imagine what terrible power the creature has. As the semester ends, the children almost run from Hogwarts. They all leave on the Hogwarts Express. The train will help them escape Hogwarts for the holidays. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stay at the school for the holidays. Malfoy is also staying at Hogwarts for the holiday, and Crabbe and Goyle always do what Malfoy does, so they are staying at the school for the holidays too. This will be the perfect opportunity to use the Polyjuice potion. On Christmas morning, Hermione tells Harry and Ron that the potion is ready. "I think we should use it tonight," she says, "but we still need a piece of the people we're changing into. You two will need pieces of Crabbe and Goyle, obviously. They're Malfoy's best friends. Malfoy will tell them anything. But we need to make sure the real Crabbe and Goyle do not appear when you are talking to Malfoy. I prepared a sleeping potion. I mixed it into these chocolate cakes. Crabbe and Goyle will eat anything. Give them to them at dinner tonight. When they are asleep, you can lock them in the cleaning closet. Then you can take some hair from each of them." Harry and Ron look at each other. They are not happy about this. The potion won't work unless you have Crabbe and Goyle's hair, Hermione continues. "Oh, all right," says Harry. "But what about you? Whose hair are you going to pull out?" "I already have my hair," answers Hermione. She holds up a glass bottle with a single hair in it. "It's from Millicent Bulstrode. I got it when we were dueling. I took the hair off her robe." It is time to begin the Polyjuice potion operation. During dinner in the Great Hall, Ron and Harry place the chocolate cakes with the sleeping potion in them next to Crabbe and Goyle. They see the cakes and eat them quickly. Soon after, Crabbe and Goyle leave the Great Hall. They are going back to Slytherin. Harry and Ron follow them. Crabbe and Goyle are walking down a corridor towards Slytherin. They both stop, look at each other, then fall onto the floor. They are fast asleep. Harry and Ron act quickly. They run over to them and drag them by the feet into the cleaning closet. Harry pulls some hair from Goyle's head and Ron pulls some hair from Crabbe's head. They also take their shoes. Crabbe and Goyle are much bigger and taller than Ron and Harry. They run quickly to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Hermione is already there. She is stirring the cauldron. Harry and Ron look at the potion in the cauldron. It looks like brown mud. The smell is terrible. "Did you get the hairs?" she asks. Harry and Ron show Crabbe and Goyle's hair. "Good," she continues. "I have some large robes too. The ones you have are too small for you." "The potion is ready," she says. Here's one glass for you, Harry, one for you, Ron, and one for me. It will only last 1 hour. Now, you have to put the piece of hair into the potion. Then you have to drink it. Harry and Ron and Hermione put the hair into their glass. The brown potion suddenly turns yellow. Now, go to your toilet stall and drink the potion. Ron and Harry both go to an individual toilet stall. Now they all have room to transform. Ready? Asks Hermione. Ready? Harry and Ron answer at the same time. Harry holds his nose and quickly drinks the thick liquid. It tastes like old vegetables. He immediately feels something happen inside him. His stomach begins to burn. He thinks he might vomit. Now he feels the burning sensation in his fingers and toes. Then he feels the burning all over his body. He looks at his hands. They are growing. His body begins to change. He is growing. He is growing taller and fatter. His feet are growing, and his shoes are too small now. He pulls off his shoes quickly. Then he feels his skin. It feels like his skin is melting, like melting wax. Then suddenly everything stops. He puts on Goyle's large shoes, and he puts on the large robes. But he cannot see clearly. He realizes he is still wearing his glasses. He takes his glasses off, and his vision is clear. He puts his glasses in his pocket. Are you two okay? Harry asks with Goyle's deep voice. Yeah, I'm okay, answers Ron with Crabbe's higher voice. Harry leaves his toilet stall and looks in the mirror. Goyle looks back at him. Harry touches his nose. So does Goyle. Ron's door opens. Harry and Ron, Goyle and Crabbe look at each other. This is unbelievable, says Ron, looking in the mirror. Unbelievable. Come on, Hermione. We need to hurry, says Harry. There is a strange voice in Hermione's toilet stall. I don't think I will go. You two go without me, says the voice. Hermione, we know Millicent Bulstrode is ugly, but no one will know it is you, says Ron. No, I think I'll stay here. Really, don't waste any more time. Okay, says Harry. We'll meet you back here when we're done. Harry and Ron hurry towards Slytherin House. As they are walking down a corridor near the dungeon, they hear a voice. Where have you two been all this time? I was looking for you. It is Draco Malfoy. Harry and Ron are terrified, but they continue to walk with Malfoy. They stop in front of a stone wall. Pure blood, says Malfoy. It is the secret password. The Slytherin common room is long and dark. There are green lamps on the walls. There is a large fire in the fireplace. They all sit in empty chairs near the fire. Ron and Harry feel very uncomfortable in this situation. Malfoy looks at them. What's wrong with you two? You look more confused than normal, Malfoy laughs at his own mean joke. Are you too scared of the creature from the chamber? You know, I can't believe the newspaper hasn't reported the attacks. The Daily Prophet would love a story like that. I guess Dumbledore is trying to hide the story from the public. My father says Dumbledore is the worst thing that has ever happened to Hogwarts. He loves Muggleborns too much. A good headmaster would never let trash like Colin Creevey into Hogwarts. Well, Malfoy continues, what's wrong with you two? What do you have to say about that? Harry and Ron are not prepared to answer a terrible comment like that. Then they realize they must answer. Yeah, right. No Muggleborns allowed, answers Harry quickly. Says Malfoy. That's better, Goyle. That's better. And not to mention Saint Harry Potter, friend of all Mudbloods, says Malfoy angrily. Can you believe he's friends with that stupid Hermione Mudblood? And people think Potter's the heir to Slytherin, Malfoy protests. Harry and Ron look at each other. Malfoy is about to confess and say that he is the heir. But then, I wish I knew who the heir was, says Malfoy. I could help them. Harry and Ron can't believe it. Malfoy is not the heir. Harry reacts quickly. But don't you know who is attacking all these people? Asks Harry in Goyle's voice. You know I don't know, Goyle. How many times do I have to tell you? And my father won't tell me anything either. He knows something, but he wants to protect me, I guess. One thing I do know is that the last time the chamber was opened, a Mudblood died. So I guess another Mudblood is going to die this time too. I hope it's Granger, says Malfoy with an evil smile. Ron wants to attack Malfoy with Crabbe's strength and strong hands, but Harry looks at him quickly. Then he asks, do you know if the person who opened the chamber the last time was caught? Oh yeah, whoever it was expelled, says Malfoy. They're probably in Azkaban. Azkaban, says Harry, confused. Azkaban, the wizard prison, Goyle, says Malfoy. He looks at Harry with a confused look. Really, Goyle? If you were any slower, you would be walking backwards. My father told me not to interfere. He says to let the heir do what is necessary. The school needs to eliminate the Mudblood trash. But he doesn't want me involved in any way. He is already being investigated by the Ministry of Magic. They came to our house last week, you know. They didn't find anything, of course, Malfoy continues. My father has a lot of dark arts stuff, but he hides it in a secret chamber in the living room. Really? Says Ron, curious. Both Malfoy and Harry look at Ron. Ron feels embarrassed. Then Ron feels something strange happening. His nose is getting longer. The time is running out. Ron is turning back into Ron. Harry sees Ron changing and feels the change himself. They both jump up and run as fast as they can out of the Slytherin common room. They run back to the entrance hall corridor. Their big shoes fall off their feet as they run. They can hear the real Crabbe and Goyle in the cleaning closet. They run quickly past it and continue to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. "Well, we didn't discover who the heir is," says Ron, closing the bathroom door. "But I'm going to tell my father about the secret chamber in Malfoy's house. He works for the Ministry of Magic. He might be able to do something." Harry looks at his face in the mirror. He is Harry again, but he can't see clearly. He puts his glasses on. He sees his own face again. Ron knocks on Hermione's toilet stall. "Hermione, come out. We have to talk to you." "Go away," she responds. "What's the matter?" says Ron. "You must be back to normal by now. What's—" The lock to the door slides back. Hermione opens the toilet stall door. Hermione is standing there, except it is not Hermione. Her face is covered in black fur. Her eyes are yellow, and she has long pointed ears on her head. "Meow, the hay I had was from Millicent's cat. Meow. The potion was only supposed to be used with humans, not animals." Hermione begins to cry. "Don't worry, Hermione," says Harry. "We'll take you to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey will be able to help you." And she doesn't ask too many questions. As they leave the bathroom, they can hear Moaning Myrtle say, "Ha ha ha, they make fun of you like they make fun of me. And wait until everyone sees your tail. Meow." Chapter 14. The Very Secret Diary. Hermione stays in the hospital for several weeks because of her feline condition. Harry and Ron visit her every day, and when the new semester begins, they bring her homework from each day. She is happy to be able to keep studying, and she is even happier when all the fur on her face is gone. But her eyes stay yellow for some time. One day, returning to Gryffindor from the hospital building, Harry and Ron hear something strange. There is a loud yell. Someone is angry and yelling in a corridor above them. "That sounds like Filch," says Harry. They run up the stairs to discover what is going on. Has there been another attack, they wonder? They come to the corner of the corridor and listen. They can hear Filch. He sounds hysterical. "These children are the worst. All I do is clean up their messes. Now this. The bathroom is flooded. Water all over the corridor. I'll be up all night cleaning this up. That's it. I'm going to Dumbledore to complain." They can hear Filch walking down the corridor in the other direction. They look around the corner and see the water on the floor. The water is coming from Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. The boys must investigate. They step through the large puddle of water and open the door to the bathroom. They can hear Myrtle moaning in her toilet stall. The floor of the bathroom is completely covered in water. They get closer to her toilet stall and look inside. The source of the water is Moaning Myrtle's toilet, and she is hiding inside the toilet. "Myrtle, are you all right?" asks Harry, concerned. "Who's there?" she asks, crying loudly. "Are you going to throw more books at me?" Harry and Ron look at each other, confused. "Books?" asks Harry. "What do you mean, Myrtle?" "Someone came in here and threw a book at me while I was in my toilet stall. The book fell into the toilet. I don't deserve this kind of treatment." She begins to cry and moan even louder. Harry builds up some courage and puts his hand in the toilet. He feels something at the bottom. It is blocking the water. "Yuck! That's disgusting," says Ron. He makes a face. Harry pulls hard and out comes the book. It is a small, thin book. Its cover is made of leather. "Be careful, Harry," says Ron. "My father says that there are some magic books that can be dangerous." Harry looks closely at the book. It is a diary. There is a date on the cover. The book is 50 years old. He opens the book. On the first page he can see writing. There is a name in blurred ink. T.M. Riddle. "You know, Harry," says Ron, "I think I know that name. T.M. Riddle won an award for special services at the school 50 years ago." "How do you know all that?" asks Harry. "I saw his trophy in the trophy room," continues Ron. "Filch made me clean it about 50 times during detention. If you spend an hour cleaning a trophy for T.M. Riddle, you will remember the name." Harry turns the pages in the book. There is no writing in the book, not on a single page. "I guess he never wrote in this book," says Harry, a little disappointed. Harry turns the book over. He looks at the back cover. He reads the name of the publisher of the book. "I think Riddle was Muggle-born," says Harry. "This book is from a Muggle store in London." "Well, I think you can throw it away," says Ron. "You can't use a wet book like that. At least you solved the water problem for Filch." Back at Gryffindor, Hermione thinks the book might have special powers. She has returned from the hospital building. Her pointed ears and whiskers are gone. "If the book has hidden powers," says Ron, "why did someone throw it in the toilet?" Harry has a surprised look on his face. "What is it?" asks Ron. "Well," he says, "the Chamber of Secrets was opened 50 years ago, wasn't it?" "That's what Malfoy says." "Yeah," says Ron. "And this diary is 50 years old," says Hermione, excited. "And," says Ron. "Oh, Ron, wake up!" yells Hermione. "Think about it. The person who opened the chamber was expelled 50 years ago." "That's right, Hermione," says Harry. "We know T.M. Riddle received an award for special services from the school 50 years ago," continues Hermione. "Maybe he got the reward for catching the heir of Slytherin. His diary would tell us everything. Where the chamber is, how to open it, what kind of creature lives in it." "That's a great theory, Hermione," says Ron. "There's just one problem. There's nothing written in the diary." Hermione is now holding her wand. "Maybe it's invisible ink," she says excitedly. She taps the diary 3 times and says, "Apparicium." Nothing happens. She tries other spells, but nothing happens. "See," says Ron, "there's nothing in it." As time passes, the children at the school feel safer. There haven't been any attacks since nearly Headless Nick and Justin. And Madame Pomfrey says the mandrakes are almost ready to use to help the petrified children. Maybe the heir of Slytherin has decided to stop the attacks. It is more dangerous for the attacker now. Everyone at Hogwarts is aware and alert. Harry does not want to give up on the diary. Harry feels connected to T.M. Riddle. He doesn't know him, but he feels that he is important. One night, Harry cannot sleep. He takes out the diary and turns the pages. Then he gets an idea. If the diary is magic, maybe he should write something in it. He can't think of anything else to do. He goes to his desk. He places the diary on the desk. He takes out a feather quill pen. He puts the tip of the pen in some ink and begins to write on a page in the diary. The ink appears clearly on the page. Then suddenly it disappears, like it is being absorbed by the paper. Then Harry has another idea. He writes, "My name is Harry Potter." His words are clear on the paper. For a moment, then they disappear into the page. Then something happens. Harry can see new ink appear on the page. There are words on the page now. They are not Harry's words. "Hello, Harry Potter. My name is Tom Riddle. How did you get my diary?" But soon the words disappear. "Someone tried to throw it away. In a toilet," writes Harry. Again his ink disappears, then other words appear. "I'm glad I wrote my memories in something more permanent than normal ink," answers Tom Riddle. "There are some people who do not want others to read my words." "What do you mean?" writes Harry. "I mean that this diary has many terrible secrets. Things that were hidden. Things that happened at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." "That's where I am right now," writes Harry quickly. "I'm at Hogwarts, and terrible things have been happening. Do you know anything about the Chamber of Secrets?" Riddle's answer appears quickly. "Of course I know about the Chamber of Secrets. When I was at Hogwarts, they said it was a legend. They said it didn't exist. But that was a lie. In my 5th year, the chamber was opened. The monster attacked many students. Before it disappeared, it killed a student. I caught the person who opened the chamber. He was expelled, but the headmaster at the time tried to hide the story. He did not let me tell the truth. The headmaster invented a story. He said there was an accident and a student died. They gave me a nice trophy, and they told me to keep my mouth shut and not say anything to anybody. But I knew it could happen again. The monster was still alive, and the person who controlled it was not in prison. It's happening again now, writes Harry. There have been 3 attacks, and no one knows who is responsible for them. Who was it the last time? I can show you, if you want me to, writes Riddle. That way, you can see it with your own eyes. Harry thinks for a moment. Okay, show me, he finally writes. The pages of the diary begin to turn. Then the pages stop. Harry looks at the page. There is something on it. It looks like a small television screen. He brings the book closer to his face to see better. Suddenly, before he knows what is happening, he is lifted forward. The window opens wider. He feels his body rising off the bed. He is pulled into the opening on the page. There is a flash of color and light. He lands on his feet. He looks around. He knows exactly where he is. It is Dumbledore's office. But the person sitting at the desk is not Dumbledore. It is a small, old wizard. He is bald. Harry does not know who he is. He is reading something. Excuse me, sir. I didn't mean to interrupt you, says Harry. The man sitting at the desk does not react. Sir, says Harry. The wizard ignores Harry. He folds the paper he is reading. He stands up and walks past Harry. He does not see Harry. Harry realizes that he is invisible to this man. There is a knock on the door. Enter, says the old wizard in a weak voice. A boy enters the room. He is about 16 years old. He is a prefect of one of the houses. He is very tall. His hair is black. Hello, Riddle, says the headmaster. You wanted to see me, Professor Dibbit, says Riddle. He seems nervous. Sit down, boy, says Dibbit. I was reading your letter you sent me. I cannot allow you to stay here for the summer. It is too dangerous for students now. Riddle looks sad. I understand. You live in a Muggle orphanage. You are Muggle-born? Asks Dippet. Yes, sir, says Riddle. He looks embarrassed. I'm half-blood, sir, he says. My father is a Muggle, and my mother is a witch. My mother died soon after I was born. I understand your situation, Tom. But you see how dangerous it could be for you here, says Dippet. Why? Because of the attacks, sir? Asks Riddle. Yes, he answers. after the death of that poor little girl, you will be safer at the orphanage. In fact, the Ministry of Magic is thinking about closing the school. We do not know what is causing all of this. We do not know what the source is. We cannot allow you to stay. But sir, says Riddle, what if the person responsible were caught? What if all this terror stopped? What do you mean? Asks Dippet. Do you know something about the attacks? No, sir, answers Dippet, but Harry thinks he is lying. You may go now, Tom, says Dippet. Tom leaves the office and walks down the dark corridors. Harry follows him silently, like a ghost. The corridors are empty. It is late at night. Tom walks past the entrance hall. Suddenly there is a voice. What are you doing here? It's too late for you to be here alone. Harry looks at the wizard who says this. He recognizes the person. It is Dumbledore, 50 years younger. I was talking to Professor Dippet, sir, says Riddle. Well, hurry back to bed, says Dumbledore. It is not safe in these corridors. Riddle walks away towards the dungeons. Harry is expecting Riddle to take him to a secret room. But he takes him to the classroom where Snape has potions class. Riddle opens the door and goes into the room. He does not close the door all the way. He just stands next to the door inside the room and waits. He looks out of the door into the hallway. He waits there for many minutes. It feels like an hour to Harry. Riddle is like a statue in the dark room. Suddenly, there is the sound of someone moving in the corridor. Someone is walking quietly down the corridor. There is the sound of footsteps. A dark shape passes the door where Riddle is hiding. Riddle waits, then he follows. He walks silently in the dark corridor. He follows the sound of the footsteps for many minutes. Harry is right behind him. Then Riddle stops suddenly. There are new noises in the dark corridor. Harry hears a door open. Then someone begins speaking in a whisper. Come on, you have to leave. Come on, get into the box. The voice sounds familiar to Harry. Riddle suddenly jumps around the corner. Harry follows. In front of them, Harry can see the shape of the person they are following. It is a very large boy. There is a very large box next to him. Hello, Rubeus, says Riddle loudly. The boy closes the door quickly and turns around. What are you doing down here, Tom? Says the voice. Riddle moves closer. I know it's you, Rubeus. I'm going to have to turn you in to the headmaster. They are going to close Hogwarts if the attacks don't stop. What are you talking about? Asks the voice. I don't think you wanted to kill anyone, but you cannot keep a monster as a pet. You are responsible for it and it never killed no one, says the large boy. He is blocking the door. There are strange sounds coming from behind the door. Clicking sounds. Come on, Rubeus, says Riddle. "The dead girl's parents are coming tomorrow. You must give up the creature that killed her." "It wasn't him," yells the voice. "He would never hurt anyone." "Move out of the way," yells Riddle. He takes out his wand. His spell lights the corridor with a bright light. The door behind the large boy opens quickly. Out of the door comes something that makes Harry scream in fear, a scream that no one hears. It is a giant creature. It is black. Its body is covered in hairs. It has many long legs. There are many eyes on top of its head. Riddle raises his wand again, but it is too late. The creature runs past him and knocks him down. It runs down the corridor and disappears around a corner. Riddle stands up quickly, but the large boy jumps on him. The large boy takes Riddle's wand and throws him to the ground. Then the scene becomes a whirl of light and colors again. Harry falls out of the book and onto his bed. Riddle's diary is on his stomach. Ron walks into the room and looks at Harry. "What's wrong, Harry?" he asks. "It was Hagrid, Ron," says Harry. "Hagrid opened the Chamber of Secrets 50 years ago." Chapter 15. Cornelius Fudge. Harry, Ron, and Hermione know that Hagrid likes to keep very large creatures as pets. During their first year at Hogwarts, Hagrid tried to keep a dragon in his little house. And they also remember the guard of the secret door, Fluffy, the three-headed dog. But they also know that Hagrid would never hurt anyone at Hogwarts. Harry talks to Tom Riddle in his diary many times. Tom tells the story of Hagrid over and over again. But it is difficult for the children to believe that Hagrid is guilty. The attacks did stop 50 years ago after Hagrid was expelled. The children are confused. "Maybe we should go talk to Hagrid about what happened 50 years ago," suggests Harry one day. He is in the Gryffindor common room with Ron and Hermione. "That would be a fun conversation," says Ron sarcastically. "Tell us more about how you were expelled, Hagrid." They decide not to visit Hagrid unless there is another attack, and Harry does not hear the voice again for many days. Almost 4 months pass since nearly Headless Nick and Justin were attacked. Madame Pomfrey says the mandrakes are almost mature. Soon they will be ready to use to cure the petrified children. All the children at the school begin to feel more relaxed. Things seem more normal at Hogwarts. It is now time for second-year students to decide what kind of magic they want to focus on. None of them know exactly what they want to do. There are many different areas of magic to choose from. There is divination, defense of the dark arts, potions, and many more. Hermione decides to focus on all the subjects. Everything is normal until a few days later. Harry returns from Quidditch practice late one night. Neville Longbottom meets him as he is coming in. "Hurry, hurry," says Neville. "We don't know who did it, but you have to come and see." Harry is very confused. Neville opens the door to their room. Harry cannot believe what he sees. All of the things inside Harry's trunk have been removed. They are thrown all over the floor. All of the contents of his desk have been removed. His bed sheets are on the floor. The mattress to his bed has been moved too. Someone has been looking for something. Then Harry realizes Tom Riddle's diary is gone. Ron and Hermione come in to see what is going on. "Who did this?" asks Ron. "I don't know, but Riddle's diary is missing." Then Hermione says, "Only someone from Gryffindor could have done this. No one but a Gryffindor knows the password." "I know," says Harry. "The thief is someone right here from Gryffindor." The next day there is a Quidditch game. Harry, Ron, and Hermione are going to the field together. Hermione says that Harry should report the missing diary to Dumbledore, but Harry does not like the idea. He does not want anyone to learn about Hagrid and how he was expelled. As they are walking through the entrance hall, Harry hears the voice. "Come this time. Let me rip tear." "The voice!" yells Harry in surprise. "I just heard it again. Did you hear it?" Ron and Hermione shake their heads no. Then Hermione snaps her fingers. "Harry, I think I understand something now," she yells in excitement. "I have to go to the library." She runs quickly up the stairs to the library. "What does she understand?" Harry asks Ron. "She understands a lot more than we do," answers Ron. "That's what Hermione does. When she wants to understand something more, she goes to the library." Harry is even more confused. He tries to hear the voice again, but there are other children coming through the entrance hall towards the Quidditch field. They are all talking and laughing, and Harry cannot hear anything. They arrive at the field soon after. It is Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff. The crowd is cheering loudly. The players are ready to play. But just before Madam Hooch blows the whistle, Professor McGonagall runs onto the field. She is holding a megaphone and yelling at the fans and the players. "This match has been cancelled," she yells. "All students must return to their houses immediately." The crowd boos and players complain. "Quickly now," yells Professor McGonagall. "Quickly, everyone to your houses." Then to Harry she says, "Potter, I think you should come with me. You too, Weasley." Harry and Ron look at each other, then follow Professor McGonagall into the castle and up to the hospital building. As they enter the hospital room, Professor McGonagall explains, "There has been another attack. Another double attack." Madam Pomfrey is standing next to a girl from the 6th year from Ravenclaw, and on the bed next to her is "Hermione!" cries Ron. Hermione is as rigid as a statue. Her eyes are wide open, but they do not see anything. "They were found near the library," says Professor McGonagall. "Can either of you explain what this is?" She is holding a small circular mirror. It was found on the floor next to them. Harry and Ron shake their heads no. "Come with me," she says. "I will take you back to Gryffindor common room. I must talk to the students." Professor McGonagall gives the children terrible news. Students cannot walk alone in the corridors. Students cannot go to the bathroom without a teacher. All Quidditch games are cancelled. There are no more evening activities. And she says that if anyone knows anything, they should come talk to her. Harry is very worried. If the attacks continue, Hogwarts will be closed. If Hogwarts is closed, he will have to return to live with the Dursleys. Now Harry understands Tom Riddle. Tom turned in Hagrid to end the attacks, so he did not have to live at the orphanage. "Ron, it's time to talk to Hagrid," says Harry with determination. "If Hagrid released the monster last time, he will know how to get inside the Chamber of Secrets. We should go visit Hagrid. And we should use this." Harry gets his father's cloak of invisibility. It is the one thing he received from his father. It is the only way they can sneak out of Hogwarts. There are teachers everywhere in the corridors. It takes them a long time to leave the castle, but they finally arrive at Hagrid's house. They knock on Hagrid's door. Almost instantly, Hagrid opens the door. He is pointing a crossbow at them. "Oh," he says. He puts the weapon down. "What are you two doing here?" "Why do you have a crossbow, Hagrid?" asks Harry. "Well, no reason. I was expecting someone. It doesn't matter. I'll make you some tea." Hagrid seems very nervous. He makes a lot of noise. He drops a pot on the floor and he gives Harry and Ron cups of hot water. He has forgotten to put the tea in the cups. "Are you okay, Hagrid?" asks Harry. Before Hagrid can answer, someone knocks on the door. Harry and Ron quickly hide under the invisibility cloak again. They move into a corner of the small house. Hagrid opens the door. It is Dumbledore. There is also another man with him. He is short and fat, with gray hair. "That's my father's boss," whispers Ron. "Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic." Hagrid looks very nervous now. "I'm sorry we had to come, Rubius," says Cornelius Fudge, "but there have been attacks on 4 Muggle-born students. The Ministry has to act." Hagrid looks at Dumbledore. "Professor Dumbledore, you know I never, sir." Dumbledore looks at Fudge. "I want you to know that I trust Hagrid completely," says Dumbledore. "I'm sorry, Albus," says Fudge. "Hagrid has a bad record. He was expelled before. The Ministry has to do something. The governors of the school have contacted us. There is a lot of pressure against me. We have to take him away." Dumbledore looks furious. Hagrid looks terrified. "Take me away?" Hagrid says. "Take me where?" "Only for a short time, Hagrid," says Fudge. "If someone else is caught, you will be released." "You'll take me to Azkaban?" cries Hagrid. Before Fudge can answer, there is another knock on the door. This time, Lucius Malfoy walks in. He looks around Hagrid's house with a mean look on his face. "I see you're already here, Fudge," says Malfoy, happy. Good. Let's finish this business quickly, yes? "What are you doing here?" growls Hagrid. "Get out of my house." "Believe me, Hagrid," says Malfoy, "I do not want to be in your house, if you call this a house. They told me the headmaster was here, so I am here too." "Why do you want to see me, Lucius?" asks Dumbledore suspiciously. "I have bad news for you, Albus," says Malfoy. He takes a long piece of paper out of his robes. "The governors of the school have decided. They have all signed the petition. They want you gone from Hogwarts. They believe you are no longer capable of protecting the children or the school. How many attacks have you allowed to happen? 2 more just today, correct? If we do not act now, there will be no Muggleborns left at the school, and we know that will be terrible for the school. No Muggleborns." Fudge is about to protest. "There is nothing you can say, Fudge," continues Malfoy, looking at Hagrid. "We have all voted. Dumbledore must leave. And Hagrid too." Hagrid stands up. He is very angry. He is very tall and strong. "How many governors did you threaten, Malfoy?" he yells. Well, says Malfoy. "You really do have a bad temper, don't you? You must not talk to the guards at Azkaban prison like that. They will not like it, not one bit." "You can't take Dumbledore away," yells Hagrid. "If you take him, the Muggleborns have no protection. Someone will die for sure." Hagrid looks like he will attack Malfoy. Dumbledore acts quickly. "If the governors want to remove me, I will leave." Malfoy looks mean but content. "However," continues Dumbledore, he is speaking very slowly and clearly now, so everyone can hear him, "you will see that I will always be at the school. As long as there are teachers and students who are loyal to me, you will always find help at Hogwarts. All you have to do is ask for it." Harry is almost sure Dumbledore looks towards them in the corner where they are hiding. "Very well, Albus," says Malfoy. He opens the door and allows Dumbledore to leave Hagrid's house. Fudge waits for Hagrid to leave before him, but Hagrid stops suddenly. He turns around and says loudly, "If anyone needs to discover some stuff, all they have to do is follow the spiders. They will show the way. That's all I have to say." Fudge and Malfoy look at him as if he were crazy. "All right, let's go," he says. "Oh, yeah, and someone needs to feed the dog while I'm gone." The door closes with a bang. Harry and Ron pull off the invisibility cloak. "We're in trouble now," says Harry. "Without Dumbledore at the school, the students will be in terrible danger. There will be one attack every day. They should just close the school tonight." Hagrid's dog, Fang, begins to howl. Chapter 16. Aragog. Harry and Ron's best friend, Hermione, is in the hospital wing. She is petrified. The atmosphere in the school is very different now that Dumbledore is gone. The children are more afraid now. No one feels safe. But Harry cannot stop thinking about what Dumbledore said. "You will see that I will always be at the school. As long as there are teachers and students who are loyal to me, you will always find help at Hogwarts. All you have to do is ask for it." But Harry does not know who he can talk to. Who can he trust? Harry also thinks a lot about what Hagrid said before they took him. "If anyone needs to discover some stuff, all they have to do is follow the spiders. They will show the way." Finally, one night, Harry tells Ron what he is thinking. "Do you remember what Hagrid said about the spiders?" Ron's face turns green. He hates spiders. "Yeah, I remember. How can I forget?" says Ron. "Why?" "I think Hagrid knows something," continues Harry. "He was telling us the night they took him. We have to follow the spiders. If we can find the spiders, I think they will show us something important." "Do we really have to follow the spiders?" asks Ron. "I think it's our only chance now," says Harry. "What else can we do? If we don't do anything, more people will be attacked for sure." "What do you suggest then?" asks Ron. "I think we should start at Hagrid's house," answers Harry. "He's the one with the strange pets. Maybe we can find a clue at his house." Ron nods okay, but his face is still a greenish color. They decide they will go that night, and they will use the cloak of invisibility again. It is difficult to walk through the castle. There are many teachers in the corridors. The invisibility cloak is useful. It makes you invisible, but it does not make you silent. But finally, they are able to exit through the front entrance of the castle. They walk quickly to Hagrid's house. The house is dark and empty. They go into the house. Hagrid's dog, Fang, is excited to see them. They feed Fang first. Then they go outside to investigate. It is too dark to see anything. So Harry takes his wand and says, "Lumos." There is a soft light at the tip of his wand. They search the garden in front of the house. They see nothing. Then they go around to the back of the house. "There!" yells Harry. "Look, on the ground over there." Harry and Ron look closer. There is a long line of spiders walking into the forbidden forest. "I guess we should follow them," says Harry, a little scared. "I guess so," says Ron, terrified. "But they're going into the forbidden forest. There are werewolves in there." "Come on, Ron," says Harry. "Let's go. We have to find out what Hagrid was talking about." With the small light from Harry's wand, they follow the spiders into the dark forest. Very quickly, the trees block the sky. It becomes very dark. They follow the spiders. The spiders walk along the path through the forest. Harry and Ron walk for a long time. It feels like almost an hour. Then, with the dim light from Harry's wand, they see the spider trail stop. Harry looks closer. The spiders are leaving the path. The spiders are going deep into the forest. Harry knows that bad things happen in the forbidden forest when people leave the path. Harry and Ron look at each other. "I guess we don't have much of a choice. We have to follow them." They leave the path and move into the dark forest. There are noises all around them. Things are moving deep in the forest. They walk for another half hour. Then suddenly, they hear a noise. It is a very loud noise. Something very big is moving towards them. "Oh no, oh no, oh no!" says Ron frantically. "Shh!" yells Harry. "Be quiet. Whatever it is will hear you." There is a strange, rumbling noise. Then suddenly there is a bright light near them. It is so bright that they cover their eyes. "Harry!" yells Ron. He is excited. "Harry, it's my father's car!" "What? Come on, Harry!" They move towards the light. They push through tree branches and bushes. Soon they come to an opening in the trees. Mr. Weasley's car is there in the clearing, alone and empty. Its headlights are bright in the dark night. "The car has been in the forest all this time, Harry," says Ron, very happy to see the car. "My father had no idea where it was. Look at it. The forest has turned it wild." The car is dirty and there are many scratches and dents in the side of the car. "I'm glad to see you again, old friend," says Ron. He is patting the car like it is a large blue dog. Now that the surprise is over, Harry looks for the spiders again. They are all gone. There is no sign of them anywhere. The trail of spiders has disappeared. "We've lost the trail of spiders, Ron," says Harry. "We have to go and find it." But Ron does not speak. He does not move. Ron is looking over Harry's head into the forest. There is a look of terror on his face. Harry does not have time to react. Suddenly there is a loud clicking sound. and something grabs Harry violently around his middle. Harry tries to escape. The creature is too strong. Then Harry sees Ron. Ron is being picked up by some giant creature. Harry watches Ron being carried away into the forest. Harry is taken into the forest too. Harry does not know how long the creatures hold them and carry them. They finally stop in a large clearing in the forest. He sees that the clearing around him is full of spiders of all different sizes. They are moving and crawling. The ground looks like it is alive. Many are the size of horses. They have 8 eyes, 8 legs. They are black, hairy, gigantic. In the center of the clearing, there is a huge spider web, shaped like a dome. There is a large, dark hole in the middle of the dome. Harry and Ron are dropped in front of this opening. The clicking sound all around them is very loud. Then, there is a terrible sound. It is the spider that was carrying Harry. It is speaking. Aragog, it clicks. Aragog. From the dark opening in the spider web dome, there is a massive creature. It is the size of an elephant. It moves very slowly. Its body is gray and black. Each of its 8 eyes are milky white. The spider is blind. Why do you call me? Says the creature Aragog. Wow, clicks the spider. Is it Hagrid? Asks Aragog. It moves closer to Harry and Ron. Strangers, clicks the spider in response. Kill them, clicks Aragog, impatient. I was sleeping. Aragog walks back towards the dark hole to his dome. Harry finds courage. We're friends of Hagrid's, he yells. The clearing around him is loud with clicking. Aragog stops. Hagrid has never sent men to us before, clicks Aragog slowly. Hagrid is in trouble, says Harry. That's why we're here. Trouble, you say? Asks the ancient spider. But why has he sent you to work? At Hogwarts, they think Hagrid is responsible for all the attacks, that he controls the monster that is hurting the students. They have taken him to Azkaban. Aragog clicks his pincers angrily, and all the other spiders click in unison. But that happened years ago, says Aragog. Many years ago. I remember it clearly. That is why they made him leave the school. They believed that I was the monster from the Chamber of Secrets. They believed that Hagrid opened the chamber and let me fly. So, you're not from the Chamber of Secrets? Asks Harry. Me, answers Aragog angrily. I was not born in the castle. I came from a distant land. Hagrid bought me from a traveler. I was an egg. He cared for me. He fed me. He protected me in the castle. Hagrid is a good friend, a good man. When they discovered that I was in the castle, they blamed me for the death of the young girl. Hagrid protected me then, too. I escaped that night. I have lived in the forest ever since. Hagrid still visits me. He found me a wife, Musa. You can see how my family has grown. It is all because of Hagrid's goodness. Harry continues his questions, even though he is terrified. So, you never attacked anyone? Never, clicked Aragog. It is my instinct to kill and eat humans like you. But because of my friendship with Hagrid, I did not. I have never harmed a human. That young girl who was killed, her body was found in the bathroom. I never left the dungeons while I was in the castle. But do you know what did kill that girl? Asks Harry. Because the creature that killed her has returned. It's attacking people again. All the spiders react to Harry's words. They begin to click and hiss. The noise is very loud. That creature is an ancient creature. We spiders fear it more than anything. I begged Hagrid to let me leave the castle when the creature began its attacks. But what is the creature? Asks Harry desperately. The spiders click and hiss even louder. The spiders begin to move closer to Harry and Ron. We do not speak of it, yells Aragog angrily. We do not name it. I did not even tell Hagrid the name of the creature, but he asked me many times. Aragog begins to go towards his dome web again. Thank you for your help, sir, says Harry. I think we'll go back to the castle now. Go, says Aragog slowly. I do not think so. But, yells Harry, my sons and daughters do not hurt Hagrid, but they are hungry now. And there is fresh meat here in the clearing. Goodbye, friends of Hagrid. Harry looks around him. There is a wall of spiders all around the clearing. In desperation, Harry takes out his wand. He knows there is no hope. There are too many spiders, but he is ready to fight. Then suddenly, there is a loud honking noise. There is a bright light that appears in the clearing. It is Mr. Weasley's car. It comes speeding into the open area. It knocks many spiders out of the way. It stops suddenly in front of Harry and Ron. The doors open quickly. Harry and Ron jump in. The engine roars and the car speeds off into the forest. It hits more spiders as it escapes. They crash through the trees. They are finally safe. After another 10 minutes of driving, they arrive at the edge of the forest. The car stops suddenly. The doors open and Harry and Ron get out of the car. With a final honk, the car returns to the dark forest. It disappears quickly. Harry and Ron return to Hagrid's house to get the invisibility cloak. "Follow the spiders," says Ron, imitating Hagrid's words. "We are lucky to be alive." "Ron," says Harry, "if Hagrid knew that Aragog might hurt us, I don't think he would have told us to follow the spiders. Don't blame Hagrid. He was only trying to help." They talk quietly as they return to the castle. They are under the invisibility cloak again. "So what have we learned?" asks Ron. "It all feels like a waste of time." "Well, we did learn that Hagrid didn't open the Chamber of Secrets," says Harry. "He was innocent." They finally return to Gryffindor House. Ron falls into bed and is asleep immediately. Harry cannot fall asleep as quickly. He's thinking about what Aragog has said. If Aragog is afraid of the creature from the chamber, it must be a terrible creature, like a Voldemort monster that the other creatures do not name. But Harry still does not know what it is, or how it petrifies its victims. Harry does not know what else to do. He knows Tom Riddle captured the wrong person. The heir of Slytherin was not punished. They do not know if it is the same person today or a different one who opened the chamber. There is no one to ask. He is almost asleep. Then he suddenly thinks of something. "Ron," hisses Harry in the dark. "Ron, wake up." Ron opens his eyes. He is very afraid. "Ron," continues Harry, "that girl who died. Aragog said she was found in a bathroom. What if she is still in the bathroom?" Ron looks confused. Then he understands. "Do you mean Moaning Myrtle?" Chapter 17. The Chamber of Secrets. Finally, Harry and Ron have discovered an important piece to the mystery. The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets might be in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. They were in the bathroom with Myrtle many times, but now they realize that they have never asked her where or how she died. They decide they will talk to Myrtle as soon as they can. During breakfast the next day, Professor McGonagall has some wonderful news. Professor Dumbledore will be returning the next day. The great hall is filled with cheers and whistles. "Quiet down now," she continues. "And also, Professor Sprout has informed me that the mandrakes are ready to be used to help the children. She will be able to revive all the petrified children." McGonagall waits a moment for the children to be quiet. Then she continues, "And if we are lucky, one of the children will be able to tell us who attacked them. and then we will be able to catch the one responsible for all this terror." The children all cheer with happiness. Harry looks at the children at the Slytherin table. Malfoy does not look happy. Harry understands that the mystery might be solved by the next day, but he still wants to talk to Myrtle if they get the chance. And the chance comes later that day. While Lockhart is taking his students from his class to the next class, Harry and Ron decide to leave the group and go to Myrtle's bathroom. But on the way to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, they hear a voice. "Potter? Weasley, what are you doing here by yourselves?" It is Professor McGonagall. She looks very, very unhappy. We were, says Ron. "We were going to see Hermione," yells Harry. Ron and Professor McGonagall both look at him. "We miss her very much, Professor McGonagall," continues Harry. "We thought we would go and see her, just to make sure she was okay," he says. To their surprise, McGonagall begins to cry. "Oh, yes. This mess is terrible, isn't it? Miss Granger is lucky she has friends like you. Okay, you have my permission to go and see her. Just tell Madame Pomfrey when you arrive, and run straight back to Gryffindor when you have done." Harry and Ron can't believe their luck. They run to the hospital building and tell Madame Pomfrey they are there to see Hermione. "She won't be able to hear you," she says, "but it won't hurt. Go ahead." The children sit next to Hermione's bed. "I wonder if she saw who attacked her," says Ron. But Harry is not looking at Hermione's face. He is looking at her right hand. There is something in it. Harry looks closer. He sees a piece of paper inside her closed hand. "Look, Ron," he says. Ron looks closer too. "Try to get it out," says Ron, excited. It is not easy to remove the piece of paper. Hermione's hand is closed very tightly. Finally, he pulls the piece of paper out of her hand. It is a piece of paper from a very old library book. Harry looks closely and reads it. There are many terrible creatures and monsters that we know of, but there is no monster more dangerous than the basilisk. The basilisk is also known as the king of serpents. The snake may grow to incredible size. It also may live hundreds of years. The way it kills is extraordinary. The basilisk not only has the poisonous fangs of a normal snake, it can also kill only by looking at its target. If it looks directly at a living creature, the creature will die instantly. Spiders run from the basilisk. They are mortal enemies. And the basilisk runs only from the crow of a rooster. The crow of a rooster will kill a basilisk. Harry finishes reading. He looks closely at the paper again. There's something written by Hermione. Pipes. Run. This is it. This is the answer. The monster in the chamber is a basilisk, a giant serpent. That's why I can hear it speaking all over the castle, and no one else can. I understand parcel tongue. Harry looks up at all the petrified children in the hospital. The basilisk kills people when it looks at them, but no one here has died, because no one looked at it straight in the eyes. Colin saw it through his camera. Justin saw it through Nearly Headless Nick. And Hermione and the Ravenclaw girl probably saw it in the little mirror that was found with them. Ron looks very surprised. "But what about Mrs. Norris?" he asks. "Maybe she saw the creature in a reflection in the water on the floor," says Harry. Everything begins to make sense to Harry. The basilisk is afraid of roosters, he tells Ron. The heir of Slytherin is killing Hagrid's roosters, and Hagrid was forced to leave. And spiders are terrified of basilisks. "But Harry," says Ron, "how does the snake travel around the castle? It's a monster." Harry points to the word on the paper. "Pipes, Ron," says Harry. "It's using the water pipes. I can hear its voice in the walls. The heir of Slytherin can also speak in Parseltongue. He must be controlling it. The pipes, the water, the diary, the bathroom. Ron, the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets really must be in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom." "So, what do we do now?" asks Ron, concerned. "We have to tell Professor McGonagall. She'll be in the teacher's room soon. Class is about to end. Let's go." They run to the teacher's lounge to find Professor McGonagall. When they arrive at the teacher's room, it is empty. All the teachers are still in class. Harry and Ron wait, but the class bell never rings. Instead, there is a loud voice, magically amplified in the rooms and corridors of the castle. It is Professor McGonagall. "All students must return immediately to their house dormitories. All teachers, return to the teacher's room at once, please." "Oh no," says Harry. "Not another attack." "What do we do now?" asks Ron. "Do we go to the dormitory?" "No, we hide here. Come on." Harry opens a large closet that is full of robes. They hide behind the robes, but they leave the door open just a little bit. They want to be able to see and hear. They do not wait very long. The teachers begin to come into the teacher's room. McGonagall begins to speak. "It has happened," she says sadly. "The monster has taken a student inside the Chamber of Secrets." "Who is the student?" asks Madam Hooch, the Quidditch coach. "Who was it?" "Ginny Weasley," answers Professor McGonagall. Harry can feel Ron faint next to him in the closet. "We will send all the students home tomorrow. The school will be closed. This is the end of Hogwarts." Suddenly, the door to the teacher's room opens. It is Lockhart. It looks like he has been sleeping. He does not understand what is going on. "Lockhart," says Professor Snape happily, "you are just the wizard we wanted to see. A girl has been taken into the Chamber of Secrets itself. Your moment has come to use your defense of the dark arts powers to save the school." Lockhart looks terrified. Thank goodness you're here, Gilderoy," says Professor McGonagall. "Tonight will be the perfect time for you to find and destroy this creature, just like you said you could." "Well," says Lockhart. He is sweating. I think you have all misunderstood. Wonderful, says McGonagall. We will make sure all the children are safe in their houses, so you may take care of business. Lockhart looks horrified. Very well, he says. His voice is trembling. I'll be in my office, preparing. He leaves the room quickly. Finally, says Professor McGonagall, now that he is gone, we can go tell the children. The Hogwarts express train will take them home tomorrow morning. The rest of you, make sure your students are safe in their dormitories. The teachers all leave the room. Harry and Ron are alone. The monster has taken Jenny, says Ron in desperation. She might be dead. What do we do now, Harry? I don't know, Ron, Harry answers. I really don't know. They stay in the closet for a few more moments. Then Ron says, I think we should see Lockhart. We will tell him what we know. He said he was going to try to get into the chamber. He can help us. Harry agrees. They leave the teacher's room and quickly walk to Lockhart's office. Night is falling and the corridors are getting dark. They arrive at his door. They can hear a lot of noise on the other side of the door. It sounds like Lockhart is moving furniture. Harry knocks on the door. There is silence in the office. The door opens a little bit. Only Lockhart's eyes are visible. Oh, Potter, Weasley, says Lockhart. I'm quite busy right now. What do you want? Professor, we have some information for you about the Chamber of Secrets, says Harry. We think it will help defeat the monster. Lockhart's eyes look surprised and uncomfortable. Lockhart opens the door and the children enter. His office is almost completely empty. There are large trunks and pieces of luggage next to the door. Are you going somewhere? Asks Harry. Well, yes, says Lockhart, embarrassed. I received an urgent call. Responsibilities, you know. He continues to throw things into a large travel trunk. But what about my sister? Yells Ron angrily. That is unfortunate, Weasley, says Lockhart. I really am sorry about that. But you're the defense against the dark arts teacher, yells Harry. You can't leave now. You have to save Ginny and protect the school. Well, I must say, complains Lockhart, when I accepted the position at the school, I never thought that I would have to use my abilities in this way. You're running away, aren't you? Says Harry. What about all that stuff you say in your books? How brave you are, how you defeated all those creatures. Well, some books are more fiction than autobiography, says Lockhart. But you wrote them, cries Harry. Please, Potter, use your common sense, says Lockhart. Look, Potter, no one wants to read a book about an old Transylvanian wizard, even if he saves a village from werewolves. He was terribly ugly. He would look terrible on the cover of the book. And the witch who defeated the Banshee? She has hair on her chin. Please, Potter, be serious. So you did not do any of those things in your books? You took the credit for what other people did? Says Harry. He cannot believe what he is hearing. It's not that simple, Potter. Of course there was work. I had to travel to all those terrible places, and I had to find all those people. Then I had to discover how they did all of those amazing tasks. Then I had to put a memory charm on them, so they would not remember that they did those things. There is one thing I am very good at. It's memory charms. It was all very complicated and tiring. If you want fame, boy, you must work hard to get it. He closes all the trunks and suitcases. Okay, I'm all set. I'm terribly sorry, boys, but I will have to use a memory charm on you now. I cannot allow you to tell everyone what you just heard from me, can I? I would never sell another book. Harry takes his wand out of his pocket just in time. Before Lockhart can move, Harry yells, "Expelliarmus!" Lockhart flies backwards and falls over his luggage. His wand flies into the air and Ron catches it. "I'm glad Professor Snape taught us that trick," says Harry, a little surprised at himself. Lockhart looks up at Harry. He is defeated. "What do you want me to do?" he asks in a weak voice. "You're in luck, Professor Lockhart," says Harry. "We think we know where the entrance to the chamber is, and we think we know what's inside, and you're going to help us. Let's go." Harry uses his wand to march Lockhart to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. "You go in first, Professor," says Ron. He is desperate because of his sister. Moaning Myrtle is there in her toilet stall, moaning. "Oh, it's you again," she says when she sees the boys. "What do you want this time?" "We want to know how you died, Myrtle," says Harry. "Can you tell us?" Myrtle's behavior changes suddenly. She seems happy that someone has finally asked her this question. "Oh, it was terrible," she says. "It happened right here in this cubicle. I remember it very well. I was hiding in here because Olive Hornby was making fun of my glasses. Then I heard the bathroom door open. I thought it was Olive, but a boy started talking. It sounded like a different language. So I opened my toilet stall to tell him to get out of the girls' bathroom, and then I died." "But how did you die, Myrtle?" asks Harry. "I only remember seeing large yellow eyes, and that was it. Everything went black, and then I returned as a ghost, and I made sure to haunt Olive Hornby every day for making fun of my glasses." "Where did you see the eyes?" asks Harry. "Somewhere over there." Myrtle points towards one of the sinks in front of the toilet stalls. Harry and Ron run over and examine it. They look very closely at it. It looks like an ordinary sink. They try to turn it on, but nothing happens. "That sink has never worked," says Myrtle helpfully. Then Harry sees it. On the side of the sink, there is a tiny image of a snake. "Harry," says Ron, "say something in parcel tongue." Harry thinks for a moment. The only time he has been able to speak parcel tongue was when there was a real snake in front of him. "Open up," says Harry. "That was English, Harry. Try again." Harry looks at the snake and concentrates. He imagines the small snake is alive. "Open up," he says louder. Harry is surprised. The words he hears from his mouth are not in English at all. It sounds like a hissing snake. And immediately the sink begins to glow with a bright white light. Then the sink begins to move. The sink begins to sink into the ground. There is a large pipe where the sink used to be. The opening of the pipe is large enough for a man to slide into. Harry acts quickly. "I'm going down the pipe," he says. If there is a chance he can save Ginny, he will take that chance. "I'm going too," says Ron with determination. "Well, obviously, you do not need me anymore," says Lockhart. "I'll just leave you two to your business." He walks towards the bathroom door. Harry and Ron point their wands at him. "You can go down the pipe first," says Ron angrily. Lockhart turns as white as moaning myrtle. He approaches the pipe and looks down the dark opening. "I really don't think," he starts to say, but Ron pushes him and he falls down the pipe. Harry jumps quickly after him. He slides and slides for a long time. It is very dark in the pipe. The pipe twists and turns, but continues further and further down. Harry can hear Ron behind him. He thinks they must be below the level of the dungeons now. Then suddenly the pipe becomes level. Harry can see a small light ahead of him. Then he flies out of the pipe and lands on the wet ground. They are in a dark stone tunnel. Lockhart is in front of him, and Ron comes flying out of the pipe a moment later. "We must be kilometers under the school," says Ron. "We're probably under the lake," says Harry. The tunnel is wet and slimy. It is almost completely dark. "Lumos," Harry says quietly to his wand. Now there is a small light for them to see. "Come on, let's go," he says to Ron and Lockhart. They follow the tunnel. They walk for some time. "Remember," says Harry, "if you see any movement, close your eyes." But as they walk, they see nothing in front of them. Harry and Ron are very scared for Ginny. They hope she is still alive. Then there is a bend in the tunnel. "Harry, there's something up there," says Ron quietly. They all freeze. They watch carefully in the dark. Up ahead in the tunnel, there is the outline of something very large. It is lying across the tunnel. It is not moving. "Maybe it's asleep," says Ron, terrified. Lockhart's hands are covering his eyes. Harry continues forward slowly. The light of his wand reveals something terrifying. In the light of the wand, they can see the gigantic skin of a snake. It is the color of venomous green. It is lying across the tunnel, blocking their way forward. The creature that shed the skin must be 8 meters long. Lockhart has fallen to the ground in fear. "Get up," says Ron angrily. He points his wand at Lockhart. Lockhart stands up slowly. Then he jumps forward quickly. He pushes Ron to the ground. He has Ron's wand in his hand. "This adventure ends here, boys," Lockhart yells. "I will tell everyone at the school that the girl was already dead, and that the creature killed you too. I will take a piece of this skin as evidence. Say goodbye to your memories now." He raises Ron's wand and yells, "Obliviate!" Ron's broken wand, still with spellotape on it, explodes like a bomb. Harry jumps over the skin and falls to the ground. Part of the ceiling of the tunnel falls down. The tunnel is blocked. Ron and Lockhart are on one side, and Harry is alone on the other. "Ron!" shouts Harry. "Are you okay? Ron, can you hear me?" "I'm here," yells Ron. His voice is distant and muffled by the stones in the tunnel. "I'm okay. Lockhart's alive, but he's hurt. The wand blasted him. What now? I can't move all these rocks. It will take a long time." Harry looks at the ceiling of the tunnel. There are large cracks there. He does not think it is safe to move the rocks with magic. He does not have enough experience. The whole tunnel could collapse on them. They do not have much time. Ginny has been in the chamber for many hours now. Harry knows what he must do. "Ron, wait here," he says. "Wait with Lockhart. I'll keep going. If I'm not back in 1 hour, I'll try to move some of these rocks," says Ron. "I will try to make a hole for you to come back. And hurry." Ron pauses. "I'll see you soon, Ron," finishes Harry. He moves past the snakeskin and continues down the tunnel. The tunnel turns many times. Harry is terrified. He wants the tunnel to end, but he is scared to see what is at the end of the tunnel. Finally, after a long time, there is a wall at the end of the tunnel. On the wall there are 2 stone serpents. Their eyes are green emeralds. Harry understands what he must do. "Open," he says in a quiet hiss. The serpents separate. There is a crack in the wall. The crack opens more and more. The stone door opens wide. Harry has opened the Chamber of Secrets. He finds courage and steps inside. Chapter 18. The Heir of Slytherin. Harry is standing in a large chamber. There is a strange green light in the chamber. Harry can see many stone pillars. There are stone serpents climbing the stone pillars. Harry is very scared. His heart is beating very fast. Where is the basilisk? Where is Ginny? Harry moves forward down the chamber. His wand is ready in his hand. Against the back wall of the chamber, there is an enormous statue. Harry looks up at the giant face of the statue. The face has a long beard. The stone beard almost touches the floor. Harry can see the giant stone feet of the statue. And there, between the feet, Harry sees someone. They are lying face down. Harry can see bright red hair. "Ginny!" yells Harry. He runs to her. "Ginny, please don't be dead. Don't be dead." He throws his wand to the ground and turns Ginny over. Her face is as white as marble and as cold. Her eyes are closed. She is not petrified. Then she must be. "Ginny, please, wake up," says Harry. He shakes her. She does not move. "She won't wake up," says a quiet voice. Harry jumps with surprise. He looks up. There is a tall boy with black hair. There is something very strange about the boy. He is blurry. But Harry recognizes him immediately. "Tom? Tom Riddle?" asks Harry. Tom nods his head up and down, yes. He continues looking at Harry. "What do you mean she won't wake up?" Harry says. Is she? "She's still alive," says Riddle, "but only barely." Harry looks closely at him. Tom Riddle was at Hogwarts 50 years ago, but the boy in front of him is not older than 16. "Are you a ghost?" Harry says. "No, I'm not a ghost. I'm a memory," says Riddle. "A memory preserved in a diary for 50 years. He points his finger towards one of the statue's toes. There, on the ground, is the diary Harry found in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Harry wonders how it got there, but he remembers Ginny. "Tom, you've got to help me," Harry says, trying to pick up Ginny. "We have got to get her out of here. The basilisk may come. I don't know where it is. Please help me." Riddle does not move. Harry reaches for his wand to have more light, but his wand is gone. He looks up. Riddle is holding Harry's wand in his hand. Riddle has a strange smile on his face. "The basilisk won't come unless it is cold," he says calmly. "What do you mean?" says Harry. "Give me my wand. I might need it." Riddle smiles even bigger. "You will not be needing it," he says. "What are you talking about? What is going on here? Help me, Tom," says Harry, becoming impatient. "I've waited a long time for this moment, Harry Potter," says Riddle. "I've been waiting a long time to see you, to speak to you." "But Tom, we can talk later. "Please help me," says Harry. "We're going to talk now," says Riddle. He is still smiling. He puts Harry's wand in his pocket. Harry realizes there is something very wrong. "Tom, how did Ginny get like this?" asks Harry slowly. "I've been waiting to tell you, Harry," says Riddle. "She's here because she found my diary." "What are you talking about?" says Harry. "Yes, she found my diary, and she told me all her secrets. She has been writing in my diary for months and months. She has been telling me about all her worries, about how her brothers make fun of her, about how she does not have nice robes, only old robes." Riddle smiles a mean smile. "About how she wanted the great, famous Harry Potter to like her." Riddle does not stop looking at Harry while he speaks to him. It is very boring listening to an 11-year-old girl talking about her silly problems, but I was patient. I wrote back to her. I was sympathetic. I was kind to her. Ginny laughed my advice. "No one understands me like you do, Tom. I'm so happy I can trust you. It's like you are my best friend," Riddle says with Ginny's voice. Then Riddle laughs. It is a high, mean laugh. It makes Harry very nervous. "Oh, I have always been able to charm people," Riddle continues. "Ginny told me everything, all her fears, all her worries. The more she wrote to me, the more powerful I became. She fed me with her fears and secrets. I became more powerful than little Miss Weasley. I became powerful enough to be able to control her." "What do you mean?" says Harry, scared now. "You don't understand yet, Potter. Ginny Weasley opened the Chamber of Secrets. She killed Hagrid's roosters. She wrote the messages on the walls. She made the Serpent of Slytherin attack those 4 Mudbloods and the Squib's cat." "No," whispers Harry. "Yes," laughs Riddle. "Of course she did not know what she was doing at first. She wrote to me in the diary, 'Dear Tom, I think I am losing my memory. There are rooster feathers on my robe, and I don't know how they got there. Dear Tom, I don't remember what I did on Halloween night, but a cat was attacked, and there is paint on my clothes. Tom, there was another attack today, and I don't know where I was. I think I'm losing my mind. I think I am the one attacking everyone, Tom." Harry is very angry now. Riddle has used Jenny. Riddle has hurt Jenny. "But she began to suspect me," continues Riddle. "It took a long time, but she stopped trusting her diary. That's when she tried to throw it away." "Then you found it, Potter. I was very happy. I wanted you to find the diary. I was very excited to finally meet you." "But why did you want to meet me?" says Harry. Ginny told me all about you," he continues, "all your history, how you lost your parents, how you got your scar. That's why I showed you how I captured Hagrid. I knew that you would trust me then." "But Hagrid is my friend, and he was innocent," yells Harry. "You made him get expelled from Hogwarts. I spent many years looking for the Chamber of Secrets. I had to take the attention away from me. Of course they believed my story, and they did not believe Hagrid, except Dumbledore. He never liked me as much as the other teachers did." "I'm sure Dumbledore suspected you," says Harry. "Yes, he did watch me closely after Hagrid was expelled," says Riddle, "and I knew I couldn't open the chamber again while I was at the school. That's why I left the diary. I preserved myself at 16. I knew one day someone would find it. Then I could control someone else and finish Salazar Slytherin's great work." "Well, you haven't finished his work," says Harry. "No one died this time, and the mandrakes are ready to help all the petrified children." "I told you, Potter, I don't care any more about Mudbloods," continues Riddle. "I only wanted to find you. But Ginny saw you with the diary. She was scared you would discover her secrets in the diary, so she stole it from you. I knew you were about to solve the mystery, so I made Ginny come down here to wait. She was easy to control. She put much of herself into the diary, so I was able to leave the pages. I knew you would come to find her." "Who are you?" asks Harry, still very angry and confused. Riddle takes Harry's wand from his pocket. He waves it in the air like he is writing. 3 words appear: Tom Marvolo Riddle. Then he waves the wand again. The letters change position. There are new words in the air. I am Lord Voldemort. "Do you see now?" says Riddle. "I am the heir of Slytherin. I chose a name that all wizards would be afraid to speak when I became the greatest wizard in the world." Harry cannot believe what he is hearing. Tom Riddle, the orphan and prefect at Hogwarts, grew up to kill his parents. He finds the courage to speak. "But you're not." "I'm not what?" asks Riddle. "You're not the greatest wizard in the world," says Harry. "I'm sorry to disappoint you, but the greatest wizard in the world is Albus Dumbledore. Everyone knows it. You know it too. Even when you were strong, you did not try to attack Hogwarts. Dumbledore did not trust you when you were here at the school, and you are still afraid of him now." Riddle stops smiling. He now has a terribly mean look on his face. "Dumbledore is gone. He is not here to help you, Potter," he says. "He is not as gone as you think, Tom," says Harry. He does not know what to say. He only wants to make Riddle angry, to gain time. Riddle is about to say something, but he suddenly stops. There is strange music coming from the other end of the chamber. Riddle turns around. The music becomes louder. It is a strange, magical music. It makes Harry's heart feel happy. Suddenly, there is a bright flame from high in the chamber. A bright red bird appears from the flame. It is singing the strange music. It is the size of a large swan. Its tail is very long. Its sharp talons are the color of gold. It is holding something in its talons, like an old bag. The bird flies straight at Harry. It drops the old bag in front of him. Then the bird lands on his shoulder. "Fox," says Harry. The bird squawks loudly. Harry looks at the thing on the floor. It is not a bag. It is the old Hogwarts sorting hat. Riddle begins to laugh. He laughs very loudly. "That is how Dumbledore helps you," he laughs. "He sends you a turkey and an old hat. Do you feel safe now, Potter?" Harry does not answer. He does not know how Fox and the Sorting Hat can help him, but he does not feel alone now. "Now, tell me, Potter," continues Riddle. "I tried to kill you once in your past, and the second time in my future. You survived both times. How did you survive both times? Tell me everything." Harry looks at Riddle, then he looks at Ginny. Harry thinks the longer he talks, the worse Ginny gets, and he sees that Riddle is becoming clearer. He is becoming more present, stronger. Harry thinks that if they are going to fight, it is better to fight now and not later. "No one knows why you lost your powers when you attacked me the first time," says Harry quickly. "But I know why you couldn't kill me. You couldn't kill me because my mother died to save me. My common Muggle-born mother protected me and defeated you." Harry is furious now. "And last year, I saw who you really were. You were weak. You were barely alive. You're ugly and evil." Riddle becomes very angry. Then he smiles again. "Yes, I see," he says. "You are not special at all. Your mother protected you. She died for you. But you must see that we are similar. Both of us are half-bloods. We are orphans. We were raised by Muggles. We are probably the only two Parselmouths at Hogwarts. We look alike, but I see now that it was only luck that saved you. No, you are not special. Now it is time to test you, Harry Potter," says Riddle. "The powers of Lord Voldemort against the famous Harry Potter, with the help of Dumbledore's pet." He looks at Fawkes and at the Sorting Hat. Then he walks towards the statue. He looks up at the face and hisses like a snake. But Harry can understand his words in Parseltongue. "Speak to me, Slytherin. You are the most powerful of the Hogwarts Four." The giant face of the statue begins to move. The mouth is opening wider and wider. There is a giant black hole inside the statue's mouth. There is something moving in the dark hole. Harry moves away from the statue. He closes his eyes. Fawkes flies into the air. There is the sound of something sliding from the hole and then hitting the floor. It is something huge. He knows what is happening. He can feel it. It is the giant serpent. It is moving towards him now. Then he hears Riddle's voice hissing, "Kill him." The basilisk moves towards Harry. Harry runs to the side. His eyes are closed. He puts his hands out in front of him as he runs. Riddle laughs at him. Harry trips and falls to the floor. Harry can hear the creature. It is very close to him. Then suddenly there is a loud, angry hissing sound above Harry. Then something large hits him and throws him across the chamber. Harry must look. He opens his eyes only a little bit. He must see what is going on. The serpent is bright and green. It is as thick as a tree. The enormous creature has raised its head high into the air. Something is distracting the snake. It is Fawkes. He is flying around the head of the basilisk. Fawkes is attacking it. The snake is trying to catch him with his long, thin fangs. Fawkes attacks again. Suddenly, the serpent hisses terribly in pain and frustration. Fawkes has attacked the serpent's eyes. There is blood coming from the snake's head. Its tail moves and hits Harry again. Then the snake falls to the ground. Harry looks straight into its eyes. Both of the creature's eyes have been destroyed. They are punctured and bleeding. The serpent is blind. It cannot see, and it cannot kill with its eyes. "No!" screams Riddle. "Forget the bird! Forget the bird! The boy is behind you! Kill the boy! Kill him!" The serpent's head moves back and forth. It is smelling for Harry. Its mouth opens and closes, biting and hissing. Fawkes continues to attack. The snake's tail swings again and throws Harry towards the statue. There, next to him, is the Sorting Hat. Harry does not think. He picks the hat up and puts it quickly onto his head. "Help me! Help me!" he thinks. There is no voice from the hat, but the hat closes tightly on his head. "Please, help me!" yells Harry. Then suddenly, something large and heavy hits Harry's head. He falls to the ground and pulls the hat off. There is something inside the hat. There is a bright sword inside the hat. Harry takes the sword and faces the basilisk. "Kill the boy! He is behind you!" hisses Riddle. "Kill him, you fool!" Harry is ready now. The snake smells him now. It moves towards Harry. Blood falls from its eyes. The creature's mouth opens wide. It is almost on top of Harry. The basilisk lunges at Harry. Its sharp teeth are as long as his sword. Harry pushes the sword up with all his strength. The sword goes into the serpent's mouth and enters its brain. Warm blood falls onto Harry. The creature closes its mouth in pain. One of its sharp teeth punctures Harry's arm. Harry can instantly feel the venom enter his body. The creature falls to the side and its long tooth cracks. Harry pulls his arm out of the creature's mouth. Its tooth is stuck in his arm. He pulls it painfully out of his arm. It is too late. The venom is in his body. The pain is terrible. His vision becomes blurry. The chamber becomes darker and darker. Suddenly, a bright red flash approaches Harry. There is the sound of wings and a squawk. It is Fox. "You were amazing, Fox," says Harry with effort. The bird lays its head on Harry's arm where the fang punctured him. Harry can hear footsteps coming towards him. "You're dead now, Potter." Riddle's voice sounds very far away. "Even Dumbledore's turkey knows you are going to die. Do you see it? It's crying for you, Potter." Harry looks at Fox. The phoenix is crying. Bright tears fall from its eyes onto Harry's injured arm. "I will watch you die, Potter. I'm in no hurry." Harry has difficulty seeing anything. And so dies the famous Harry Potter, alone in the Chamber of Secrets. The Dark Lord Voldemort finally defeats you. Harry thinks that dying is not so terrible. He does not feel any more pain. He looks at Fox again. Harry's vision is becoming clearer. The chamber is becoming brighter. He feels no pain. He can see clearly now. "No!" yells Riddle. "I forgot. Phoenix tears have healing powers. Get away from him, you dirty bird." Riddle moves towards Harry. He is holding Harry's wand above his head. He is about to attack. But as he moves towards Harry, he kicks something with his foot. It is the diary. It slides towards Harry. Harry picks it up quickly. Both Harry and Riddle look at the diary. Then, without thinking, Harry picks up the basilisk tooth and pushes it with all his strength into the heart of the diary. There is a long, loud, terrible scream. Black ink pours out of the diary and covers Harry and the floor. Riddle is on the ground. He is twisting and screaming in pain. Then, he is gone. Slowly, Harry stands up. He is shaking. He picks up his wand, the sword, the sorting hat, and the basilisk tooth. Then he remembers Ginny. He runs over to her. She is moving now. She makes a low moan. She opens her eyes and sits up. She looks around her. Harry is there, covered in blood and ink, and next to him is the giant basilisk. Its yellow eyes are destroyed. "Oh, Harry, Harry," she yells. "I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. Where is Riddle? You must get away, Harry." "It's okay, Ginny. You're safe now," says Harry. "Riddle's gone." He shows her the diary. There is a black hole in the middle of it. "Him and the basilisk. Come on, Ginny. Let's get out of here." They move quickly back up the tunnel. Fawkes is waiting for them. "Oh, I just know they're going to expel me," cries Ginny as they run up the tunnel. "All I've ever wanted was to come to Hogwarts. Now they're going to kick me out." "Ginny!" It is Ron's voice. They have arrived at the blocked part of the tunnel. "Ginny, you're okay." Ron has made a large hole at the top of the rocks. Ginny crawls through. Then Fawkes flies through. "Don't worry," says Harry as he crawls through the hole. "He's Dumbledore's. He's here to help." He reaches the other side. "I'll explain everything when we get back." "But," Ron begins. Harry does not think it is a good time to tell Ron that Ginny opened the chamber. "Later, Ron. Let's get out of here first." "Where's Lockhart?" "He's back there. His memory charm went completely wrong. He's lost his memory," says Ron. "He doesn't know who or where he is." Lockhart looks up at them. "Oh, hello, everyone. Where on earth are we? What a strange place, eh?" Harry grabs Lockhart's arm and pushes him up the tunnel back to the slide. Fawkes flies past them, lighting the way with a red light. Finally, they arrive at the entrance to the pipe. "What do we do now?" asks Ron. Fawkes squawks loudly and moves his long tail in front of Harry. "I think he wants you to hold his tail, Harry," says Ron. "But you're too heavy for a bird to carry." "But Fawkes is not an ordinary bird," says Harry. "Watch." Harry grabs Fawkes' tail. "Hold on to each other." Harry takes Ginny's hand. "Ron, you hold Lockhart." There is an amazing feeling. Harry feels as light as a feather, and the next second, Fawkes begins flying into the dark pipe, carrying Harry, Ginny, Ron, and a very confused Gilderoy Lockhart. Before long, they are back in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. She is very surprised to see them all alive. "You know, if you had died," she says as they leave the bathroom, "you could have stayed in the bathroom with me." Fawkes leads everyone quickly out of the bathroom. "Harry, I think Myrtle likes you," says Ron, laughing. "Ginny, you have competition now." But Ginny is crying softly. Fawkes takes them all down the corridors until they are standing in front of Professor McGonagall's office. Harry knocks and pushes the door open. Chapter 19. The Final Chapter. Dobby's reward. Fawkes takes Harry, Ron, Ginny, and Lockhart down the corridors until they are standing in front of Professor McGonagall's office. Harry knocks and pushes the door open. "Ginny!" cries Mrs. Weasley. She has been waiting for news about her daughter. Mr. Weasley hugs his daughter tightly. Dumbledore is in the office too. Fawkes flies past Harry and lands on Dumbledore's shoulder. "You saved her! You saved her! How did you do it?" cries Mrs. Weasley as she hugs Ron and Harry. "I think we would all like to know what happened," says Professor McGonagall. Mrs. Weasley finally lets Harry go. He walks over to McGonagall's desk. He places the sorting hat, the beautiful sword, and the diary on the desk. Then he tells everyone about everything that happened in the Chamber of Secrets. He talks for almost 20 minutes without stopping. But Harry does not say anything about Ginny and how she wrote to Tom in the diary. The diary is destroyed now. There is no way to show how Tom Riddle controlled Ginny. But Dumbledore is looking at Harry with a strange smile. "What I would like to know," he says, "is how Lord Voldemort managed to control Ginny. I know that he is far from here, hiding in the forests of Albania." Harry is very relieved. Dumbledore understands that it is not Ginny's fault. "It was this diary," says Harry. "It was Tom's diary, from when he was at the school. He wrote in it to leave a memory of himself." Dumbledore picks up the diary. "Brilliant," he says quietly. "Tom Riddle was one of the most brilliant students ever. But very few people know that Lord Voldemort was Tom Riddle. I taught him myself 50 years ago at Hogwarts. He disappeared after leaving the school. He traveled the world to learn all of the dark arts. It changed him physically and magically." "But what does the diary have to do with Ginny?" asks Mrs. Weasley. "I was writing in it, and Tom wrote back to me all year," says Jenny as she cries. "Where did you get the diary?" asks Ginny's mother. "I found it after we went to the bookstore," says Ginny. "It was together with the books you gave me, Mum." "Ginny," says Dumbledore kindly, "do not worry. It is not your fault. Voldemort has more power than you can imagine. But I think you should go to the hospital building. Let Madame Pomfrey look at you. You should rest. You will not be punished." Mr. and Mrs. Weasley and Ron leave the room with Ginny. They take her to the hospital building. "Professor McGonagall," continues Dumbledore, "would you mind taking Professor Lockhart to the hospital building too, please? Perhaps Madame Pomfrey can reverse his memory charm." As McGonagall is taking Lockhart out of the room, Lockhart asks, confused, "I'm a professor? Who could believe it?" Just before they leave, Dumbledore says one more thing. And Professor McGonagall, I think Hogwarts deserves a celebration, don't you? Go to the kitchens after and ask them to prepare a feast for all the children. Professor McGonagall smiles. The door closes behind them. Dumbledore and Harry are alone now. I remember saying that I would have to expel you if you broke the rules again, says Dumbledore seriously. Harry feels like he will cry in desperation. But in this case, Dumbledore begins to smile. I am glad that you broke the rules. Congratulations. I am awarding 200 points to you, Harry Potter, and 200 points to Ron for Gryffindor. Harry cannot believe his ears. I want to thank you, Harry, continues Dumbledore. You showed me great loyalty in the chamber. Fawkes responded to your feeling of loyalty to me and to the school. Fawkes the Phoenix screeches loudly. I'm sorry you had to meet Tom Riddle. Professor Dumbledore, asks Harry. Riddle said that I was like him. He said we were similar. Did he say that? Says Dumbledore. What do you think, Harry? I don't think I'm like him at all, answers Harry. I'm in Gryffindor. Harry stops talking. Professor, he continues after a moment, the Sorting Hat told me I could do well in Slytherin, and everyone thought I was the heir to Slytherin because I speak Parseltongue. Do you know why you speak Parseltongue, Harry? Asks Dumbledore. When Voldemort attacked you and your family, he transferred some of his powers into you. I do not think he wanted to do that, but that is what happened. So, I have some of Voldemort's powers, continues Harry. I should be in Slytherin. You must understand something, Harry, says Dumbledore. You have many qualities that Salazar Slytherin prefers in his students. Intelligence, determination, and you like to ignore the rules. He smiles at Harry. But the Sorting Hat put you in Gryffindor because you asked it to. That is what makes you different from Tom Riddle. Harry, it is the choices we make that show who we really are. It is much more than your skills and abilities. It is your character. Dumbledore walks over to his desk. If you want proof that you belong in Gryffindor, I suggest that you look closely at this. He picks up the blood-stained sword. He gives the sword to Harry. He looks closely at the sword. He turns it over and he sees something written on the handle. Godric Gryffindor. The Sorting Hat would only give that sword to a true Gryffindor, says Dumbledore. I think it is time for you to go back to Gryffindor House for some rest. I need to write a letter to Azkaban. They must release our friend Hagrid." Before Harry can leave, the door opens violently. Lucius Malfoy enters the room. He is furious. And with him is Dobby. Dobby is covered in bandages from many injuries. "Good evening, Lucius," says Dumbledore in a kind voice. Malfoy almost pushes Harry to the floor as he enters the room. Dobby follows him. There is a look of terror on his face. "So, I see you have returned to Hogwarts," says Malfoy. "The governors suspended you, but you have returned." "Well, let me explain, Lucius," says Dumbledore very calmly. "The other 11 governors contacted me today. They heard that Arthur Weasley's daughter had been killed. The governors wanted me back at Hogwarts immediately. After all, they thought that I was the best man for the job. Some of the governors told me some interesting stories about you. They say that you threatened them. They said that you threatened to curse their families if they did not suspend me." Malfoy looks even more furious. "So, have you stopped the attacks?" he says. "Did you capture the person responsible?" "Yes, we have," says Dumbledore, smiling. "Well," says Malfoy angrily, "who is it?" "It is the same person as last time," says Dumbledore, "but this time Lord Voldemort was using someone else. He was using someone else through this diary." Dumbledore shows the small black book with the hole in the middle. He is looking closely at Malfoy to see his reaction. Harry is watching Dobby. The elf is doing something very strange. He is pointing at the diary, then he is pointing at Malfoy. Then he hits himself in the head. It was very lucky that Harry and Ron discovered this diary and solved the mystery, says Dumbledore. If they had not killed the basilisk and rescued Ginny, no one would have known that Ginny was innocent. They would all think she was killing half-bloods. The Weasleys are one of the most important pure-blood families in our world. What would happen to Arthur Weasley and his Muggle Protection Act if people thought his own daughter was killing Muggleborns? Yes, we are lucky that Harry and Ron discovered and destroyed the diary. Voldemort's memories have been erased. Malfoy continues to stare at Dumbledore, but Dobby keeps pointing at the diary and then at Lucius Malfoy, then punching himself in the face. Harry understands. Don't you want to know how Ginny got the diary, Mr. Malfoy? Asks Harry. Malfoy looks at him angrily. How would I know how that stupid girl got the diary? Because you gave it to her, says Harry. When we were all at the bookstore, Flourish and Blotts, you put the diary inside her bag before she left, didn't you? Malfoy looks like he wants to hurt Harry. "You cannot prove anything," he says. "No, we cannot," says Dumbledore. "The diary is destroyed. The evidence is gone. But if I were you, I would not give any more of Lord Voldemort's things to anyone. Arthur Weasley and the Ministry of Magic would probably want to talk to you about it." Malfoy looks like he will take out his wand. Then suddenly he turns and walks towards the door. "Come, Dobby, we're leaving," he yells. Malfoy opens the door violently and kicks Dobby through the door. Harry can hear Dobby screaming in pain as they walk down the corridor. Harry thinks for a moment, then he acts. "Professor Dumbledore," he says quickly, "can I give the diary back to Mr. Malfoy?" "Of course, Harry," Dumbledore answers. "But hurry. We are having a feast in the Great Hall to celebrate. It will begin soon." Harry does not know if his plan will work, but he quickly takes off one of his dirty, wet, smelly socks. He pushes the diary into the sock. Then he runs after Malfoy and Dobby. "Mr. Malfoy," yells Harry, "I've got something for you." Harry pushes the smelly sock into Malfoy's hand. "What the?" Malfoy pulls the diary out of the sock. He looks at the diary and throws the sock to the side. Then he looks at Harry. "If you are not careful, Potter, you will have the same end as your parents," he says. "They tried to interfere where they should not have interfered. Come, Dobby." I said come, but Dobby does not move. He is holding Harry's disgusting, dirty sock. He is looking at it like it is a valuable treasure. "Master has given Dobby a sock," says the elf. "Master gave it to Dobby." "What are you talking about, you fool?" spits Malfoy. "Dobby has a sock now," he says. He almost cannot believe it. "Master threw the sock, and Dobby caught the sock. Dobby is free." Malfoy stops and stares at the elf. Then he jumps at Harry. "You made me lose my servant boy." But Dobby shouts loudly, "You will not hurt Harry Potter." There is a loud bang, and Malfoy falls backwards. He falls down the stairs. He stands up and takes out his wand, but Dobby points his finger at him. "You will leave now," says Dobby with a strong voice. "You will not touch Harry Potter. You will go now." Malfoy has no choice. He looks at Dobby and Harry with a mean, angry look. He turns and walks quickly down the corridor. "Harry Potter has freed Dobby," says the elf happily. "Harry Potter set Dobby free." "I thought it was the best thing to do," says Harry, smiling. "I'd better go now, Dobby. There's a feast in the Great Hall, and I want to see my friend Hermione. Goodbye." Harry hugs Dobby. Harry Potter is greater than Dobby thought. Then suddenly, with a loud crack, Dobby disappears. Harry has been to many feasts at Hogwarts, but this feast is special. The celebrations last all night. Hermione returns from the hospital building yelling, "You solved it! You solved it!" And Justin finds Harry to apologize. He is sorry he thought Harry was the heir of Slytherin. Hagrid appears later too. He will return to his small house near the Forbidden Forest. And Gryffindor House wins the House Cup because of Harry and Ron's 400 points. The celebration is especially great because Professor McGonagall has cancelled all the exams for the semester. The summer semester continues. Everything is back to normal again. Except there is no defense against the dark arts class. The children learn that Lucius Malfoy was dismissed as a governor of the school. Draco Malfoy does not walk around the school acting like he is the boss anymore. It is finally time to return home. All the children take the Hogwarts Express train back to London. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and the rest of the Weasleys spend the last few hours they have together talking and laughing. Finally, the train arrives at the London station. It is time to say goodbye for the summer. Harry takes out a feather pen and writes on a piece of paper. He tears the paper into 2 pieces. He gives 1 piece to Ron and 1 piece to Hermione. "Here," says Harry, "this is a phone number, Ron. I taught your father how to use a phone last summer. Call me at the Dursleys, okay? I won't survive another summer only talking to Dudley." "Your aunt and uncle will be proud of you, won't they, Harry?" says Hermione. "They will be proud that you saved the school." "Proud?" says Harry. "Are you crazy? I almost died many, many times, but I didn't. My aunt and uncle will be angry that I am still alive." Finally, together, they leave the station and return to the Muggle world. Hi, my name is Josh Cashel. I would like to take 2 seconds to interrupt you, and I apologize. But I would like to make 2 important announcements. First, thank you for watching. And if you enjoy the content, take a moment to like, to share, and to leave a comment. All of your interactions help expose the channel to more people around the world like you who are interested in learning English.